Sunshine, and we're going to see what is going to take place today. We send you over for the toss.
Hello and good morning, viewers, locally, regionally, and all over the world. It's all about CWI 4-day regional championship. I'm standing here right now with the officiator of the match, Jonathan Blades, the Leeward Islands captain, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captains, and we're going to do the toss.
And heads it is.
And the call is heads. I'm standing here now with the captain of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. How was the toss for you, sir?
Good. We won the toss and decided to have a bowl first.
What made you decide to elect a bowl first?
I'm not sure how much cricket has been played here. There's been a bit of rain around, a bit of moisture in the wickets. If you capitalise on that early, and normally it's a better batting day here on day 2 going forward. So if you could get into them early and get into the batting, that would be nice. But it's going to be hard work to have a good lineup.
Awesome. Well, all the best in the match, man.
Thank you.
Can I have the other? Here with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain. Hard luck on the toss there, man. How was that for you?
It was kind of a split decision between the batting group and the bowling group, but you know, whatever you toss is just 50-50, you know, you got to do it well, whatever it is.
And you're bowling, correct?
No, we're batting.
Batting. Right, so what's your strategy going into this game?
Obviously see how the pitch plays, you know, you got to assess conditions obviously, and then obviously once we get into it, you know, we're going to try to bat as long as possible, put a good first innings total on board.
Awesome, man. All the best in the match, man.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Alright, well the call was heads. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and elected to bowl first.
So we're back, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss this morning and inserting the Leeward Islands after having a look at that pitch. And the pitch, we understand this morning, is a nicely grassed pitch. There are tinges of grass on it, and it looks as if Trinidad and Tobago trying to exploit the early moisture. The Leeward Islands today comes in with Justin Graves, Michael Louis, Kesey Carty, O'Shane Thomas, Daniel Durham, Joel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton. We'll come back to the Leeward's side as we have the first delivery outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run. So Jamal Hamilton, Joel Andrew, Nathan Edward, Rakeem Cornwall, and Jeremiah Louis make up the squad for the Leeward Islands. Let's run it through again. Michael Louis, Kadim Henry, Justin Graves, Kesey Carty, O'Shane Thomas, Daniel Durham, Joel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton, Nathan Edward, Rakeem Cornwall, and Jeremiah Louis. Jaden Seals is opening the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force today with 3 slips and a gully in place. He's right on the target to the right-handed Michael Louis. Louis facing just 2 deliveries so far. The Leeward Islands yet to get off the mark. And Trinidad and Tobago, they have Captain Joshua De Silva, Cephas Cooper, Evan Lewis, Amir Django, Terrence Hines, Carrie Peer, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, Brian Charles, Jid Gooley, and Jason Mohammed. We watch as this is Seals is in, bright sunshine, and Louis almost looking as if he was looking to leave that one alone. The ball taking, coming onto the bat and going out into the offside field. A little bit of a misjudgment early on. Denmore Roberts, the voice you're hearing right now alongside me is my co-commentator Seth Burton, as we bring you early coverage here of this all-important 4-day encounter in a bilateral series between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jaden Seals outside the line of the off stump. Well, not carrying as probably they would have thought. It was dying as it got through to wicketkeeper De Silva. No run. So still no run yet on the board. Michael Louis and Kadim Henry opening the batting for the Leeward Islands, and that pairing was the opening pair for the Leeward Islands in the last 4-day competition. Delivery angle down the leg side, and Louis was looking to try and flick it away, trying to get his first scoring shot. Didn't make contact. The ball carried through, this time at an appreciable height to Joshua De Silva. Still no run.
Morning,
Seth
Denver.
Burton, good morning.
Good morning, listeners. I think I see what Jaden Seals is doing. The first three deliveries, they were identical. Just on about off stump, leaving the right hand. The two, he played involuntary strokes at, attempting to leave, and then the one down the leg side.
Louis leaves another delivery outside the line of the off stump to end the first over. So a maiden over to start for Jaden Seals, bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Leeward Islands. And Seth Burton, the Leeward Islands squad, anything that jumps out at you this morning?
Well, the squad the team that you call was the two persons who were omitted from the squad. Would have been Kareem Ago and Kelvin Pittman. I may understand the thinking of not playing Pittman because you may not need the extra pacer given the dynamics of the team. I'm a bit surprised though that Kareem Ago is not in the lineup, not only for his batting. He has been in top form, scoring 100 coming through before this. He has been amongst those
I was a little bit
leadership.
surprised because in the last warm-up match, or one of the warm-up matches that they played amongst the team, he made 150 not out.
Yes.
And
so offers that variety in his bowling that I think could be crucial on a wicket like this.
So we have the second over. Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip is the bowler, and his first delivery outside the line of the off stump, not offering a stroke, is...
I think Kadeem Henry will be watching very closely this combination of Phillip and Seals for the Red Force.
Seals is in, and coming down hurriedly is Kadeem Henry, playing it back along the pitch for Phillip to field his own bowling. No run, so two deliveries gone so far.
And I say that in the context that he would have watched Seals against Louis, and apart from the ball that Seals bowled down the leg side, all the other deliveries were just on about off stump, leaving the right hander one wide of the off stump. So he would be watching to see exactly the movement that they would be getting off the seam, and also with the new ball. So this is crucial for the Leewards.
Phillip is beating Kadeem Henry outside the line of the off stump with a good delivery. Started on or about just outside the off stump and was shaping back towards Kadeem Henry. Played down the wrong line and beaten outside the line of the off stump. Good delivery, Phillip, early on.
Clearly, and that's what I'm talking about. That seems to be the plan. You what? 5 out of Jaden Seals' 6 deliveries in his maiden opening over would have been just on about off stump or outside off stump, shaping away. And that tells you that that may be the ploy for Trinidad and Tobago, because they would have bowled against this pair. They would have had a double century partnership in their game last year.
Henry gets this first run. He's playing it square of the wicket into the cover region. They run through for the first run of the Leeward Islands innings. It was a pitched up delivery, just eases it into that cover region past that man that was at point. So one without loss, the Leeward Islands. Kadeem Henry off the mark brings Mikael Louis, who would want to have a big season. He was at one point recently, up until recently, the West Indies opener, and he would have lost his place. And you would think that this bilateral series, as it is said that a lot of the selection and all of that will come from performances in this series. He's facing up now to Anderson Phillip, and he's edging and caught at first slip. Just leaned forward, didn't really move his feet edge found, low catch taken at first slip. The ball was dying as it went to the fielder at slip. That's the end of Mikael Louis. He goes without scoring, and the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket there 1-1.
Let's look at it. Outside and then leaving him and coming forward, prodding forward, an easy catch for Carrie Peer. And Trinidad Red Force, I noted that particularly Louis, the ball leaving him has been a problem. And I think that situation was exploited, and Sir Philip reaping dividends. Mikael Louis walking back without scoring. A good start for the Red Force.
Very good start for the Red Force, and I think that they worked out. They worked out Mikael Louis. You could see it in the first over what Jaden Seals was trying to do, and it was Anderson Phillip who continued with the ploy just on or about the off stump. And that one, Seals didn't really move his feet. He just prodded forward. Louis, didn't move his feet, just prodded forward, edge found, nice low catch taken at first slip, and that's the end of Mikael Louis. Goes without scoring. He faced 7 deliveries, and he would be very disappointed the way that he was out.
Another good one. That one was short of a length.
Yeah.
And a good judgment, good catching on the part of
Carrie Peer. That one was dying as it got to him, but he was able to get both hands to it and took a very smart catch at that first slip position. Probably we just see a little bit of an adjustment as well as that ball was dying, so they're just coming forward. First delivery to the new batter who has come out for the Leeward Islands. That's Joel Andrew, the wicket-keeper batter, and he's been promoted for the Leeward Islands coming early on, so no doubt the Leeward Islands is hoping that Joel Andrew would get in and look to get himself a sizable score. He too has been a part of the discussion recently in terms of Caribbean talent. It's not necessarily produced maybe as much as some of us maybe might thought that he would have at this stage, but he's out there batting at number 3 today.
Already with a first-class 107 half centuries, in his 20-plus games. I think that is okay at an average of just around 34. But he would need naturally to step up. May have had a tough start, but then consolidated well last season in between age group cricket. So definitely a young prospect does well at the under-19 level and needs to transfer that. I think a lot of anxiety is there because of the T20 version of the game. But I think he just needs to settle in this version. And I also think there may be some pressure or some issue on whether he wicket keeps while bat or whether the more senior Hamilton takes the glove. And these modalities need to be straightened out, I think. Will provide less pressure on the youngster, and I think batting at number 3 is the best option.
Kadeem Henry gets another delivery outside the line of the off stump from Jaden Seals. He just raises the bat, allows it to go by, no run. So it is first class. Joel Andrew, he has 16 matches so far, 28 innings, and
900.
He has 901 runs.
Yes.
Yep. And with a higher score of 122, 107 50s. So still early days in his career. This is Seals. Right up and beaten again. That's a delivery, a little bit more effort, a little bit more pace, and going past the bat of Kadeem Henry. And Joel Andrew just calling him down.
That was a beauty, Denmore. That was a beauty.
I'm surprised a little bit based on how Kadeem Henry's season has gone, especially in the domestic competition. He hasn't necessarily been setting the domestic circuit alight, but he's maintained his place as the opening batter for the Leeward Islands, and he will need to repay the selectors. Here we see facing delivery outside the line of the off stump. That again, this time I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, just pulling the bat inside the line, allowing it to go by, no run.
Again, this is a well-calculated move on the part of the TNT bowler. Seals getting the ball to come in, in fact, reversing the ball inward and then swinging away from the right-hander. And that has been a pattern that we have seen. And we have seen a bit of it from Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip taking the wicket of Louis, but that is the approach. So Kadeem Henry has to maybe tighten his approach.
Needs to tighten his approach. He faces now as he gets a delivery that's a little bit wider. Doesn't have to offer a stroke. Just raises the bat as it goes by. Still 1 for 1. If you're just joining us, we're here at the CCG, the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the West Indies Championship, match number 1 between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force winning the toss this morning and decided they're going to insert the Leeward Islands. And Leeward Islands leaving out Karima Gore this morning and Nathan Edward.
No, and Kelvin Pittman.
Kelvin Pittman. Edward is playing. Yep. Yes, Edwards is playing. So it's Pittman of the West Indies Academy and, of course, Karima Gore. So the end of the over has come. 3 overs gone. The Leeward Islands 1 for 1 this morning. The man out, Mikael Louis, caught carry pair of Anderson Phillip in his first over without scoring, faced 7 deliveries.
So we have had 2 maidens so far for the morning. Both maidens from Jaden Seals. And now we are in a situation where the new batter, the number 3 Joel Andrew, faces up to Anderson Phillips.
And Andrew gets a delivery that's pitched up to him, just playing it defensively, no run.
And when we look at what is happening, to come will be Casey Carty, another player who would have had West Indian exposure similar to Joel Andrew. But this opening attack for the TNT Red Force, both Seals and Phillips, they are West Indian players. Seals in particular has, been the bowler that has been striking best in Test cricket for the West Indies in recent times. So therefore, it's a formidable opening bowling attack. And the young Leeward batters would need to show their capacity to.
Andrew gets a delivery outside the line of the off stump, raises the bat, allows it to bounce through to Joshua De Silva, no run. And Joshua De Silva, speaking of Joshua De Silva, he's seeking to try and make his way back into the West Indies team.
Well, he has the temperament and he has the know-how. I think his batting may be a bit missing in the West Indies lineup. I think it would be interesting to see what he has done with his wicket keeping, because that had been part of, I think, his downfall. Not just his form with the bat, it was a situation with his wicket keeping.
Goes down now as Joel Andrew gets his first run into the mid-wicket region. They sprint back for 2, so good running. This on the part of Lewis and Nathan Edwards. The ball going into the mid-wicket region that is vacant. And having the presence of mind to just be positive. They, instead of just ambling a single, they rushed back for 2. So 3 for 1 in over number 4. Small gathering around, just a sprinkling of spectators here early on. We're hoping that maybe throughout the day a few more can come in. Andrew gets a delivery that is up to him. He plays it defensively, no run.
And with the point you're making about Joshua De Silva, also in this team is another wicketkeeper batter, Amit Django. He would have also played for the Leewards, previously. So you look at the cross-fertilization of players. So their wicketkeepers are plenty who are, performing in different areas. On the Leeward side, you have the Joel Andrew, and you still have Jamal Hamilton. So quite a bit of wicketkeepers coming to the fore. What West Indies needs, stability in its batting.
Anderson Phillip outside the off stump to Joel Andrew again. Andrew just raising the bat, allowing it to go by, no run. And Andrew has a long time to bat, so he can take his time about his effort today. Doesn't have to rush at all.
Well, he came off of a double century in the,
In the practice match,
preparatory
yes.
matches. So
205 he scored in one of the practice games. And that's why I was sort of surprised at the omission of Kareem Agor, because Joel Andrew got 205 in that game and Kareem got 150 not out. Down at ARG. Outside the line of the off stump, a lot closer, though, but good judgment by Joel Andrew, just raising the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva to end over number 4 at the end of it. Leeward Islands, they're 3 for 1. Scorecard there, that's just the summary. Philip and Seal starting with 2 maiden overs. Michael Louis failing, being dismissed, caught at slip without scoring. And I was just making the point just before his dismissal that he would need a very good season if he's going to come back into the good graces of the selectors. The man from St. Kitts. Seal starts a third over. Again, just hitting that off-stump line that he's been bowling all morning to Kadeem Henry.
well, and he has the skill, and he's quite competent. Jaden Seals, he's an exceptional bowler. We saw that, I remember, about 6 years here, right here at the stadium, under 19, and I said he will go on to play for the West Indies.
And he has
some
improved.
thought.
He has improved a whole lot in terms of his bowling, his control.
He masters the art. Good delivery again, though Kadeem Henry allowed it to go through. He knows his spots on the pitch. Jaden Seals.
He does. And he's just trying to tempt Kadeem Henry into that fall stroke. Just on or about the off stump. Ball
Excellent
just shaping
runner.
away.
Leans into it. And I think good fast bowling. He is, though, taking the brunt of the work coming up the hill. As we would say here, he's coming from the southern end of the commentary box, going up a hill, while Anderson Phillip comes from the northern end, coming down the hill.
There's some folks that argue that based on the turtleback situation, that both ends have a slight slope.
But evidently you have that downward slope as you approach it coming from the northern end, and you also have the advantage. Well, the wind is not pushing against anyone now. It's not as strong as it should, but usually that wind that comes
Across the
the
grounds
ground,
here.
would have been of, it means that Seals, with the greater control, this end will suit him, though he may not really have the wind pushing him.
Seals is in. Again, Kadeem Henry doesn't have to score, doesn't have to play at that one, just raises the bat, allows it to go by, no run.
And this morning, Denmore, we will have the presence of the former West Indies batter Dave Joseph, former Leeward Islands captain as well, former under 19 West Indies captain, a man with a lot of feathers in his cap.
Lots of feathers, and we would love to hear his perspective as we go along. He's looking on, watching Seals, right up Yorker length delivery, dug out by Kadeem Henry. Gets it into that cover region. That is a short fielder posted there, no run.
I am not the expert here, and I think Dave Joseph may have an opportunity to comment on that. But I realize this is the second Yorker Seals has bowled to Kadeem Henry. And I'm getting the impression that he's stuck on, yes, the Yorker is on the crease, but he's stuck on the crease with both feet. Nothing is really coming forward, nothing is coming out. So that becomes the target, and he has to be careful.
Similar we saw from Michael Louis, not really moving his feet that much, just sort of does a leaning on that front leg without really moving it. Another over has come to an end for Jaden Seals.
His third consecutive maiden.
5 overs gone, Leeward Islands 3 for 1. So He started with 3 maidens, Jaden Seals. The Leeward Islands have not yet found a way to get a run off of him early on. And maybe as we go through this match, the whole idea of Jaden Seals and the fact that his efforts to go to England was denied by WICB as part of his CWI as part of the player development program, we're told. But Anderson Phillip continues outside the line of the off stump. Again, Joel Andrew raises the bat high, allows that one to go by, no run.
One of the excitements, I think, from the TNT camp is the re-emergence of Evan Lewis back into the first-class fold, because he's such a player that I believe once he's committed and once he's fit in this format, he could be an attraction, a literal attraction to the game.
Could be. Here is Phillip in to Joel Andrew, who's driving, bouncing it out to the man standing at more of an extra cover position. No run. Just trying to pace the infield there, Joel Andrew. And there's another match that is also taking place here in Antigua and Barbuda in the West Indies Championship up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 5 without loss in that encounter. Anderson Phillip is in, and Joel Andrew was trying to play an aggressive stroke. I think the ball just took a leading edge, but falling well short of the field at that mid-off position. No run. Akeem Ogis and Stefan Pascal opening the batting there for the Windward Islands. So Windward Islands with Akeem Ogis at the top. Interesting. Ogis opening the batting for the Windwards. And he's not out not, having faced 13 deliveries. Stefan Pascal is there as Joel Andrew again just allows Anderson Phillips' delivery to go by. No run. 5 of 12 deliveries in that game there. He says the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss, and like the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did here today, they inserted the opposition in that match. We're back here live at CCG. Anderson Phillip, who has a wicket already, and Joel Andrews looking to cut that one. The ball coming off the underside of the bat and bouncing down nervously past the stumps and into the gloves of wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva. No run.
I think Joel Andrew will have to play a patience game here. The bowlers are shaping the ball away from the right-hander. He's looking to cut, and cutting could be good, but at the same time, with the 3 slips and the gully and the backward point, it could also be a demise.
He's to assess the way that the pitch is playing, and he's driving beautifully.
Wow.
Back past the bowler for 4.
That is a shot, a classy shot.
Over pitch delivery, and he came down hard on it and picks up the first boundary of the Leeward Islands innings to end this over. Just let's have a look at it again.
Pitched up, driven, cocked elbow, pass umpire Carl Tuckett. Anderson Phillip, he didn't have an answer to that. Couldn't be faulted for good delivery, but the batter shows that he has the capacity and the competence to dispatch good bowling.
Yeah, I think it was just slightly over pitched there by Anderson Phillip, and Joel Andrew coming down hard and taking full advantage, picking up his first boundary, and the first boundary for the Leeward Islands, 7-for-1. We've had 6 overs bowled so far in this game. Outside the line of the off stump, A delivery from Jaden Seals again as he starts his 4th over. He's had 3 maidens in a row so far. He's bowled 19 dot balls in a row so far in this match. Jaden Seals. Majority of those 19 dot balls have been bowled to Kadeem Henry. Henry's getting the first runs off Jaden Seals as he's driving through the offside. It's going to slow up, or does it it just about has the legs to get into the boundary. It was driven by Kadeem Henry. His feet didn't move that much, but he went right through with the bat and he timed it enough that he was able to pick up a boundary. 11 for 1.
The key to that was good placement. As you mentioned, the feet did not move, but he picked up the angle well. The ball was angled into him, picked his position, and it had enough to go past Jason Mohammed in the extra cover region for 4. So that will do his confidence well, because he has really soaked up quite a bit of the early pressure to move on to 5.
So the string of 19 dot balls has ended for Jaden Seals as he goes in once more to Kadeem Henry. And Henry's going to get runs again. This time he's flicking it into the mid-wicket region. Will come back for 2. As the ball is picked up just about 3/4 ways to the mid-wicket boundary. And they've been considerably moved back, maybe about 10 meters or so from where they were during the under 15 tournament. So long boundaries here as 2 more to the Leeward Islands. 13 for 1. Kadeem Henry goes to 7. Andrew is on 6. Mikhail Louis back in the pavilion. This is Jaden Seals. He's in outside the line of the off stump. A ball that's just shaping away from the right-handed Kadeem Henry. No run. So good morning to the folks who are listening to us, any way that you're listening to us across the West Indies. If you're listening to us in the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, maybe all the way down. And we know the folks in Trinidad and Tobago would be listening. Say good morning to my friends down there in Trinidad and Tobago. Anyway that you're listening to us in the diaspora, good morning to you. Here we watch as Kadeem Henry is just stabbing at one, just playing it defensively. The ball rolls back past Jaden Seals, out to mid-off, no run. 13 for 1, with just one delivery to come in over number 7.
Looking much more composed so far in this over. Has gotten 6 runs from the over, middling almost every delivery. And I think it's a matter of confidence being built after soaking up the early pressure.
I think that is going to be important, that the Leeward Islands batters, when they would have soaked up the pressure, that they look to get in and stay in. Here is Seals with a short delivery, just rocking back and allowing that one to go by is Kadeem Henry to end over number 7 at the end of it. 13 for 1. Andrew is on 6. Henry is on 7.
We saw at the end of the over the first effort to bowl a short pitch delivery, and that was from Jaden Seals, a veteran of his craft, though young in age. Really showed the temperament. He has not taken a wicket, but he has just been immaculate in line and length. Yes, he was driven for 4 in that over by Kadeem Henry. Yes, he was worked off the pads, but he just stuck with it. And only at the end he wanted to see exactly what the pitch would do in terms of the short delivery, what Kadeem Henry would do. The only delivery that I thought from his entire spell so far that was not properly lined. Good display, I think, of cricket in this over. Kadeem Henry coming to the fore, looking better with the bat.
So Joel Andrew is trying to steer one past the gully region. Tumbling save there by the gully fielder. No run. Cooper is in that gully region with the number 77 on his back. Cephas Cooper, who is listed here as a right-hand batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip, who in recent times have been a part of the West Indies squad. Outside the line of the off stump to Joel Andrew. This time he's just pushing that left leg across just to make sure that he picks up the line and allows it to go by into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. So a lot of players right now, Seth, are looking to try and impress the selectors to either stay in the West Indies team or to get in as a new person or get back in the case of somebody like an Evan Lewis, who has made it known publicly that he is available for red ball cricket for the West Indies again.
So I think it's good for West Indies cricket because the batting has really been the low end of West Indies cricket. Well, it has been for a while, but it is a contrast
and I
to what we have seen with the bowling. The bowling really is coming to age.
And I think somebody like an Evan Lewis would have noticed probably that the opening spot for the West Indies is wide open.
Yes, it's up for grabs. It has been back and forth with a number of players. And I think the main level of stability we have seen has come from Graves. So opportunities are there.
Here is he beaten Joel Andrews, looking to play that one shaped across him, squared him up completely and beating him outside the line of the off stump. Good delivery.
I think what was good about that as well, as you realize he was striding in close to the umpire, and that one was pitching just about leg and middle. And as Joel Andrew was shaping to play the stroke, it left him. Real good delivery, real good spell here from Anderson Phillip, bowling well in tandem with Jaden Seals.
Continues as 1 for 7 so far. And again, Joel Andrews squared up. This time the ball takes the outer portion of the bat, bouncing down to Cooper Gully. No run.
Very thoughtful on the part of Phillips, because the two previous deliveries prior to, well, the first two deliveries in the over, they were pitched just on about off stump. Joel Andrew, he had the opportunity of leaving. He saw the ball early, but now he's starting on wicket towards the pads, moving the ball away. We have seen that Andrew has been squared up on those two occasions, and he has the 3 slips. He has a gully as well, and he would continue to strive to get that edge.
Phillips, a delivery outside the line of the off stump. This time Andrew raises the bat, touches it well, allows it to go into the gloves of wicket keeper Joshua De Silva. And to end another over, 8 overs gone. Leeward Islands 13 for 1, as you can see. The summary so far: 8 good overs bowled by Trinidad and Tobago after they elected to bowl today. And the Leeward Islands losing an early wicket in the second over of the morning, that of Mikael Louis, who was until recently the West Indies opening batter. Here is Jaden Seals starting a new over, and Kadeem Henry finds himself being hustled into a stroke. Ball falls away on the onside, no run. Dave Joseph, the former Antigua, Leeward Islands and West Indies batter, has come alongside me, and we'll no doubt hear his thoughts in a very short while. Haven't seen Dave in a little bit. Dave, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Denmore. I say good morning to your viewing and listening audience.
Nice
Under the sound of my voice.
Nice to see you and nice to have you here. Here is Jaden Seals. He's again Kadeem Henry. For the second time this morning, we're seeing him looking to leave and the ball coming back at him and hitting him on the bat. So he's just a little bit off with his judgment. Dave, what is he doing wrong there?
Well, I think he's actually anticipating what has been going on before. Seal has been taking the ball away from him. So he's actually in a mode of looking to leave more than looking to play. But what's interesting in this over is Seal has started to look to get the ball to come back at him. And this is going to be interesting from here on.
Seals goes in, and this time he's trying to get it back in, but just slightly offline, and clipping it away is Kadeem Henry. He's going to get 2 out into that square leg region. The fielder who's at long leg having to run about 10 meters to his left, and the batters were able to cross for the 14th and 15th run of the Leeward Islands innings. 15 for 1 in over number 9.
Yeah, as I said then more, it's going to be pretty interesting. Have you noticed first 2 balls are actually in duckers, and which I thought Seal should have been mixing it up early on.
Seals goes in once more, and a Yorker delivery. Kadeem Henry is equal to the task, just getting the bat down quickly and keeping it out into the offside field. No run, so Seals is trying to attack those stumps of Kadeem Henry. He probably noticed that Kadeem Henry is not necessarily moving his feet quite a bit, so he's trying to probably catch him standing on that crease.
Well, his stance suggests that he might have a chance, slipping through and getting him bowl, because he's pretty upright, as opposed to Joel Andrew has a slightly, crouched stance.
Here we watch as Seals bowls a delivery, this time outside the line of the off stump. Kadeem Henry picks it up ease early, just allows it to go by into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. No run. So Trinidad still with 3 slips in place. And the gully gives also a man at point and cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then leaves a man down on the long leg boundary for Jaden Seals, who's into.
Yeah, I would like to see the field with a bit more balance than more, which would allow Seals to be able to bowl and attack the stumps more. Maybe a man just in front of square on the onside, which will allow him to bowl a bit straighter to Kadeem.
So we watch as Kadeem Henry comes down quickly on a delivery that was angled back at him once more to end Seals' 5th over. At the end of over number 9, Leeward Islands, they are on 15 for 1. So Mikael Louis caught carry pair of Anderson Phillip without scoring, and so far 9 and 6 for Kadeem Henry and Joel Andrew. Leeward Islands.
Yeah, as you said, as Seth said early on, it's going to be a test of patience here. I thought for the last over, Seals looks like he's actually losing a bit of patience, so he's getting a bit upset not being able to get through the guys. So again, the Leeward's batters have got to look to stick around for as long as possible, wear him down a bit, and try to get right down into the bowling attack.
Certainly, I think it's going to be a patience game, and you are correct. I think Seals is thinking that with the way that Kadeem Henry is playing and looking, that he can blast him out, and Henry has just been able to keep him out, and when he even strayed, he was able to score. Anderson Phillip starts in the over that's going past the bat of Joel Andrew. No run.
Yeah, it's an excellent opportunity for Andrew to, stick around for very long here. As you guys mentioned, he's just coming off of a double century, which he got in the practice game, the recreation grounds. So he should be in some sort of nick.
Should be in some nick, and
let's hope he can bat for a very long period here today.
He would need to do that if he's going to be backing the reckoning. Many of us know his talent, but he has to put performance in with that talent. He's facing up now, and he's driving through the offside for 4. Right up to him, and he gave it the treatment, didn't have to move, just got it through that cover region and into the boundary for 4.
As I said then, it's going to be a patience game. Once you wait, the bowlers will have to bowl to you. And there you see Phillips again straying in terms of his length there, which Andrew has been able to capitalize and hit it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it's much fuller.
Yeah, this is
And two, his line too was a little bit off because it was allowing Andrew to be able to free his arms.
yeah.
Yep. And Andrew really took advantage of that on that occasion. Philip will try once more. Here is Anderson Philip into Joel Andrew. One that is badly lying, and Andrew was just looking to try and help it down to that fine leg position. Didn't make contact. A tumbling save by Joshua De Silva. No run. 19 for 1.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, Denmo, in the last over, I would love to see a little bit more balance in the field, which will, give the bowlers a little more free will to bowl a little straight at the stumps. Last delivery in Docker, straight down the leg side, could have been clipped away for 4.
Yeah, could have been clipped away for 4.
Yeah.
Just 2 fielders on the leg side. When we're talking about the balance, we'll tell you who they are in just a minute. And beaten. That's a good delivery from Anderson Philip. Well bowled.
Excellent stuff.
Just really squaring up Joel Andrew on that occasion. Andrew played at that one and was beaten all ends up by a beautiful delivery as we look at it here. Oh, that's the boundary that he was straight his line, but he has since bowled that gem of a delivery.
Yeah, Philip has been going well then when he's actually getting the ball to go out into the wind.
Yeah, if you see that one there, just shaping away from Joel Andrew.
Yeah.
Seems to be a steady breeze blowing across the ground here. As Anderson Philip comes in, and Joel Andrew's bat comes down very quickly in that one, gets it out to mid-off, no run. So he has a mid-on and a man on long leg. Those are the 2 fielders on the leg side for Anderson Philip.
I think what happens then when you have the field being placed like this, it almost tells the batsman where you're going to bowl. So it takes out the element of,
Of surprise. Yep.
He's been outside off stump all the time.
So the batter can almost prepare himself just based on the field, and Joel Andrew gets one that is on the line of the stumps, and he was looking to probably miss that man, just get it past that man at mid-on, forced it away, but wasn't able to beat Hines at mid-on, and brings up the end of Phillips' over. 10 overs have gone. The Leeward Islands, they're 19 for 1. Joel Andrew is there, he's on 10. Kadeem Henry is on 9. Both have faced quite a good number of deliveries, as we see Sir Curtly Ambrose, who's listed as the mentor for the Leeward Islands in this
We're gonna have a
tournament.
Bowling, then more.
Yes, we're going to see the first change. And you probably just called it that Seals has started to look a little bit frustrated in the last over. And Captain Joshua De Silva decided that Hines is going to come into the attack for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Terrence Hines.
Yeah, so let's see how Kadeem negotiates. Bowling change here.
Here is Hines. A little bit of a slingy action to Kadeem Henry. Henry plays it defensively into the offside field, and there's no run. Last week I was during the under 15, we were talking about the technique of some of the youngsters, and especially when they're playing a defensive stroke. A lot of them tend to push at the delivery rather than allow the delivery to come onto the bat. Just now, the speed at which that ball left Kadeem Henry's bat sort of had a similar vibe. Henry just raises the bat, allows one from Hines to go by outside line of the off stump. There's a little bit of a slingy action.
Yeah.
Terrence Hines for Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force.
Yeah, back to the defense stuff in terms of the youngsters and most of the players now. Most of the players we've seen then where they're pushing the ball off, up to cover and that kind of stuff. You know, remember when we saw Desmond Haynes and Gordon Green, it was more like a jump and run stuff,
Yep.
but it's been slightly different now here. He's pushing it up to the field and still, you know.
Here is a delivery that is driven by Kadeem Henry. Straight to the fielder at that short extra cover position, no run. Yeah, I remember coaches saying to us when we were youngsters that if you're playing a defensive shot, you're not necessarily looking a run. So you allow the ball to come onto the bat and it should drop as close as possible to you when it leaves the bat. This is Hines going in to right-handed Kadeem Henry, and Henry doesn't have to offer a stroke to a delivery that just touched down outside the line of the off stump. So 2 slips now in place. There is a gully. There's a man at point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. Jaden Seals is at mid-on. And then there's a man all the way down on that long leg boundary.
Yeah, Denmo, here we go again, once again. All the feelers basically in the one side, so it's predictable where the guy is going to look to bowl.
Hines is in, and Kadeem Henry is looking to cut this one away. Doesn't time it. The ball rolls into the region of cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a patience game. Yeah, who can survive, you know, who has more patience is definitely going to win this battle.
Evan Lewis is the fielder who is patrolling the covers. Interesting, because we've seen Evan Lewis, and a lot of the times he finds himself closer to the boundary area when he's fielding. But again, Hines with a delivery that is outside the line of the off stump. Kadeem Henry doesn't have to offer a stroke to end another over. At the end of it, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they remain a 19 for 1 after being inserted this morning by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We've had 11 overs bowled so far. Just the maiden to start from Terrence Hines.
Yeah, we're going to have Phillips still continuing from that far end. He looks a pretty strong.
Looks a strong
fellow,
built,
yeah,
strongly built
guy.
fella. He's put on some muscle. His shoulders look a lot broader than I remember him the last time I would have seen him.
Yeah, I think the Leeward's batters need to look to rotate the strike a bit. You know, maybe we'll get a difference in the changing of line and that kind of stuff on lengths. You know, once you look to rotate.
That has been a little bit of a problem, I think, at the general regional level. Andrew gets a delivery that is offline down the leg stump again. Doesn't make contact. No
Well,
run.
as you can see, then Morgan is an effort definitely to bowl at the stumps or get the ball to come back into these batters now. As I said earlier on, I think they should have been mixing it up even before, which would create that element of surprise, you know. But I guess Trinidad have, you know, their plans and their, you know, ideas how they plan to go about it.
They certainly seemingly do. Still 3 slips and a gully in for Anderson Phillip as he bowls to the right-handed Joel Andrew. Phillip is in with a delivery that is touched down outside the line of the off stump. Again, Joel Andrew doesn't have to offer a stroke. So they're going at a meager 1.68 so far, the Leeward Islands, but they wouldn't be too worried about that because this is a 4-day encounter, and so they have all of 90 overs to bat today and tomorrow.
Well, they'll need to show us then what they can bat for a day and more. You know, it's even test matches you've seen finishing in 3 days now. We need to be able to bat for very long periods. And the batting has been a problem for West Indies.
Certainly has been. We watch as Joel Andrew, again, just allows one to
very
go
well
by
left.
outside the off stump.
I think he judged that one pretty well then. Mo.
Yeah, he's been judging them pretty well
Yes.
this morning so far. He's he seemingly knows where his off stump is, and so he's been
Yeah, definitely. Looks
judging
so.
them very well. Those deliveries, some of them probably looked a lot closer than than people would think. But I think that his judgment is on point so far.
Yeah, not to take anything away from the Trinidad and bowlers, they bowl pretty well too. Especially Phillips from that far, and he has been, keep letting the batsman think.
He's been running in, and he's driven through the offside. Probably left the bat in the air. It's going to go pretty close to the boundary. Just pulls up just inside of the extra cover boundary, and they're able to rush back for 3 runs. But just for a moment there, it looked as if it might have carried pretty closely to Gooley, who is standing there for Trinidad and Tobago. 3 runs to Andrew, 13. He goes to 22 for 1.
Yeah, this is what, I've been looking to see. A bit of rotation in the strike. There are 3 runs there, so we've seen a change of batter here now to Phillips. Let's see, what he does bowling to Kadeem. Henry, sorry.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And I think this is probably one thing that all the teams would have to work on is the rotation of strike. A lot of the times the bowlers just seem to be bowling to the same batter all the time.
Yeah, very long periods.
Here is Kadeem Henry getting a delivery that he's playing defensively. Approved defensive shot, just dropping the ball almost at his feet. The ball, if it's rolling anywhere, just 2 or 3 feet away from him.
Yeah, that's the sort of defense you're talking about
That's
earlier.
the sort of defense I was talking about
Instead
earlier.
of pushing it off.
Instead of pushing it off, just allowing it to come onto the bat and playing it there. And I remember hearing a lot of the batters, including yourself, talk about that when the ball falls, like you can drop and
Drop
run.
and run, yeah.
You can rotate the strike in that way.
With soft hands, yeah.
Soft hands. Anderson Phillip bounces one outside the off stump through to wicket keeper Joshua De Silva to end another over from him. Phillip so far 6 overs, has bowled 31 dot balls for 14 runs and a wicket with an economy rate of 2.33. Jaden Seals 27 dot balls in his 5 overs so far. And we've just seen 1 over from Hines.
It's going to be Hines again. So. Yeah, so it's going to be Joel Angie to face up to him now. So, as again, change of batter. So, we'll see a bit of adjustment, I think, in the line.
And I was about to say that during the over, we saw Anderson Phillip sort of stretching his back, and he's gone off the field. And we see a replacement player coming on for Anderson Phillip. So he's probably just gone off to have a little bit of treatment by the physiotherapist. We saw him stretched maybe after the 3rd or 4th delivery and looked a little bit uncomfortable, but he was able to finish the over. And James is on for him.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, Denmo, it's going to be a real patience game. And if the batters are having a close look at these bowlers, you can actually tell when they're coming to the end of their spell. I saw when
You did see when Seals was
fading
away.
And then Phillips just now, you can actually pick it. It's actually, they tend to go shorter when they come into the end of their spell.
Yeah, and he really looked. I was actually looking to see what would happen after the over because he looked as if he was tiring
a bit,
a little bit at the end of that last over. But he did put in a good effort for the 6
surely he did.
overs that he would have bowled. So it was all-out effort. Hines is in and beaten outside the line of the off stump is Joel Andrew. A good delivery.
Very good delivery.
That just shaped away from him from that slingy action of Terrence Hines. And they have him as a medium fast as compared to a fast medium. I think he's more of a medium than medium fast.
Yeah, well, again, guess on the surface that he's bowling on.
Here is Joel Andrew just losing the patience and smashing him back over that mid-on region into the boundary for 4. But it almost looked as like if it was a shot of frustration, as he's just been there. And this one was taken from outside the line of the off stump and dragged it past James at that mid-on region and into the boundary for 4.
I wouldn't call it a shot of losing, frustration and that kind of stuff. Sometimes you've got to do this to these kind of bowlers. Let them know well.
Probably a little shot of dominance.
Yeah, let them know well you got to bowl properly at all times. Yeah, you can't get no rest.
Yeah, agreed. He faces up now as Hines comes in once more. And this time he's playing an approved defensive shot. Just coming forward, getting that left leg forward and getting head over the ball, playing it into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, I like the little battle there. The bowler is saying something to Duel Andrew there, like, let's see you play that shot again that you played before.
Yeah.
Lovely. I like that kind of contest.
Good contest here between young Joel Andrew and Terrence Hines, who's bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Hines with 2 slips in place and a gully comes in now to bowl to Andrew. And Andrew is driving, scrape the wicket for 4. That was a good shot. It was right up to him outside the line of the off stump, and he gave it the treatment. He got it, scraped the wicket, and it raced over the outfield and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's a shot of class then, Mo.
Yeah, I looked at your face just now, and you smiled at that one too. You would have loved to have had a delivery like that. You would have probably given it the same treatment, and Andrew goes on to 21 and the 30 for 1 after 13 overs.
Yeah, as I said before, Denmo, nobody can, contest his terms of talent and that kind of stuff, but we need to see him batting for very long periods. Love to see him batting for long periods. I do a bit of coaching in the school league, school competition here in Antigua, and I'm impressing on my batters. They need to bat for a day and more. We have got a young, talented one then more coming, Athens. Jack one Athens. He has gotten a double century and at least 3 or 4 centuries in the competition so far.
And he made runs yesterday in the Super 40 competition here in Antigua and Barbuda. I think he got, 91?
That's good. That's great stuff.
Check.
Seals is back.
Seals is back from the northern end. And his first delivery is clipped away by Kadeem Henry out to wide mid-wicket position. And they come back for 2 and they sprint back for a 3rd run. Good running in the end because the fielder running back having to give chase for a long period. And the batters were able to come back for 3 runs. That looks to be Jason Mohammed who would have given chase there.
But I think Henry got 3 runs there, but I'm not too happy about that shot. He clipped it somewhere from around half stump. If you notice, Seals that threw his hands in the air. You need to look to play it a bit straighter.
Certainly. He was almost, we would say, playing across the line of that one. Got 3, but Seals was interested. Seals into Joel Andrew, who comes down quickly onto a delivery, plays it up into the offside field. There is no run.
Yeah, the Leeward's batters, this is going to be a very interesting period for them. Seals is back in. He's actually trying to break this partnership. You can see it. He's attacking the stumps and he's actually looking to get down into the crease of these batters. So this is a period that they've got to look to, stick out and make sure they can get past it.
Certainly. Seals is back into the attack because Anderson Phillip, after his last over, would have left the field. And not sure what happened there on that occasion. You saw Joel Andrew looking to raise the bat at that one. That one seemed to have just cut back at him. Maybe taking the bat and falling away on the offside.
Yeah, I think he was actually surprised by the height. that ball make from the length that it was pitched.
Yeah, you
Which
can
he-
see that he's looking at the pitch now.
Yeah,
Just
he
thought
did.
that
He
one.
did the right thing. Take the bat away from it. It was over the stump, so yeah.
Seals still doing battle here against Joel Andrew. And Andrew gets one outside the line of the off stump. Again, just raising the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run.
Yeah, looking at it from hindsight, then more I think if the Trinidadians had the opening pairs were like switch, the ends were switched, you would have seen a different contest because Seals would have been able to get the ball to come into the batsman, and he has that kind of experience, he has that kind of craft about him. But
So, he's a very smart bowler. He's Jaden Seals. Joel Andrew is playing
wide.
loosely outside the line of the off stump to a wide delivery, and he's
Very wide delivery, not
Yeah.
just wide.
upset with himself that he flashed the bat at that one. I was saying to those folks who heard you talk about Jack Wanathan as yesterday in the ABC Super 40, we had rain all around, but they were able to get in a 20 overs per side contest yesterday, and Empire Nation, who he plays for in the domestic league, got a 246 for 5 in their 20 overs, with Jack Wanathan getting 91 of 41 deliveries. This is Seals outside the line of the off stump. This time Andrew just raises the bat, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Drinks.
He had 10 fours and 6 sixes as we're about to have the first drinks break, which means we've had the first hour of play this morning. Leeward Islands 33 for 1. You'd see Joel Andrew on 21, Kadeem Henry on 12. Mikael Louis, the former West Indies opening batter, did not score this morning. He was caught at slip by Carey Peer off the bowling of Anderson Phillip without scoring. We'll take a short break and we'll join you in about 2 or 3 minutes or so.
So welcome back to our broadcast here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We are delighted to greet you with the news, as you have seen that the players are back after the first break. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they bowled 14 overs, pretty good overs, pace bowling. And the Leeward's Hurricanes, 33 for 1. Mikhail Louis being the only one to have been dismissed for a duck. Joel Andrew, he came in at number 3, being the principal scorer on 21, and Kadeem Henry on 12. It is Hines who will continue from this, the sudden end. And gentle medium fast outside the off stump. No bother for Kadeem Henry. Dave Joseph, we have just been speaking about the discipline on both sides. The Leewards under a bit of pressure in the earlier part with good swing bowling from the two West Indian pacers, Seals and Phillips.
And decent line too. Very consistent with their lines. So we see patience being pulled out by the Leewards after losing the first wicket.
Hines also getting the ball to shape away. Not of the same pace, not of the same guile, not of the same craft, not even of the same height. Broad-shouldered young man.
Well, I'll expect him to see him bowl a bit straighter. You know, the field has been adjusted now. They had only 3 men in the onside in the previous overs for the most part of the morning. So we have got a man being in position just forward the square now. So they should be looking to bowl a bit straighter.
Yes. I think it was clear they had the 3 slips. They had the gully. They had the backward point. But now with Hines, it's only 2 slips and the gully. This one, it leaves the batter coming forward. On this occasion, Kadeem Henry was thrusting his front pad forward. That ball was coming into him, and it deviated appreciably for Joshua De Silva, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, behind the stumps to take.
Yeah, very well bowled delivery, they said. As I said to you, they're looking to bowl a bit straighter to the stump, at the stumps now. So we should be seeing some more interested, encounters here.
Terence Hines has been around for a while. And good delivery once again. Henry may be saying, I'm playing inside the line. But from this angle, Dave, directly over umpire
I think he's
Reefer.
beaten all ends up.
He was beaten. That one was attacking the stumps. The difference is that it was shaping away, not at the angle that we saw the previous deliveries, but just barely missing the line of the off stump.
Yeah, I think that we should look to give credit to the groundsman. The pitch has been playing pretty decent so far, in my opinion.
Yes.
The balls have been carrying down to the wicketkeeper.
Very well.
Getting a bit of lateral movement, that kind of stuff. I haven't seen any spin yet, but it's been pretty good so far.
This time, Kadeem Henry gets bat onto it. And the groundsman is another Kadeem, but he's Kadeem Phillip.
Okay, Kadeem Phillip.
Yes, has been responsible for this ground.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
It's
from Liberta,
yes.
Your hometown, yeah.
Yes, a former Leeward Islands player, former Antiguan player, a former Black Hawk player. Yes, from my hometown.
Yep.
I would always want to claim that when it is good and productive. It's from the same town of Jimbo, Raheem Cornwall, from the same town of
Kenneth Benjamin.
Kenneth Flipper Benjamin, Eldine Baptiste. Wilden Cornwall, you can give him a prop on that. Here is Henry playing this one. He will be out caught. Wicket number 2. Seals takes the catch. And he was outfoxed there by Terence Hines. He was prodding forward, and the ball may have taken a leading edge. It may have just stuck on him. And Hines strikes. Seals taking the catch. Trinidad and Tobago, the over after the break. Look at this. Hines
I
angling
would like to say well bowled to Hines. I think he, as I said, should be looking to bowl closer, straighter to the stumps. And what happened, they actually set Kadeem Phillip driving with both legs together. You've got to get out to the ball.
Yes.
With the ball out swinging and you're driving with both legs together, a hint of movement, that's what you're going to get, leading edge.
Well, you have heard it from the expert, because I said it earlier that even when Jaden Seals was bowling, he was getting a few Yorkers and the feet were together. And on this occasion, once again, as you said, his legs being together presented a problem. He got stuck. And Jaden Seals, the man who has not taken a wicket, whom I believe has bowled the best of the 3 seamers from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He had the honor of taking the catch. So Kadeem Henry going for 12, and in comes Casey Carty. He will be joining Joel Andrew, two players, young players, who have gotten West Indies nods, emerging from under 19 over the years. I think this is going to be the critical path, the critical partnership for the Leewards, with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team only utilizing seamers so far for the hour and 10 and 12 minutes that we have had action so far in this game.
There's something going on here, set with Carty.
Well, he's...
Umpire is questioning something here.
Yes.
Not sure.
Well, he's indicating something, but he's perhaps not pleased with something. But he's tying his laces at this point. Umpire Reefer is having something to say, but the substitute fielder is coming onto the field, and clearly. So perhaps he was not fully attired the way he wanted, and now he's fixing his pads and may have been just caught off guard. So some
bowling
assistance to
first
the helmet,
of Barbados at 7-for-1 after 3
So,
over Martina Minde and Ode Shields.
By Kareem Agor, the Leeward Island substitute. Umpire Reefer is definitely not pleased. And Umpire Reefer, who is carrying this game with umpire Carl Tuckett. Reefer from the Reefer family, the cricketing family in Barbados. Carl Tuckett, one of your former players. He would have played under your leadership for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, it's good to see him out there, standing umpiring. I mean, when we played, he was always, troubleshooting with either commentary or umpiring something. He used to be commentating in the dressing room. Yeah, he's a very knowledgeable guy with his cricket,
And it's so nice to have you, Dave, to the left on commentary. Dave Joseph would have played for the West Indies back in 1999. Here is Seals into Joel Andrew, shoulders, arms, and allows the ball to go through. He remains on 21, the score on 33 for 2.
Yeah, I think, that was well left by Joel Andrew. I think he judged it well in terms of the length. He was going to bounce over the stumps at all costs, so it was over the stumps, just about, middle and half, but it was over the stumps, so he left it pretty well.
So Seals has been really, though he has not gotten a wicket to pick up the bowlers. On his 6 overs previously, 3 maidens. His first 3 overs were maidens on the throt from the southern end. This time he comes from the northern end. Andrew leaves this one alone. This was wayward outside the off stump. But he has bowled well, and even from the northern end, the end from which Anderson Phillips bowled previously. In fact, he had his 6 overs. Seals has come in there, and immediately you're seeing a difference. He's getting the ball to bounce more than Phillip did. So you can see the difference, because in the over prior to the drinks break, you saw one Joel Andrew, thought he had it covered, and it really bounced a bit higher than he thought. Seals to Andrew, and Andrew covers up well, comes across the stumps, and plays it into the offside.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that Seals is actually hitting the deck a bit harder than Phillips, so you're expecting to get a bit more carry and bounce from him. And that's what I think the result you're getting from him in terms of the height of the balls. He's definitely hitting the pitch a bit harder. And I think he knows that he's got to put out effort against these two batters. He can't be, liming around here. These guys are going to put back the ball once you're offline.
Yes. So Seals with the 3 slips and the gully, the backward point. Joel Andrew allows it to go. Clearly a trap, perhaps, to tempt Andrew into a cut shot.
Yeah, well, as I said, and you've been saying it earlier, it's going to be a patience game. If you don't have patience, you're going to go 3 slips and a gully waiting. You're going to fight it. So, as I said, it's a good plan and tactic for the Trinidadian bowlers there and the whole Trinidad. And they actually been stuck to their task. They're looking to bowl outside that half-stump line, so they've been doing it pretty well. And again, you have 4 days to play, so,
It's not a T20, it's not a 50-over game. 4 days of cricket, Joel Andrew slashes at that. Fuller length delivery.
Yeah, there we go.
Completely.
There we go. Not enough patience. You got to be able to, see it and leave it. Let him bowl to you. He will have to bowl to you if you don't play at those wide deliveries.
That's right.
You got to force him to change his line and length.
So Seals loves to do the hard work. 4 dot balls so far in this over. Andrew covers up, and when he gets it close, he lines up well. May have been a little bit disconcerting because he favored that right hand. That completes the over. It's another maiden over for Jaden Seals. 7 overs completed for Jaden Seals, none for 11. He has really bowled well for this Red Force team. Anderson Phillip 1 for 14 and Terence Hines 1 for 8 are the wicket takers so far. But Joel Andrew, he has been marching along pretty well, 21 from 46. Looks.
Yeah, as you said, Seals has been hitting the pitch a bit harder, so I think that ball actually took him on his glove. They just now causing him a bit of discomfort. But these 2 batters have got to look, some one of them, even not 2, have got to go big set.
Yes, they would have to. You mentioned earlier that Kadeem Henry and I even mentioned Mikhail Louis both had centuries last year against Trinidad and Tobago, sharing a double century opening partnership. Now both have gone. So now it's up to the 2 players here
who are in now
to do the job. Hines comes in, beats Joel Andrew. In fact, that's Casey Carty. Really cut him in 2 there. That one went between bat and pad to the wicket keeper. Look at it.
Yes.
Because he ambles in, looks simple, to the wicket. And that one, instead of leaving him, it came back. In fact, straightened a bit. And
I think it more straightened than actually came back. But Carty was, found again with the feet being chapped on the crease. I mean, this guy is bowling too slow for you to be hanging back in the crease. You should be looking to get on your front foot. Force him to bowl your shot.
This one leaves him. Has no problem there. As I listen to your counsel, I'm hoping that those counsels of Dave Joseph
and campus this time
are not heard only on the airways, but in some circle, perhaps in the Leeward setup. That
Indeed, a beautiful start. I'm sure those Barbadians right now in England that is watching this match and looking
can be utilized at this level so that we don't have those repeated batting faults that we have seen emerging not only in Leeward's cricket or national cricket, but in West Indies cricket. Hines comes in, another good delivery. This one closer to Carty, but the feet are still together. He's just reaching out with the bat, all arms and no movement.
Yeah, what is interesting set with Carty, his feet are not moving, and I'm not seeing him making any effort to get, this blood flow and circulation and here he goes now. Yeah, you need to get moving, You
have been sitting in the pavilion.
Yeah, for so long. You got to get that blood flow, that circulation, everything pumping so you can get your feet moving the way it should be. Again.
Hines, this time on the pads, managed to get it out in the offside. The ball was more angling to leg, but you can see that defensive or undecisive mindset. Because that one was on the pads, should have been worked through the mid-wicket region, but instead it was played out to mid-off for Jaden Seals.
Yeah, well, that's exactly how Kadeem got out, caught. Looking to work the ball and then 2 feet together. Had that one bounced a bit more set, you'd have had a different, outcome.
Casey, this time he walks across and he works the ball into the mid-wicket region. Identically what we were speaking about, he should have done on the previous delivery. And he
Is
gets
that
off
Phillips
the mark.
back on the field?
Yes, Phillips back on the field.
Good.
So he gets off the mark. Trinidad and Tobago, it is amazing to see that turnaround.
I think Hines is calling for something. Looks like he need a bit of band-aid or something. It's like it's a problem with his ankle.
Signal that to the dressing room. But Trinidad and Tobago would have been a spin-centered team. But now for an hour and 20 minutes, we have just seen the Pacers operating down the leg side. What a shot. What a shot from Joel Andrew.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot.
Dismisses it out to straight mid-wicket. And we were speaking about the ball angling down the leg side, should be dispatched through the leg side. And Joel Andrew shows this. Look at it.
Yeah, it's a bit, actually he held his, position very well. Head stayed firm for very long and then waited on it. I think with Kadim, how he got out and Carty, they were just actually waving the bat at the ball without, having, keeping your head still, let it come to you. We're talking about letting the ball come to you early on,
So Andrew is on 25 from 47 deliveries, trying to fight here for the Leeward's Hurricanes. The Red Force having 2 wickets so far for the morning. 1 in the second over of the innings. Mikhail Louis caught by Carey Piet, first slip off Anderson Phillips for duck. And then here is Seals. Oh, a good delivery once again, bouncing, leaving the bat outside the off stump, no run. And then, after a partnership worth some 32 runs between Kadim Henry and Joel Andrew, Kadim Henry played one that was angled down the leg side to mid-off for Seals to take the catch of the bowling of Terence Hines. So Hines also registered his wicket. And now we have seen Carty joining Joel Andrew, both of West Indian pedigree, and they have much to prove in this game. Seals comes in. Carty plays it out into the backward point position.
Yeah,
Django Fields.
Seals has been putting in a bit more effort now. He's definitely running in and hitting the pitch.
Yes, and he's showing that he's not afraid of the hard work early in the day in sunlit conditions here.
Yeah.
He's on his 8th over, not on the trot. He bowled 5 on the trot running up the hill.
Yeah, he got a little break, but I didn't expect him back this soon, but he's back here and he's bowling pretty well. He's been running in even more so than before.
This time, being played back up the track by Carty. It shows a mindset by the Joshua De Silva-led Red Force team. The mindset is that we want to enforce the advantage, because they believe if they can get through this partnership, they will be in a stronger position. Because they do have the spin option. Carey Pier is there. They also, in fact, they have several spin options there, but they just want to reinforce it, realizing the assistance that the Pacers have been getting from this good pitch here at the CCG. Seals to Carty. Carty works it once again into the offside, gets his second run. Score moves up to 39 for 2.
Yeah, the pitch has been assisting the seam bowlers set, or the quicker bowlers, if you may call them that. And I think Trinidad has been doing well in terms of utilizing that sort of assistance that's been getting. He's been moving a bit around. And whenever you hit the pitch, it seems to be, doing pretty, going at good pace. So I think they're utilizing what's been offered to them. You don't need to bring spin when your seam bowlers are actually doing the job. And they weren't scoring as much.
Oh, this time gets it to come back. So Seal showing his masterclass.
Yeah, I thought I'd rather see him bowl from that end first.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I was trying to, I didn't make the point earlier, but I was suggesting that comparatively with him coming up the hill, especially with the wind blowing across, versus him coming down from the northern end with his stock delivery being the a waist swinger, but also with the capacity
to bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he would have been more effective there.
From this end, yeah.
Yes. This time he comes in. Oh, Carty gets on top of that. That's Joel Andrew, in fact.
Yeah.
And fends it down to fine leg. Joshua James, who is on the field, fields, and that completes the 18th of the innings.
Hines is back. He went off the field for some treatment, but he's coming back on.
Yes, I believe just one of those perennial little injuries, that niggling injuries that may plague some of the players. So it's good to see that he's coming back on. These two, the pair, Andrew and Carty, they must be saying that our first commitment is to lunch, to take the team to lunch, and then thereafter.
They should be looking to go to lunch. We're still quite a bit off, really, from lunch, but, that should be the aim. I think what should be happening here, Seth, Hines is too slow of a bowler for you to be be hanging on your crease. He hasn't pulled anything short yet. So if you step out on your front foot, you'll force him to, go back shorter, which the ball will actually swing less. So I'd love to see them getting out on their front foot some more, these Leeward's batters.
Joel Andrew shoulders, arms. I take your point, and I take your point with a lot of merit, because there's a significant gap in the pace that Seals and Andrew Phillips will be bowling comparative to Hines. Yes, he is a little slower. Well, not a little slower, significantly slower. He does not have the height. Yes, he gets the ball to move away, particularly away from the right-handed batters, but can be countered. Strays on the leg side once again and being worked off by Joel Andrew. Andrew keeps building an innings here. How important it is for him, Dave Joseph?
Well, for a young player like Andrew, he should be looking to, learning to build innings, learning to bat for long periods, try to get some big scores. And that should be his aim and intention at all times, in my view.
Yes, he's 19 years old, just came off the Under-19 World Cup. His mother is here, and she was saying to me that she would love to see 100. It would be interesting to see how that translates into Joel's response. Casey Carty works this one nicely off the pads, forward of square. They get one, and these two will get the second. Both are well supported by families, because Mr. Carty in St. Martin, he has always been with his son progressively from a tender age, and he himself must be an exciting father following the progress of his son.
Yeah, that's pretty good to know and to hear about it, because in my day, parents don't normally follow us around. You're always you're on your own.
You're on your own.
Yeah, but so that's good. That's interesting to hear.
Yes, when we looked at the Under-19 tournament and the Under-15, well driven. Oh, what a shot. The full face of the bat, but it will not go into the boundary. They're coming back for the second. Will there be a third? Yes, they're challenging the arm of Jason Mohammed, and they make the third run well. So Carty pushes on to 7, and the score up to 46 for 2. But in the Under-15, I remember a year ago, we saw when TNT, they were playing against Barbados in the final here, there were almost as many parents as players. And that, to me, was really remarkable.
Yeah, even when I watched the Bajans play against, I think it was Trinidad down in the ARG too, there was lots of parents. There was a stand actually filled with parents, and that's a good sight. Andrew is requesting something from his teammates here.
I believe some water, because it's very hot out there. And he came in in the second over. He has survived well. He's batting in the 19th on the pads, coming forward. He looks so easy and in control.
Yeah, he has made a bit of an adjustment here, Seth. I think he's actually batting, to me, like he started like around center leg, and he's on center stump now batting, so he gives him more coverage. The ball is actually swinging away. Hines is definitely getting the ball to leave the right-handed batters, so he has compensated for that by coming across his stumps a bit more, which covers the swing a bit.
So Andrew shown tremendous progress over the years. Some school of thought thinks that he shouldn't be playing that many 220 cricket, but for me, let him play all the cricket that he wants to play. Has the capacity. Here this time he goes for a lofted drive. Missed it completely. Hines would have been happy to see the edge, but fortunately Joel Andrew remains unmoved, and it is 46 for 2.
Yeah, I think that was a well-bowled delivery. And Andrew again showing that he's going to go at that delivery just outside off stump. So it's a good area to bowl and hanging around there. So what is interesting here, Seth, I'm seeing Leewards. It's a pretty easy team to bowl to, because they're all right-handed batters.
In your time, there were a few lefties. Keith Atherton came in there just ahead of you. I would figure out you would have had a few lefties in the team at various. That's right.
Yeah, so it's
right-handed field
line up for Leeward.
Line up for Leeward. So you're right.
Makes it pretty easier for the bowlers. Yeah.
How important is that? The left and right combination, changing the angle, changing the trajectory at times.
And also they're not rotating the strike pretty much, so it makes it easier for the bowlers. They're just, sitting and bowling at one batsman for pretty long.
So Jayden Seales is back. Looks as though he's really going to be having a big bowl here this morning.
Yeah, he seems like he's enjoying his stint here.
Outside the off stump, Katie was not induced, allowed it to go through. The new ball has been well preserved. It's a well-grassed outfield here at Coolidge.
Yeah,
conditions.
I was just about to say that. I'm still seeing the sheen on the ball.
Yes.
From here, yeah.
After 19 overs, that is a rare sight.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been hit around in any case, too. So.
In fact, Seales' first 19 deliveries, not a run was scored. And then the run started trickling in. Nevertheless, the Leewards would know that they just need patience here. Casey gets one on the pads and works it out to Joshua James, the substitute at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Yeah, I think that man that's placed just in front of square, they said, is a very important, fielder. I would have looked to start with him earlier. Because what happens, you give your bowler a bit of chance to bowl straight at the stumps and a bit more balance, And just bowling outside the half stump makes it pretty predictable for the batters. So when you're being able to bowl at the stumps, you're being able to bowl outside the half stumps, you're much more, excited.
Seales comes in. Carty whips it off the pads. Joshua James fires the return in. But Carty gets in. You spoke about that fielder.
Yeah, well fielded. He's a big guy. He got down and did a good job.
Not only well fielded, but the aggression in picking up and firing.
The return at the non-strikers end.
Yes. So Joshua James.
I think it would have been pretty close that it hit.
Yes, I thought for one that they thought they had the one covered, perhaps not realizing that he would have been that quick. And Casey Carty gets a single. Joel Andrew will face.
This is an interested field.
Seales.
Said there's no, I'm seeing him now. It's Hines. He's on the fine leg boundaries.
Down the leg side. Ill-directed delivery. 2 slips. They have now dispensed with the 3rd slip. So it's 2 slips in the gully. Looks like Pierre, Carey Pierre and Brian Charles. Carey Pierre at first. Brian Charles at second. Evan Lewis at gully. Django is at backward point. Jason Mohammed at short cover. And Anderson Phillip being blocked by the column here. He is at mid-off. In fact, he's at mid-on. Joshua James at mid-wicket. Hines is on the long leg boundary. And here is Seales to Joel Andrew. And he was just shouldering arm. And that one, instead of leaving him, slanted back in.
Yeah,
and with the bounce, good bowling, testing bowling from this man, Jayden Seales.
Yeah, it's going to require, as I said, a lot of patience from these 2 batters, and you see Seales actually getting frustrated.
Yes, he's not
bowling
getting any wicket.
he's bowling pretty well, and he's not getting through. So, again, test of patience, that's going to be the key here. Who has the most patience
will succeed.
Will succeed. We're going to be the winner.
And this can only go well for the West Indies in the future if the players can. Oh, lovely delivery goes! A Yorker length delivery angling into him. Struck his bat, the bottom of the bat and the pad. And in the end, going back onto the stump, removing the leg bail. Joel Andrews' big effort to defy the red force comes to an end. He goes for 27, and Jayden Seales gets success here.
Very well bowled by Seales. He has stuck to his guns, and he actually believed that he was going to be able to break this partnership, which he so did.
Yes, and Joel Andrew walks back dejectedly because he did get bat onto it, but the ball had enough to come back and dislodge the leg bail, and Joel Andrew walks back. Disappointing, on his part, knowing his high standards, 27 runs, he would have wanted to, you know.
Yeah, as I said, as a team set, I think Leeward's, the batters, they need to be, be focused a bit more, because I could have seen that there was going to be coming a change. Seeds was actually tiring, and you see the frustration creeping in on him, and they let him in. They let him in, so he has got some gas now. So I think he's going to go on for maybe another 1 or 2 overs.
Yes, after a wicket, you would not really want to remove him. But out goes the Leeward Islands captain, Justin Graves, the newly appointed Leeward Islands captain, has been doing well in his interview on appointment. He notes that he has always been a natural leader and always look forward to any leadership opportunity. So he is honored to have been selected. And I liked how he put it, Dave. He didn't say by the selectors or by the coach or by the Leeward Islands Association, but he said it would be an honor to lead the people of the Leewards, and that is bringing back the idea that you are not just representing the team or yourself, but you're representing a region. That seems to have been lost.
Yeah, but
and he's putting that back to the fore.
I'm not excited about that set at all, to be honest with you. I'll tell you that much, because I think we should have people in the Leewards who can lead Leewards. I led Leewards for quite some time, you understand? And I've been offering my services to train youngsters to come on, being good captains, and nobody's ever picked it up. And I'm very disappointed to see this happening here, Seth, in terms of somebody having to come from outside to lead the Leewards. I'm not happy with that at all. Sorry to say, but I'm not.
Here is Anderson Phillip comes in. This time Carty covers up, and there is no. And you have heard it from someone who has the distinction of leadership. You have led Leewards in under 19s. You have led Leewards in regular cricket in all formats, and you have not only led, but you have led with distinction. You have also played under the like of at least Richie Richardson as a leader. You have also led the Antigua team to the Commonwealth Games in Malaysia. You just missed out from qualification with a rained-out game against India. That could have made a difference in the team going forward. So you have the credentials to make the statement. Anderson Phillip comes into Carty down the leg side, and he worked the ball on the pads.
Yeah, new batter in, as they say, Graves in, and Phillips is back. And again, you've seen with the advent of Joel Andrew going, I thought I saw Pierre marking his run to bowl, and here you see the fast bowlers back on again. So they're right into the middle of Leeward's batting lineup here, and they're putting on the pressure on them.
Yes, I think good thought. You're right. After that wicket, Pierre had the ball in his hand, had already marked his run. Then Phillips come in. It means that the captain, as we say, they recognize the pace is working, and they're trying to maximize their gains on it. Casey Carty.
Well, what's interesting too is that the fast bowlers of Trinidad and Tobago, Red Seals, Red Force, they're actually going and taking up the task. They're doing a good job. They're getting the job done, and they're really been, stuck to it.
Yes. When you look at it, Seals was the man who was bowling the best. Had not gotten the wicket until that last delivery. He bowled to Joel Andrew. And then Anderson Phillip, whom he replaced at the northern end, now comes in for the first time from the southern end, replacing Terence Hines. The rotation of the three medium fast bowlers here for Trinidad and Tobago. Casey Carty allows that one to go through.
Yeah, the thing is that the fast bowlers are willing to work, and they're doing a good job at it. So why not keep them and keep them going?
47 for 3 here. Leeward's going just at a rate of 2.3 runs per over. 20.3 overs completed.
Yeah, why is Graves coming this low in the order?
Well, perhaps as captain, and that's the other thing that you could speak to. Is it that captaincy responsibility pushes you further down, or should you play in your usual position? That's a question at the end of the over. This time, Carty is tabbing at that. Doesn't look confident at all. Just basically stood there and pushed the bat
at it.
Did.
Yeah, well, as you realize now, Seth, is a difference in terms of the pace of Hines
and the Phillip
versus the pace of Phillip. So the ball is actually coming on a bit quicker to him, probably bouncing out of the pitch a bit different too. I think he's not happy with something with the pitch. That's what he's suggesting it looks like to me.
But But that's what you play. You play a ball on a pitch. So you got to be happy. It's a mindset. Joel Andrew, before his demise, looked rather comfortable in the circumstance. This one kept a bit low. The first sign of any indifference we have seen on this pitch. So 21 overs completed. Leeward Islands been sent into bat by Trinidad and Tobago, 47 for 3. Joel Andrew, the only one who has gotten a score here. He is back in the pavilion off the bowling of Seals. And Louis and Kadeem Henry did not really well. Louis didn't trouble the score. Kadeem Henry only 12. And this partnership between Captain Graves, who has just arrived, and Carty has to be a decisive partnership for the Leewards.
Looking back at the Leewards batting lineup and the Kadeem and the Joel Andrew, I think these guys were just looking to survive. I think when you get out there, you got to look to score. You understand what I'm saying? You got to keep score, try to score, you know,
that's
as much as they possibly can. You know, the survival mode, if you notice, the two open bowlers are still at you here. You know.
And the sheen on the ball is still so
there,
evident. So. This time, Graves as well leaves it alone. But you must score. We're not saying to be you need to be reckless.
No, not really.
But it's a contest between bat and ball. It's a contest.
The strike a bit more.
That's right, between bowlers and batters. And then you're saying to the bowler, I think, okay, I have measured you. And that sends a signal. It even sends a signal to the captain to make even adjustment to the field, to make adjustment to the bowling lineup. But we have just had what we're into a 22nd over of pace here in this innings. Justin Graves drives.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
He will get a second. Get the second run comfortably in the end.
So you were talking about earlier on as a captain, if you push low in the order, or you stay at your normal position. I recommend you stay at your normal position. You know, had he been early on in Graves, might have been a different ball game.
Difference. You're correct.
With his experience and that kind of stuff, you need to get out there and take the ball by the arm and control the game.
And even the authority being there as the captain may well speak volume, because I thought with much strain was on Joel Andrew. I'll get back to that as Seals comes into Graves. Graves plays an involuntary shot down the fine leg. He will get a 4. But he was not in control. It was rising a bit. He was pushing out with an angle bat, and the ball took the inside edge and it went down to fine leg for 4. 4 runs. Nevertheless, the 50 comes up for the Leewards, but not at all in control, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, it wasn't really a control shot, but as I say, Seals is actually putting in some effort, and you can see he's getting, you know, that sort of bounce. He's actually getting more bounce from this end than when he started first. You know, maybe he wasn't hitting the pitch that hard because, you know, he was more looking to bowl of a fuller length.
And I also thought it had to be with the angle. Running up not only the slope, but also the wind situation here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Comes in Seals. This one is wide outside the off stump.
I would want to think that Graves is probably the key batter and the leading batter in this Leeward's lineup. So you don't want to sit back and come so late. You want to get up there and be the Michael Jordan for the Leewards.
You don't want to take the team out of trouble. You want to put the team in the ascendancy.
Position,
yes.
Yeah.
And I reckon that I had no problem with Joel Andrew coming in at 3 because he looked the part. But I think Graves should have come at 4. No discount to Carty, but Carty's out there. And he looks as though he's trying to find his way. And that may have taken some pressure off of Joel Andrew, because from the time he went out in the second over, you know, he had to be the face of the team. And then in Carty coming in, you know, he himself didn't quite look, you know, the same as he was when he was batting with Kadeem Henry. Then his demise, then the captain comes in.
Yeah, so that's why I'm recommending that Graves should have been in my opinion, in his rightful position that he normally bats. You know, control the innings. You know, don't be afraid to get out there and take the ball by the hand. I'm not saying to go and play crazy shots, but control the game. His experience alone, his stature alone out there makes a difference.
Exactly. So let's see how they manage things. We are just 12 minutes away from lunch. The captain covers up well. A good delivery from Seals, nevertheless, coming into him, was able to play it on the offside after 22 overs in the first morning of this bilateral series between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the TNT Red Force. The Leeward's Hurricanes 53 for 3.
Yeah, if you notice that they've got 2 helmets out there ready, one for the wicketkeeper and one for probably a bat pad. And they have, haven't gone to that spin option yet, but they were actually thinking of it. So it tells you that the Pacers are actually doing a good job and they're sticking with them.
Yes, and I think good captaincy on the part of Joshua De Silva. I thought I would say this. I may have commented about some concerns with his wicket keeping in the past. He has looked good today, and I think also his leadership would have given the West Indies an extra dimension, potentially when you look back at him a few years ago in his development. One of the issues that has challenged West Indies cricket has been the issue of leadership.
I personally think that Joshua De Silva should be in the West Indies team.
Yes.
Based on his performance.
And I also think that even beyond that, that leadership, him being groomed previously as a vice captain coming up, that he should have been in the main conversation as far as leadership.
Yeah, I see no reason that he should be out of the team. He's been scoring runs. He's been keeping not worse than anybody else. I don't think that he should be out.
Down the leg side, worked away by Casey Carty, the other factor on his merit. Nobody was breaking down the door, in terms of runs. And when we looked at, we had to go back to Ruston Chase to lead the test team in a really bizarre manner. It tells you that, decisions are made, and I guess better decisions can be made.
Yeah, well, again, it's, as you say, when you get into a selection panel stuff, that's what can cause a lot of problem. Everybody have different views. Everybody have different,
It's okay to have different views, yeah, but ultimately, you have to come to the best decision for the whole.
Yeah, for the team.
Here is Anderson Phillip covering up on this occasion.
Yeah, I like this effort from Phillips. He's actually running in. He knows he's going to launch very shortly, so he's actually giving up everything.
Good battle this morning. Advantage TNT Red Force. Started out early with this man on the screen, Anderson Phillip, taking the first wicket, outfoxing Mackay Louis. He was bowling from the northern end. This time he's coming from the southern end in his first over, having the Leewards 1 for 1. Comes into Captain Graves. Graves covers up, plays the ball back up the track. Phillip boots it to Jason Mohammed.
What I want you to do, Seth, is to pay attention to Graves' batting stance as opposed to Carty and opposed to Joel Anjo. He is definitely in a better stance than, the two names that I mentioned.
And that's important.
Phillip. Yeah, what's happening? When the ball is outside half stump, these other guys cannot find it because their front foot is starting too far outside leg stump.
You're hearing it from the expert. Phillip comes in. Graves shuffles inside the line and works the ball into the offside. Jason Mohammed fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I am definitely in support that Graves should have been coming in higher at number 3. Get out there and, as I say, control the innings from there.
In fact, he has been an opener as well, so he can bat in any position.
Right. So,
but as you say, lead from the front.
From the front. What number is he coming here now?
Number 5.
Number 5. Who else you got coming after him?
Well, it may be Hamilton. Then the bowler, Raheem, Cornwall, then the bowlers.
He's too low.
Yes.
Definitely too low.
So you find yourself digging out up from the middle.
Yeah.
Instead of building at the top. Things to learn from. Here is Anderson, the good delivery. But he was in the right position to play the ball to Terence Hines on the offside at mid-off.
Seems like we're going to see some spin now, Seth, though.
54 for 3. Are you saying after 23 overs we will see some spin?
Yeah, it looks so.
We definitely will see some spin. It looks like Carrie Peer is it who at one point, is it?
Yeah.
Was going to pick up the slack, yes, from the southern end. He's going to pick it up from the northern end. And I think a good burst from the combination of Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillips, and Terrence Hines, each taking a wicket for the TNT Red Force, pegging back the Leeward's Hurricane at 54 for 3. For the first time in this session, with just about 8 minutes to go before lunch, we're seeing the introduction of spin.
Yeah, let's see how he starts. It's interesting. Field placement.
So let's look at the field. He will be bowling with a slip, a deep backward point, a cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on. Here is Carty playing this one into the offside to Jason Mohammed, and there is no run. Also Hines down at long leg. Interestingly, Dave, TNT with a very experienced batting lineup. Carrie Peer comes in. Ball played out into the offside by Carty. Jason Mohammed is back. I thought for once I heard that Jason Mohammed may have been retiring last season. And now Evan Lewis comes into the team. Last year, Darren Bravo was absent. Oh, this one pops on him. And I thought he got away with that. Dave Joseph, your thoughts? I'm not quite sure if it took a leading edge or high up on the pad.
It seemed like
Let's
it,
look at it.
bounced out of the pitch.
Yes,
Yeah,
it turned.
Yeah,
Bounce and turn.
Yeah, bounced out of the pitch pretty, surprisingly for Carty.
So survival must be the focus for Carty before lunch. Loud appeal, umpire Tuckett keeps his hand in position. Carrie Peer still looking at the umpire, perhaps suggesting that he may have had his man.
Yeah, I think Carty has been rehearsing the shot that he should have played first. You need to get on your front foot if you're going to get on your front foot, not halfway.
Yes, it may have pitched down the leg side, because that one, height was not an issue there. This time, plays it to the man at bat pad. And Carty being tested in this first over
well,
spin.
it's tight on lunch now, so you don't want to do anything rash. And he has gone into his shell a little bit.
Trying to work it off the pad, didn't do so. The ball coming from the pad drops in the onside, and it is a situation where the over ends. It's a good clean maiden from Carrie Peer, immediately inducing some error from
We're going to have
Carty.
another spinner again? No? Yeah.
Looks like twin spin, so we would be, well, we're leading up to lunch, and it looks like Brian Charles is going to take it up. So as we move towards lunch, they're changing the tempo from those 23 overs of medium fast bowling to 1 over of spin, and then we're going to have our second over of spin. Brian Charles, who has been a good fixture for the Red Force over the years, looking to pick up the attack. So we have seen the 5th bowler being introduced after 3 bowlers really dominated the sway for the session. Graves works it. The first ball down to fine leg. They get 1. They decided not to take the second.
Well, better be safe than be sorry, he said, at this point.
I think the difference we saw when Kadeem Henry and Joel Andrew were batting, they were making 2-2s and they were making 3-3s. They weren't hesitating.
Yeah, Joel Andrews is a pretty good runner between the wickets, and he looked to capitalize on every run. That's what I do know about him.
So patience for The Leewards, Charles, going down the leg side, beat everything, everybody, beat the wicket keeper, going towards the fine leg boundary, pulled up by Carey Peer. And Carty coming back for the second bye. So 2 byes being conceded. Good turn.
Interesting, he said it's been turning from the first ball here.
Yes. Good sharp turn.
Yeah. We're seeing the introduction of a leg slip now too. So
right, so the forward short leg, the leg slip, interestingly. So good moves on the part of the captain of the TNT Red Force. Charles comes in. Carty, plays it on the onside. The forward short leg could not come into play. But it was Mohammed who came around from short mid-wicket to field. Good, tense, interesting period here. This one, spun on him. He was backing up Dave Joseph, looking to work on the onside, and the ball took the inner part of his thigh and went out into the offside. We've seen tricks already.
Yeah, it's been spinning here, and you see a bit of bounce there too. From this off spinning his very first over. The ball is a bit shine still, and it's turning.
Yes, Brian Charles, he loops it well. Quite a good off spinner. Right arm over the wicket. Casey Carty goes back and he steers it down to third man. They get 1. They're coming back for the second. That would do his confidence well. So he has moved up now to double figures. Carty moves to 11. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 59 for 3. 1 ball, I believe, remain before they go to lunch. It's 11:59. Brian Charles to Carty, down the leg side, taken by Joshua De Silva. That completes the over. And you can see Joshua De Silva moving quickly to get to
They're going to get in next
at
one.
the end to get in another. That is really smart, tactical move. Even on situations like this, he realizes the opportunity to get in another over and to keep the batters under pressure.
Yeah,
and that is part of your game.
Going to lunch, you're going to be under a lot of pressure. And the Trinidad spinners, they have started pretty well. You know, I like the Caribbean line that he's bowling. He is attacking the stumps on every ball set.
It's really a well-oiled Red Force bowling machine, if I may call it that. The 2 quicks at the top, the medium pacer coming in at first change, and then the 2 spinners. Here is Peer. Peer, who got his first nod for the West Indies in Test. That is, I always believe that he should have been a fixture in the limited overs, version of it. I know there are other spinners, but I think given his bowling and his fielding and what he can do, his use has not been maximized. Around West Indies cricket, he has been very consistent. Years ago, when others were given opportunity, I thought he was one who was sort of passed by. Seems a very cool character.
Yeah, he certainly does.
Comes into Justin Graves. Graves stretches forward. Does that right. Looks so different technically.
Yeah. He's actually looking like the best of the batters so far.
And you see how he shapes up. So much with cricket and the movement of the feet. They say you have to be a good dancer. Carripier strikes. In spite of all we have been saying about Justin Graves, he knew nothing about that. And Dave Joseph, the shock, the silence, it went through everything. Wicket number 4 for the Red Force, being enforced by Carripier.
And that's lunch,
going
looks like.
through, yes. Taking the off stump, rocking off the bails. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on the back of excellent bowling from Peer, from the 3 pacers that we have seen, Phillips, Seals and Hines. Capping off well the first session, inserting the Leeward's Hurricanes. They are 59 59 for 4. And Dave Joseph, we could sum it up that the only batting performance from the Leewards that really was of any mark would have been 27 from Joel Andrew, because the rest of the top order has flopped.
Yeah, they've been a spot about this time. 64 what? 64? 4?
For 4.
Yeah, and as I said to you,
well, we're dealing with 2 scores. Our on screen is saying 59 for 4. The
scoreboard,
manual scoreboard is saying 60, but we will take it 59 for 4. But it is a very strong start from the Red Force.
Yeah, as I was saying to you, Carrie Pierre, I love the line that he's bowling. He's attacking the stumps, and with the ball a bit hard still, that one just skidded on. Just now, past Justin Graves.
So the news is the over Pierre, 1 wicket without conceding a run from 1.4 overs. Of the 25.4 overs being bowled during this session, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the upper hand, having the Leewards 59 for 4. So until then, you will rejoin us after lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Good day and welcome back to CCG, the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We have the 4-day red ball encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and we had some a very interesting pre-lunch period. Leeward Islands getting into early trouble, losing wickets very early on. Michael Louis didn't trouble the scorers, and good bowling today we've seen from Seals and Phillip. And then there's a little bit of a counter-attack from Joel Andrew, who played a couple of good shots in his innings. Couple of good drives that he played during the encounter, scoring some 27 runs in total, Joel Andrew, and he was particularly good when the balls were right up to him. But the Leeward Islands losing wickets at regular intervals, 4 wickets down in the morning session. Michael Louis without scoring, Kadeem Henry for 12, Joel Andrew for 27, and right before lunch, Captain Justin Graves for 7. 4 wickets before lunch, only scoring 59 runs in the pre-lunch period. So we saw the Kadim Henry, really a soft dismissal, just chipping one up to mid-off and getting caught, get caught on the crease, both feet on the crease. And Joel Andrew, a little bit unfortunate, but I think that he was set up somewhat by good bowling from Jaden Seals. And then we saw just before lunch Justin Graves playing down the wrong line of a delivery that was pitched on or about the off stump, held its own, and Justin Graves was pointing his pads down middle stump somewhere towards almost the leg side and lost his off stump right before lunch. And a little good period there, good captaincy as well from the Trinidad and Tobago captain in trying to get that final over in Joshua De Silva. We saw him sprint down the track with 50, when it says 11:59, just to make sure that the umpires knew that he wanted to get that additional over in, and that additional over brought him the wicket, a vital wicket of captain of the Leeward Islands in Justin Graves. And so the Leeward Islands 59 for 4, and you tend to think that Casey Carty and maybe Jamal Hamilton, who will come out after the luncheon period as Dave Joseph is back alongside me, they're going to be an important aspect of the Leeward Islands batting if they're going to put down any sort of score that can compete against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, well, these two guys have got to come out and try and get the job done. It's going to be a huge task ahead of them, really and truly. But Hamilton has been known to be holding up the back end of the Leewards for quite some time. So let's hope and pray that he can get the job done today for the Leewards.
Yeah, he's going to need to get the job done once again. Last season, it seemed to have been the trend for the Leeward Islands that the top order at times failed, and Hamilton coming down the order would have put on some rearguard action for the Leeward Islands. And with the Leeward Islands today, Jamal Hamilton, maybe Raheem Cornwall, Jeremiah Louis as an all-rounder. Those are the batters to come. Nathan Edward can also hit it if necessary. The Leeward Islands would consider themselves to be in trouble. You would say so?
Yeah, they're in a spot of trouble and a spot of bother here. It's a long way out. You have to build some sort of score of respectability. So as I say, these two batters, as I say, Jamal Hamilton, he has got some experience. He can hit the ball, so he has a huge task on his shoulder here now, along with Carty.
Yeah, and Casey Carty in his pre-lunch period, 33 deliveries for his 11, looked a little bit out of sorts, a little bit scratchy, almost as if he's just trying to find his way back.
Yeah, well, he has looked that way. He's making some effort now to get his feet moving and that kind of stuff, but that has not been the case when he came in
first. Yes,
feet weren't moving. Looks a bit out of sorts, but let's hope he can get it right for the Leeward's sake.
Yeah, it's probably been a while since he's been in the middle batting for anyone. Casey Carty looks a lot like he's put on a little bit of bulk in terms of his shoulder. His shoulders looks like if he probably did some work in the gym. But for captain of Trinidad and Tobago, his spinners have come on and have gotten straight away to work. So we're going to see Carey Pear after the luncheon interval. His first delivery to Hamilton. Hamilton is forward, playing it defensively. No run, just 2 deliveries to come in to finish his over. So he's already bowled 1. So just 1 more delivery to end his second over. Had a wicket, no run yet scored off of his bowling, as Hamilton is back and hitting this one through the cover region for 4.
Great shot.
So he was back and giving himself room to a short of a length delivery from Carey Pear, and he just put it through probably extra cover, we would say, and it raced into the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, he didn't have to move at all. He knew that it was 4 from the time it left the bat. As I said, Hamilton has some experience and he has a bit of power too, then more so. once he stays around, he should be able to put some pressure on these spinners.
Certainly should be able to. And he bat spins pretty well. He doesn't seem to be one of the batters that is overrode by spin. And he probably would say he's an experienced campaigner right now.
Yeah, but I'll tell you that spinners don't really like people who hit their balls and hit them very far.
Yeah.
So that's the key about him. He has the power. He knows he has it. And he's going to use it when he gets an opportunity to.
So we're going to see Anderson Phillip, who is going to continue from the southern end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the commentary box end where we're located in the grandstand area. And so that is his background, the grandstand, as he's going to be bowling to Casey Cart. He still has 2 slips in place and a gully. And Phillip is really sprinting in and starts right back where he left off. Delivery just on or about the off stump, shaping away from the right-handed Casey Cart. And that we've seen him going both ways for the day. Phillip, he's gotten some to come back at the right-handers, and then he shapes a couple of them away.
Yeah, he definitely shows that he has a bit of craft about him. He can get the ball to go both ways to the batters. And he's not afraid to run into. He seems like he's still running in after lunch here.
Yeah, he's probably had a light lunch because he really sprinted in that first one. Here is he in again and playing defensively. Again is Casey Carty just covering up and playing it out into that straightish mid-wicket region. No run. We've had wonderful weather today. Yesterday there was rain around Antigua and Barbuda. None today here at Coolidge so far. We've seen blue skies around, bright sunshine, a sprinkling of spectators, and I'm being generous. We see 1 or 2 around the grounds. So still a struggle when it comes to regional cricket in terms of attracting the support. We might have to work on our marketing. Here we watch as Phillip is in and Carty is forward and playing defensively once more to a delivery that started on or about the middle stump and just was a shaping towards Carty's off stump. He played it defensively into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, so Phillip again is actually getting the ball to shape away from the right-handed batter. So even though he has actually pitched it in on the center stump, it's actually, cutting back out. And that's a very good sight.
Louis not, Henry 12, Andrew 27, Carty not out 11, Justin Greaves back in the pavilion for 7. That's the scorecard so far for the Leeward Islands, and Hamilton on 4. So not a very impressive scorecard so far. 63 for 4 as we look at it.
Yeah, as I said, then these batters need to rotate the strike a bit more. You'll definitely see a change and a shift in length and lines and stuff like that, which will make it easier for them.
Yeah, they do need to find a way to score. Carty faces now as Anderson Phillip continues to sprint in. Again, can't score, just comes down with a defensive bat.
Yeah.
Into the onside field, and that ball was angling towards the leg stump. Maybe if he'd just played it a tinge later, just with a little bit of a wrist, getting it into that square leg region, he could have gotten himself a single.
I think that the shot you're talking about there then will be a dangerous shot because the ball is definitely outswinging here. So looking to play it straight will be your best option.
You're more experienced in batting than I am, and I'll take your word for it. Here we watch as Anderson Phillip is in, and Carty gets another good delivery right up to him. He plays it defensively into the offside field with that straight bat that you were talking about.
Yep.
And the end of over number 27, 63 for 4. Let me look at the scorecard there. Double figures for Kadeem Henry and for Joel Andrew so far. But the Leewards would be very disappointed right at the top. Michael Louis, somebody who they would be looking for a lot of their runs from. Didn't score today. And Captain Graves would be disappointed because that over right before lunch, 3 deliveries before lunch, he lost his off stump, actually playing right down the wrong line of a Carey Pierce delivery. Pierce starts a new over, and a delivery that's taking the edge of the bat of Hamilton. No run.
Yeah, Pierce is asking some real good questions of the batters here for Leeward. He's been on the stumps. You definitely have to negotiate him properly.
Walking in, and with that left arm, his left arm around the wicket, Carey Pierce. And Jama Hamilton again. Hamilton looks well built. Short man, but his shoulders look a lot broader than I've seen him. So these guys look as if they've been working out. Hamilton again is forcing it off the back foot. Good stop, good diving stop in the covers there by the Trinidad and Tobago.
Is that
fielder.
Lewis?
Looks to be that's probably Evan Lewis who is standing there.
Looks so.
Ball coming off the edge of Hamilton's bat, falls away into the offside field. No run once more. So Pierre continues to be very tight, very accurate. So far, we've just seen that one loose delivery that he gave to Hamilton in the last over that was put away. You see again, left arm around the wicket. And Hamilton almost getting himself in trouble, was looking to play the sweep shot. The ball just missing and falling as it just took the pads maybe of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
I think he's actually sensing that Hamilton is going to go after him and see him making adjustment to his mid-off. He's actually pushed him back 3/4 of the way here. So he's sensing that Hamilton is going to have a go at him.
Hamilton is not the type that is going to just prod around for long periods and not score. He's getting a good delivery and he's just steering it into the offside field to end. Carey Pierce maiden over. His figures 2-3 overs, and he's had a wicket for 4 runs so far in his spell. Leeward Islands, they remain 63 for 4.
Yeah, it's a long way up the hill here for Leeward to try to get themselves out of this, spot of bother here. They're going to need a good partnership from this pair here.
Wicket for Hines, Seals, Phillip, and Pierre. So the wickets have been shared around by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers so far.
Yeah, I think credit must be given to the bowling attack of TNT. They've been bowling pretty well, stuck to their task. And their lines.
New over starts from Phillip. First delivery played defensively. In by Casey Carty, no run. So as you see, when he's bowling to just the one batter, no need for any change in the field, no movement, no nothing, not. So it makes it a lot easier for the bowlers when the Leeward Islands batters failing to
rotate the strike
over.
Yeah.
Yep. Need to find strike rotation as Anderson Phillip goes in now and delivery right up to the right-handed batter once more. Ball rolling back along the pitch and no run. Trinidad and Tobago, you think, would want to continue to put pressure on the Leeward Islands and maybe try and bowl them out for a small score sometime today?
Yeah, well, that's on the cards definitely for TNT. They've got 4 wickets down here, 4 of the better batters back in the pavilion, and maybe the last recognized pair here now.
We watch as a delivery again. Carty just forward with a defensive stroke. No run.
Yeah, I think, the bowlers have been bowling pretty well. I see Phillips here, he's bowling a bit straighter than when he started, and even the second spell he bowled. And the Leeward's batters are still having some trouble and some difficulty getting him away. So kudos to the bowlers. They've been doing a very good job.
They've been disciplined.
Very.
Anderson comes in once more. Delivery this time on the line of the leg stump. Carty coming down and just pushing it out to Seal standing at mid-on. And Gain can't score.
Yeah, I think it's a very good, ploy or tactic by the Trinidad Red Force captain. They've actually opened up, just for the square, hoping that Carty looking to go that way and then probably get leg before a bowl. There's a huge gap there in that part of the field here. And the bowler is definitely attacking him right around the leg stump here.
Carty leaves one outside the line of the off stump. This time just picking up the line early, raising the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of Joshua Da Silva, the Trinidad and Tobago captain. Leeward Islands today being captained by Justin Greaves. And for me, Greaves is when the squad was announced by the Leeward Islands, I was pretty surprised to see Justin Greaves listed as the captain. It was not something that I was expecting from the Leeward Islands. I know earlier in the season the Leeward Islands had indicated that Karima Gore was going to be somebody that they're looking at captaincy. Good running on the part of the two, Casey Carty and Jamal Hamilton. That one was played up to short mid-on region, but because they were positive and took off for the run easily, even though the stumps were broken at the non-strikers and Carty had already scooted home to get the 64th run, 64 for the end of the over.
Yeah, that's the kind of singles we're looking to get, Denmo, in terms of being able to rotate the strike. As you mentioned earlier on, you got to find a way. I remember having a coach by the name of John Archibald for Antigua and Leeward Islands. He tell you got to find a way, And those words actually stuck with me up to now. They're still with me. You must find a way to rotate the strikes.
Certainly important. Seals is going to be Carey Peer who's going to continue with his left arm spin. And Hamilton is peeling this one off the outer edges, running.
That's Carty.
Carty, correction, was throwing the bat at that one. Gets two down to a wide third man position. Fielder running back, giving chase. There in Django. And they come back for 2 runs. Samir Django as well, out there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force today. Casey Carty gets another inline delivery from Carey Peer, plays it defensively, and no run. Encouraging still for Sunday afternoon Lime. Cricket is a good way to come and watch the game today. As this delivery is steered away, just getting it past the man at short leg for a run, Casey Carty.
Yeah, that's it. Keep rotating the strike. The bowler will have to change his line and length. 2 different batters.
2 different batters, 2 different type of players.
Yeah, Hamilton definitely have more aggression in him. He'll have to change his line.
Certainly. And Hamilton again just steering this one down into the third man region for a single. Good so far in terms of getting the strike rotated. And this is what Leeward Islands need to do more often. Just find a way to score. Can't let the bowlers get so on top of you that they have you bogged down. Carty has been there, 15 runs from 48 deliveries. Hamilton a little bit more aggressive, 9 off his 5. Sorry, 5 off his 9 deliveries. Carey Peer continues, and Carty's playing defensively. Again, no run. Casey Carty is facing and gets another run as he just gets it to the right of the man at backward point. And 1 run. Looks as if it's a no ball too, signaled by the umpire. So, very naughty of Caripie, a spin bowler, to be overstepping the crease. So, 68 for 4 is the total as we look at it. Hamilton again just driving at a delivery that is right up to him, and there is no run. 69 for 4 at the end of 30 overs. So 30 overs have been bowled by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's pretty, easy going for the Red Force. They've been, sticking to their guns and keeping the Leeward's batters a bit quiet. We still have Phillips still in the attack. He's been the opening bowler, and this is his 3rd spell, Denmore?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
his 3rd spell.
Still going pretty strongly.
Still going pretty strongly. We saw him come off the ground just for a brief moment after when his first spell had come to an end from the opposite end to where he's bowling now. He went off, and whatever the treatment that he would have gotten seemed sufficient, so he's back on and still sprinting in. And he's having Carty for just a short moment very nervous as that one came off the inner portion of the bat and almost like Joel Andrew went close to the stumps.
Well, he's still bowling at a fairly decent pace then more for his 3rd spell. And he's coming up the hill too.
Yeah, he's really putting in the effort. He is Anderson Phillip. He's always been a bowler of discussion because when he gets picked by the West Indies, if you've ever seen the comments there, very, very varied. We see Carty driving to a delivery, but he's driving straight to Lewis at extra cover, no run. It's always varied when it comes to Anderson Phillip. There's those who love him and think that he should be in the West Indies squad, and there are others who thinks that he might be on the lucky side to have gotten into the squad. But based on what I'm seeing here today, I like the effort that he's putting in for his team.
Yeah, he seems like a worker. He seems like a workhorse then more so. I think any captain would like to have him on his belt. Somebody we can call upon to really run in and bowl.
Yeah, because he's stayed very interested in what's taking place. He's bowling another good delivery to the right-handed Casey Carty, and there is no run. And captains like those kind of players, that players that you can depend on.
Yeah, once you're going to be putting out 100 and 110% all the time, that's going to be a guy that the captain is going to want to see all the time.
What are some of the other things that captains look for, though? As I'm speaking to somebody who has had experience at different levels of captaincy, what are some of the other things that goes through the mind of a captain? And we'll hear your response after this delivery from Anderson Phillip. Casey Carty again, can't score, no run.
Yeah, you want to have guys around you who have good knowledge of the game, and even knowledge about their craft that they, specialize in. And like for the Trinidad Red Force here, Jaden Seals comes to mind. He pretty understands what he's doing with the ball. And Phillips here too, he's pretty competent, it looks like. And he's not afraid to run in and bowl. And they definitely came out with a plan, and you have guys who, the captain likes the guys who can bowl to the plan. You set a plan in the change room and you come out and you definitely go out and execute it. 1 or 2 balls may, drift offline and that kind of stuff, but for the most part, you're on target.
And for the most part, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've been on target today because the Leeward Islands have found it difficult to score their 70 for 4 in over number 31. And Pittman and Karima Go left out of the Leeward Island squad today. We saw Pittman during the luncheon interval just having a run out, bowling some deliveries on one of the practice pitches through to his coach. And it looked as if he's probably put on a yard of pace. He got a couple of them to really go through, looking very quickly. This is Anderson Phillip in, and Carty again is driving, but straight to that field at extra cover again. Can't pace the infield, and there was no run. 70 for 4 after 31 overs.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that Pittman didn't make it into this final 11 here today. I've been knowing him for quite some while, and he's been one that has been bowling, pretty quick, for quite some time.
Yeah,
it looks as he's improved on his line and length too, to me.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands, though, in my estimation, they've chosen to go for more medium pace, you would say, rather than out and out fast bowling. And I still love genuine fast bowlers. Caripia is coming in and looking to hammer that one away. Was Jamal Hamilton just loses his balance as he was looking to go through, no run. When I say medium, Jeremiah Louis, Nathan Edward, O'Shane Thomas could be considered an out and out fast bowler, but they and Graves might be the one that does the bulk of the seam bowling for the Leeward Islands. Hamilton gets a single as he's playing a ball out into the extra cover region. The extra cover fielder is deep, and the ball went to his right as well, so they were able to come through for a very comfortable single. What's your thought? How would you think about the out and out fast bowling as compared to the all-rounder type medium pacers?
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of genuinely quick stuff, so I don't know about the medium pacers. To me, in this Caribbean region we have, the pitches are very flat, and medium pacers to me are a joke. Yeah. So I am one for the guys who can bowl real quick, and ones they're willing to work hard and bowl for long periods. In my day we had
periods in.
Yeah, as I was saying, in my day we had guys like the Benjamins, Ambrose. Then we came down to Jensen Joseph, Whitmore Quinn, Lesroy Weeks, Hamish Anthony. Those guys were
Cleve Joseph.
Yep.
Hungry Walsh.
Yeah, those guys were difficult to deal with.
Very difficult to deal with. Here is this delivery that is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. You've ever played with Hammer Roberts?
Yeah, I've played with Hammer, and recently I learned lately that he's a brother.
Yes, he's my
he's a really
brother. But I just wanted you to
know
he's that
he's a stiff competitor too.
He is a stiff competitor, and the last competition we had, I'll tell you after this delivery. This one is stayed away into the offside field, no run. We had a looks competition. Myself and him, we posed for a photo, and we posted it on the Facebook page, and I won hands down. I got more likes than he did.
Oh Lord of mercy.
End of the over though, 72 for the Leeward Islands after being inserted today by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force getting 4 wickets before the luncheon interval. They got the wickets of Michael Louis, Kadim Henry, Joel Andrew, and Justin Graves before the luncheon interval. And Jamal Hamilton and Casey Carty and Jamal Hamilton. I understand Carty originates in Anguilla, but operates out of St. Martin, so you can almost say the Anguillan pairing at the crease now, trying to do the repair job for the Leeward Islands. As I say, good afternoon to Patsy Frederick Watley over there in Anguilla. His delivery is played away into the onside field, and they're going to get a single. So early on, getting that strike rotated for the Leeward Islands, and I would also just say hello to her husband, Bernard Watley. Bernard is a very opinionated person, calypso writer and teacher, all in one. And they say he's now a luxury taxi driver down there in Anguilla. And he has done a lot of good work around the Caribbean. Good afternoon to you, Bernard. Good afternoon to everyone who's listening to us. Here we watch as this delivery steered away into the offside field. He was interested in exploring the possibility of a run there, Hamilton. No run on as the ball went straight to the fielder standing at cover, who was a little bit deep in that position. That's Amir Django, who is going back. It's pretty deep there. Maybe more of a point than cover position. As we see Evan Lewis standing in a straightish extra cover position, and then Hines is at mid-off. As Anderson Phillip continues. He's in, and Hamilton is hammering this one through the covers for 4. That's a beautiful shot. He just stood on the back foot and hammered it through that cover region, and that's a beautiful shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a great shot by Hamilton. That's what you get when you rotate the strike. The lines and lengths have got to be different. Different batters, you've got to change your whole approach to them. So I see Hamilton here is forcing him to bowl a bit shorter, because he knows if he goes into Hamilton areas, he's going to hit him straight over his head.
Yeah.
So, and he's still good off the back foot, punching his through the covers.
He is. And
so good stuff there from Leeward now. They're actually rotating a bit more, which is creating a bit of opening and some gaps for them.
With 2 slips still in place, Phillips is going to continue from the southern end into bowl to Hamilton, and Hamilton is squeezing one out into the offside field, finds Amir Django, who is deep at that point position. No run. The ball coming off the bat pretty well just now and travelled quickly to Amir Django, who is posted there. No run. So, bright sunshine, beautiful weather. I was saying to
lovely day for cricket then, Mo.
Yeah, for those persons who want an afternoon, something to do in a Sunday afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda, they should come out to CCG and take in some of the cricket. Delivery that is played away into the onside field, forward of square, and they get a single as the man having to do some work around from the straightish mid-wicket position. One more to the total again.
Yeah, Hamilton is definitely showing his experience then more.
He is showing his experience. He has done so for a little while now for the Leeward Islands. He's been around. I remember when Hamilton came in as an under-19 player. At that time, I was managing the Antigua and Barbuda under-19 team with Devon Thomas and company. Here we watch as delivery right up to Casey Carty. And Hamilton at that time was an opening batter. He was an opening batsman, and he was destructive from ever since he was young. I remember he used to hit the ball very hard at that early stage. End of another over from Phillip comes. Hamilton is on 10, Carty on 18. Leeward Islands Hurricanes is 77 for 4 after 33 overs. And the score has been updated very quickly, 78 for 4 after 33 overs.
Yeah, it's going to be a stiff challenge here. As I said, Leeward, they're pulling themselves out very slowly. You know, in interest of Leeward, let's hope these 2 batters can stick around for pretty long.
Still quite a ways to go.
Yep.
The Leeward Islands probably thought that they would have scored a few more runs in that pre-lunch session. Hamilton gets a good delivery at the start of Caripea's new over. Plays it defensively into the offside field. No run.
Yeah, I very much like the Hamilton approach. He is looking to score.
And we see that the manual scoreboard, they've been listening to us too, because they've adjusted the score to match with what we have here on the official scorecard, 78 for 4. We are in over number 34. Still a long way to go in the day's play. This one is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. There are lots of cricket going on around here in Antigua and Barbuda. We have another match that is taking place in this CWI competition. Well, 2 other matches are going on, and we'll bring you a little bit of update on them in a very short while. One game is being played up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium between the Windward Islands and the Guyana Happy Eagles, and 82 for 1 the Windward Islands Volcanoes in that encounter. Kavem Hodge and Auguste at the crease. Hamilton is out, caught at that short extra cover position. Was he? No? I thought he was. For a short while, but I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it might have been dropped in that
No,
position.
I think it was dropped. The ball actually bounced before, but the column is obscuring your vision
it's
a bit.
Obscuring my view a little bit, and just the way that the fielder threw it up, I thought that he might have taken a catch. But Hamilton survives. I got a little bit ahead of myself. The Hamilton is still there, and the Leeward Islands at the end of that over. The Hurricanes, they're 78 for 4.
Interesting change coming back. Jaden Seals coming back into the attack again now, then more.
Yeah, Jaden Seals coming back.
Yeah,
so we've
Trinidad
seen him
keeping on the pressure here.
Yeah, they're not taking the pressure off of the Leeward Islands. They want to dismiss the Leeward Islands today and keep them down to a pretty small score. Seals starts with a good delivery, one that is just shaping away from Casey Carty into the gloves of
Very
Joshua
good
De Silva.
start.
No run.
Good start is what, third spell?
Yeah, well, we've seen him from this end. We also saw him bowled probably an over or 2 from the opposite end, and he's back
again,
again here. And in the other match, Jamaica Scorpions taking on Barbados Pride. Barbados, they are 124 for 3. 124 for 3. Barbados. Seals outside the line of the off stump to Carty, no run. And in that encounter, Brathwaite made naught. Shane Mosley got 6. Jonathan Drakes 10. And the not out batters are Kevin Wickham, he's not out on 44, and Kyle Mayers not out on 56 for Barbados there in that encounter so far. 2 wickets for Marquino Minley and a wicket for O.J. Shields so far for the Jamaicans. Here is the delivery, striking him on the pad, and he's out leg before. So Carty got caught on the crease, and the ploy of bringing back Jaden Seals has worked for Captain Joshua De Silva. Casey Carty goes leg before wicket to Jaden Seals, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes losing their 5th wicket. It's now 78 for 5. Carty walks back to the pavilion.
Yeah, not at all happy with how his footwork was going from ever since he came in. He's been stuck around the crease, not looking to get out to the pitch of the ball, and that has posed some problems to him and caused his downfall.
Looks a good shout, and umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. agreed with the Trinidad and Tobago's bowler Jaden Seals' appeal, and Carty walks back to the pavilion, and he's gone, And who's the new batter
Louis,
we see
looks
come
like
out?
Louis.
It looks like it's Jeremiah Louis. So Jeremiah Louis comes out for the Leeward Islands. Surprisingly that he's coming ahead of Raheem Cornwall. But lately I've found that, I don't know why, but Cornwall has been doing less and less batting, even at the club level. We've seen him not necessarily doing too much batting lately. He's concentrated more on his bowling attack, his bowling. So
he's going to have to get out there at some point. Then more.
Definitely he's going to have to get out there at some point. And I would love to see him refine his confidence, just get back a little bit more confident in terms of his overall cricket, his batting especially. Just have some belief once more. But somebody with a lot of belief is Jaden Seals. I'll get to your comment in just a short while. We'll see this first delivery from Seals to Louis, bouncing outside the line of the off stump, no run.
Yeah, I don't think confidence is a problem for Cornwall. I think the running is a problem.
Yeah.
And that's where, Leewards have been, shortchanging themselves. They got to start to look seriously at making a proper decision on what they're going to do with him. Because if you're playing cricket and can't run, I don't see the point, to be honest with you. Definitely not. Look, you have Hamilton still in the wicket now, and even though Cornwall gets out there now, you're not going to be able to get a single. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thoughts of Dave Joseph. Louis is in the wicket. Here is a delivery from Jaden Seals, and he's leaving it outside the line of the off stump, no run. Louis is somebody that has been thought of as an all-rounder. Maybe has underachieved slightly. At one point he was up for, was he selected? I think he was selected.
He went to England sometime.
Yeah,
with
West Indies.
But got injured.
Got injured. So somebody that has been on the radar of the selectors, Jeremiah Louis. A lot of folks in St. Kitts thought that he would have been the breakthrough player for St. Kitts even before his brother, his younger brother. Is he driving at one outside the line of the off stump? No run. End of another good over from Jaden Seals. 2 for 20. His statistic score. The Leeward Islands, they are 78 for 5.
I think Louis has done, reasonably well for Leewards in terms of bowling and holding up the batting for quite some time. I've watched him for quite a while, and he really gives you, 100% every time he goes out there, in my opinion, until he got injured, recently. And he's coming back from injury here now, so he's, been out for quite some time. So
he's been out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's hope that he's now recovered and fully back to his best and can put in a performance today with Hamilton for the Leeward Islands, who really needs it now because they're 78 for 5 and in trouble.
Yeah, most definitely they need a good performance from these two.
Carey Pear, who will hope that he can dismiss one of these two batters. His first delivery is played defensively, but Hamilton opening up a whole lot. If you just look at where his left leg ended on that defensive shot. Here is he again, this time playing more of a conventional defensive shot.
As I mentioned earlier on, he's looking to score. You can see his intent. He's looking to score. Once he gets that opportunity, he's going to have a go. I can tell that. I can see it in him.
He's forcing one away out to the long off region for a single. So he's on to 11, total on to 12, and total on to 79. Is it 79 or 78 for 5?
78 for 5.
This is carry pace starts and then stops. Carry pair, left arm spinner around the wicket, and Louis punching off the back foot. The ball left the bat in the air just for a short while and then fell safely. Captain has put in 2 slips for pair bowling to Jeremiah Louis. Here we see forcing his hand at one and the ball falling away. Gary Pair looked a lot interested there, especially with the 2 slips in play just now. And Hamilton just calling down Jeremiah Louis to have a word. Louis just not looking very confident at that last delivery. Was just sort of pushing at it, almost finding the edge, bringing the slips into play. Pierre walks in, then breaks into a little run, and this time Jeremiah Louis is able to play defensively into the offside field, and again there was no run. End of the over, 79 for 5, 79 for 5. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after being inserted this morning when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain called correctly at the toss, and Joshua De Silva inserted the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and they've been under pressure from the word go this morning, Leewards. It's going to be interesting to see how Hamilton negotiates Seals here.
What goes into the mind though of captains and thinking, especially at the toss, as to whether you're going to bat first or bowl first? Seals continue, and flashing and missing at one outside the line of the off stump is Jamal Hamilton. Again was trying to go through the covers, didn't make contact on this occasion, no run.
Yeah, I want to think it's not just a captain's decision when you're going to decide whether you're going to bat or bowl. Also, it's going to be the whole team, and also the pitch, the conditions, you know, even atmospheric conditions around will determine what you do. I think Trinidad made a good decision to bowl this morning. You know, it wasn't really hot, and think the pitch was real fresh and nice. As you see, the ball was seaming around and moving around a bit. So I think they made a good decision to bowl first in it.
Yeah, I was speaking to one of the grounds person as I entered the grounds today, and I asked why did Trinidad insert Leewards, and he was saying with the way that pitch looks out there, I would have inserted them too. So
looks as if you have a bit of grass, you know, around, you know, good length areas too.
Certainly does. Good delivery from Jaden Seals again. Hamilton is played a hurried stroke defensively into the offside field, and there's no run. And just for Seth Burton, somebody sent a message to say that Travis Ferris is the head curator at Coolidge. Person said you might have indicated it might be Kadeem Phillip. But Kadeem Phillip is, we understand, just one of the persons who works with the curator. And they say the curator's name is Travis Ferris.
Shot.
This is a beautiful shot by
Hamilton.
Through the covers, he's going to get 4. That's a beautiful shot indeed.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Then more. He waited on that and just stroked it through the covers. Beautifully.
Yeah, that's a beautiful a shot as we've seen all day.
Yeah, it shows that he's not only a power hitter, he has a bit of, you know, finesse about him too.
Yes, that was graceful.
Good stuff. Yeah.
That was graceful. And it's coming from the Kuma Rodney, Seth Burton, just to tell you, the president of the Cricket Association, just to add credibility to who is sending the message. And I don't know how the system works, but that's the name that was sent to me, Travis Ferris. Here we watch as Jaden Seals continues. He's looking another wicket, and Hamilton is equal to the task, looking good as he's just forward, playing in a defensive manner, and there is no run.
Very good cricket, Denmore. Well bowled by Jaden Seals and well, negotiated by Jamal Hamilton.
Certainly. And Hamilton is somebody I thought he was around the West Indies setup. Thought he was a little bit unfortunate with the amount of opportunities that he got at the time when he was there. I thought that might have been hard done. Gets a short delivery that he was just looking to play and then deciding to sway out of the way, allowing it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva to bring up the end of another over. At the end of it, the score has moved on to 83 for 5.
Yeah, that's a very good tactic there by the bowler there just now, Denmore. Deliberately bowl the short ball, make sure it goes over because they want to keep this Louis on strike here. So, very good tactic. You can see the real thought behind the whole process of the TNT players.
They've been very tactful in the field today. They've had their tactics have their tactics all set and done. After this over from Carripe, you're going to hear Seth Burton, who is going to come in very shortly.
Yeah, this is what I like about cricket, Denmore. You should be able to see the definite plans and the tactics, throughout the whole game. It's more or less like a production,
Yeah, and when you see that like the bowler in Jaden Seals understanding what the overall goal is, what the captain wants to happen, and that he can fall in line by understanding we want to keep Louis on strike, and he didn't get selfish, as we see Caripe's first delivery play defensively. He didn't get selfish and say, I want a wicket. He stuck to the plan, bowled a deliberate bouncer to make sure that he's out of reach of Hamilton, so that the bigger objective can be achieved in keeping Jeremiah Louis on strike.
Yeah, that's what it should be about, and all the time. Make sure you're working for what the team requires at the given time.
Caripe is bowling well so far. This is his third delivery of an over, and still Louis cannot get off strike. Jeremiah Louis still yet to score so far.
He's having some trouble with his helmet.
Yeah,
been trying to adjust it for quite some time.
Quite some time, yeah. I was just thinking that he just probably needs to ask the umpire just for a minute, and whatever it is that is bothering him, just sort it out, like he's doing now, just making sure. It seemed to have been something with the padding inside that was bothering him.
Not comfortable at all.
Yeah, and so just took an opportunity to try and get it sorted. It seems to be sorted now, so he's in his stance and ready to go. As Pierre comes in, left arm around the wicket to bowl to Louis, and Louis is forcing one back up the track. Pierre knocks it down. And there is no run. Pierre continues to just try to find the edge of Jeremiah Louis' bat.
Yeah, he's trying actually to apply a bit more turn to the ball now, it looks like to me. Early on when he started, he was just pretty straight, but he's looking to spin it away, much more now than when he started.
Here is he again, just following through with that left arm and bringing Jeremiah Louis forward and playing it defensively, and there's no run. So after more thoughts from you at the end of the over, 38 overs gone. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 83 for 5. More thoughts from the former West Indies batter in Dave Joseph, and then we'll have Seth Burton.
Yeah, Pierre has been pretty economical so far. He's been keeping that end really tight, holding up that end for the Red Force. allowing the fast bowlers to work away from this other end. So it will be Seals to Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Denmore. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Sep.
I trust that you had a good lunch.
Surely did.
And you've been enjoying the game.
Yeah, well, it's been a while that I've been watching cricket. I've been out here, but it's been pretty good so far.
So I'm happy to have brought you back into the fray of things. So I'm hoping for bigger things.
Yeah, let's see how it goes, mate.
Yeah, you have so much to offer. And I think in the thinking side of cricket, you have stated the issue. You have helped in leadership, your expectations. You can coach batters. You can have a bigger eye out. Here is Jamal Hamilton. Hamilton is a veteran of he's in his 18th year.
18th year.
Wow. Of first-class cricket. Started in 2008.
Yeah, that's some time.
For the Leeward Islands. He has played 100 and... He has been out there, Dave. 114.
Yeah, that's some work been put in here by Hamilton.
Looks fit as fiddle. 35 years old. From Anguilla. One of the two. In fact, we'll get back to that. Gets a good one from Seals. That one hurried onto him. And he finched and jumped. And was able to get it off down to fine leg for 2 runs. He was rushed on that occasion by one from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, that one really nipped back, really nipped back at Hamilton, but he didn't even negotiate it. It actually went forward. Oh, yeah, it seemed that he has played it.
Yes, he did get his bat onto it.
Yeah.
So Jaden Seals, the man with 2 wickets already, has been the lead bowler for the Red Force. Also for the West Indies. Strongly built lad comes in to the veteran. Hamilton is in trouble here. I believe the ball may have taken the bat because he was going across to play that shot, and it would have hit the bat. That would have saved him after the ball cannoned into his pad. Seals straight and over the wicket coming into him. Yes, bat and then pad. And they were going up in appeal. So...
Yeah, Seal showing his definite craft here. Said he's actually getting the ball to come back into the wind. And not just coming back, he's coming back a long way.
He's a class act. I would say that for you. He's a class act at the international level. And he has demonstrated it today. Comes in to Hamilton. Hamilton goes back and then forward. And plays it well. But Hamilton, if we were to speak about Anguilla, you remember Omari Banks?
Sure.
He was the first from Anguilla.
Yeah.
To have represented the West Indies.
Omari Banks was my roommate when he played for Leeward.
Yes, tall, young, well, at that time, highly respected guy. I had the greatest respect for him, Dave. And remember when he played in that critical knock along with Vasper Drakes to bring the West Indies home in that historic test against Australia. I think it was 2003. That was really something special. Here is Hamilton driving, a lovely shot, piercing the cover. But good bit of chase on the part of Django. 2 runs to the veteran. And then after that, it was Jamal Hamilton, who in 2019 got his nod for the West Indies in only 1 test match. But yet you have Casey Carty. We have been speaking about Anguilla St. Martin, but that little niche, those little nice little rocks are producing players. And from thence, we also have Nathan Edward coming out. We have Durham coming out. So something special. It may have been shifting from Anguilla, but something special is happening between that little channel.
Yeah,
between Anguilla St. Martin.
Seemingly have been putting in some work down there. So kudos to them. The guys are, really, talent is really coming through.
So it's 87 for 5. And Carrie Peer, the man also with his lone test appearance, comes in this time. Oh, and it is over for Louis. Louis launching forward, prodding forward, the ball taking the outer half of the bat. Carripier gets his 2nd wicket. The Leeward Islands in dire straits here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They have declined to a position of 87 for 6, Dave Joseph. just within an hour after lunch.
Yeah, well, it's definitely good captaincy on behalf of, the Trinidad West Force captain. He has actually put in that second slip just a few overs ago. And there you see the ball heading straight to the man that he has just,
prodding
placed
forward.
in that position, yeah.
And a good catch for Brian Charles. Just enjoying it. In fact, it's Evan Lewis.
Evan Lewis.
Looking a little slimmer, Evan Lewis. But in comes the big man. Raheem Cornwall, a man who can bat at the top of the order, now finds himself at number 8. And it will be interesting to see the change or what change Josh De Silva will make. Meanwhile, they have used the opportunity to have a quick water break. So, Dave, we would just, for our viewers who have just joined us, to know that the Leeward Islands this morning, they lost the toss. Josh De Silva called right, and Josh De Silva decided to send in Justin Graves on his debut as captain for the Leewards and his team. They were by the second over, 1 for 1. Mikael Louis, the opener from St. Kitts, was caught by Carrippy at first slip off the bowling of Anderson Phillip. And then there was a partnership of 32 between Kadeem Henry, the best partnership of the innings, and Joel Andrew, who came in at number 3. They batted well for the Leewards, but then Kadeem Henry, he played at one that stuck on him from Terence Hines in his second over, and the 14th, in fact the 15th over at the end of over number 14, he was caught by Seals at mid-off off Hines for 12. That stayed Leeward's 33 for 2. And then Casey Carty came in to join Joel Andrew, and the two didn't add much. They added just 14 runs. And at the end of over number 19, we had another decline when in fact, when it was Joel Andrew who went for 27 off ball by Seals, a ball that really was a Yorker length delivery. He dug it out. The ball trickled back onto his stump. He went for 27, the best inning so far for the Leewards. This is 27 from 56 deliveries, including 5 fours. But after that, Justin Graves was bowled by Carrippy for 7. Casey Carty, LBW for 18. And now we just saw Jeremiah Louis caught off the bowling of Carrippy. And the Leeward's decline has been evident here, with nobody else showing any seriousness, because Jeremiah Louis, he went for duck. But apart from Jamal Hamilton, he's the only one who have gotten 20, apart from young Joel Andrew.
Yeah, interesting set. The big man is in now.
Well, the Rock, Raheem Cornwall, they call him Jimbo. And he has rock bowlers all over, whether opening in T20 in CPL or whether he is playing for the Leewards or Antigua or the Blackhawks. Everyone knows his ability and his capacity. And I just said that it is not very long before you see they're actually going on some defensive here. The long on and the long off have been spread. I would have gone at him without them. I mean, you're the captain, but I am in a strong position. I see long off, and mid-wicket on the boundary. Would you have gone on the defensive so early?
No, they're basically trying to get him down to the other end.
But he gets a single.
Yeah.
Quite easily. First ball just rolls and strolls.
I think they'd rather see Seals bowling at him.
Okay. Quite an interesting thing from the former Leeward Islands captain.
And I would think they're not looking to give them any free hits, no boundaries, anything over the infield is gonna go away for a boundary.
So they want to save it before it starts to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's 87 for 6 here. Hamilton, who is on 20, faces Carrippy. Pierre batting, well, bowling from the northern end. He has that forward short leg, and Terence Hines on the long leg boundary. So Hamilton, as we mentioned, he has really done his just due for the Leewards. 114 first-class matches. Coming forward on this occasion to pay 5,556 runs before this. highest of 130, average of 28.7, 6 centuries, so he can call upon his capacity to score century. On this occasion, he defends, and along with those 6 centuries, 34 half centuries, the veteran, and he's a top flight wicket keeper. Has looked the same in stature, meaning he maintains his body well. Strongly built, goes back and he cracks this one through the point boundary for 4. Really timed it well, sweetly, and he's showing the youngsters how to dance, how to prod forward and then back. And he slashed it, and even Carey Peer would acknowledge it is not the bowler's fault, but it's an excellent shot from the veteran, and he pushes up to 24 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I think Hamilton played a glorious shot to the covers there just now. He actually measured Peer well. He was looking to come forward, and then Peer pulled it down short, and he slapped it away to the covers of 4. Good stuff on behalf of Hamilton, and hope he can score some more runs to Leewards.
Yes.
Get them out of his trouble that day in a real spot of bother here.
And it's really a spot of bother, and they have, whom I believe have been their best 2 bowlers for the innings so far. Seals, the man who, well, in fact, Seals got on the board 3rd, but had really a masterclass of genuine swing bowling this morning, swinging the ball both ways, accompanied by Anderson Phillip. Had some support from Hines, but himself and Carey Peer, not just by the wickets, they have been the most penetrative. Cornwall faces Seals, 3 slips, and the gully go down. This time he gets one that bounces on him, but the big man is tall, so he was able just to guide that into the gully region. And Charles fields, and there is no run. So still a contest, although it has been Trinidad and Tobago red force. How can the force contain a hurricane? Quite paradoxical. Both are forces.
Both forces.
But the red force, they're containing the Leeward's hurricane. So this time Cornwall drives, lovely shot, good attempt on the part of Hines. Was unable to knock it down fully. Cornwall will stroll through for a single. So that is interesting. Some forces can contain a hurricane, maybe for a few days. This will be an epic battle, I believe, though the Leewards have been more drizzle rain than hurricane so far in this game. I think it could set up for something very special. What was your first game against Trinidad and Tobago like? Think about it, and then you can answer during the course of Jaden Seals over to Hamilton. Hamilton dabs it, but only as far as Jason Mohammed.
First game against Trinidad, on the 19th, Trinidad, Leeward's on 19 versus TNT, 2 knots.
Wow.
Caught at slip, bowled Dan Raj.
But I'm going to tell you something I saw you did to Dan Raj a few years after. It's hard to say. I was telling my sons about it, and you drove a ball back, but that was playing for the Leewards now, the senior team. You drove a ball back to Dan Raj, and I think that was the end of his career, technically. Oh, loss. Here is Hamilton being beaten by a beauty from Seals prodding for. You remember that incident?
Yeah, I think I remember the incident, but
wow.
It goes,
at Garaquara Park in
yeah.
South Trinidad.
It goes back, before, deeper than that. Because when I played against Trinidad first, I knew nothing about spin. And I came back home and I said to my coach, Taddy, and I said, Taddy, we need to work on something here because I'm not understanding what's going on here. So we went back to the drawing boards and we did some work. And the next year we went to Northern Telecom. I got 88 against Trinidad. I can't forget that.
Here is Hamilton being beaten once again. Lowered into a drive. Goes to the silver. Back to the conversation.
Yeah, so I said the next year, following year, I went back to Northern Telecom. I got 88 against Trinidad. I can't forget that. Queen's Park in Barbados.
In Port of Spain?
No, in Barbados.
In Barbados, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And from then, I really took into Dan Raj because he's a difficult customer, and you've got to be real serious with these guys with your approach when you're batting against them.
Here is Jaden Seals, generations after, comes in to Hamilton. Hamilton is once again, oh man, this bowler is epic. Look at that.
Yeah,
3 times he struck the identical spot. The
crafty.
Same result.
Very crafty.
And Hamilton just comes away to walk to Rakeem Cornwall, 93 for 6. Look at that again. Drama here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Dave, just before you finish the conversation, we have had some fans at the I know Jason and his crew will zoom in on them, but some ladies everywhere cricket is, whether it is at Liberta, the Black Hawks, whether it is at Coolidge, whether it's at Sevive, they are there and they're here today. And then there are some other visitors below us, and they say they're from England, some from Ireland, apart from the regular old boys. So
yeah, well, it's interesting to see, you know, some folks still love the cricket. You know, there's some people who definitely love it and they'll always come out and watch it.
Here is Cornwall facing up to Carey Payer. He goes back and he's beaten by that one. So after that, Taddy was able to transform the thinking, and then it was Dave on the attack against
Yeah, we
Trinidad.
did a lot of work, you know. Taddy got in quite a few. I remember Leon Stevens. Remember Leon Stevens used to bowl leg spin? Cannon Stevens. Yeah. Come and bowl at us in practice and that kind of stuff.
And here is where the cricket is important. That connection between a former player coach who knows it, transferring it to someone else, and then he yields. Now, here is the transformation of cricket. Apart from the era when I saw Gray and Bishop, now I'm seeing Trinidadian fast bowlers bowling for an hour plus.
This is
3 hours of cricket before the spinners. Here is Rakeem Cornwall going back, but to Django at backward point, and there is no one. But now,
I think what contributed to me being able to play spin even better set, we went, you remember Fitzroy Brand?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, he said to him, you know, Brand, I needed to play cricket all year round.
Here is Rakeem Cornwall coming forward to Carey Payer, playing the ball to Jason Mohammed. And
yeah, so he organized for me to go to England, and I went to England in Yorkshire. So I went to this Blackpool, Yorkshire Cricket Academy on the 19s, and I had some good stints there with the coaches there.
Here is Payer to Cornwall, and Cornwall comes forward. By the way, you're listening to Dave Joseph, the former West Indian batter.
Yeah, so we had quite a bit, you know, some good stints there at Blackpool, Yorkshire Academy, learning to play leg spinners. You know, and the coach was instructing me, you know, how best to go about playing them.
Here is Cornwall trying to sweep at that, down the leg side, no harm done. The over comes to an end. The Leeward is 93 for 6. Cornwall is on 2. Hamilton is on 24. And Dave Joseph will continue to tell you that the Trinidadian spinners that used to dominate cricket.
Yeah, and after we got back from that stint in England, you know, I scored at 500 something runs.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
541. Right?
Yeah, okay. I didn't remember. You know the figures. Yeah, so I enjoy playing against you know, Guyana. They have lots of spinners. I enjoy playing against Trinidad. Most of my runs, you know, come against these guys, you know, and I would think that my greatest asset was power.
Strength.
To these guys.
And timing.
Yeah. Well, timing goes without saying, but when you have power, and once the guys, they over-pitch, you're gone, out of the ground. They're short, try for shot, back and pull or cut, it's 4, you know.
Here is Seals. He has the power of skill and craft to Hamilton. Hamilton plays it out to Jason Mohammed. But you speak about power, but it's also a positive mindset.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
You're getting a sense now that a lot of the cricket is more grinding.
Yeah,
but there has to always be that intent.
Yeah, you've got to have that intent to score. I used to, I don't know if you know of this video they have called Viv Richards the Bull.
Yes.
And they have another one they call Hitting Across the Line.
That's right.
Every morning I used to get up with this videos and watch these 2 videos. I'm not leaving my house until I watch these 2 videos.
Wow.
Those days they what? Cassettes?
Yes, cassettes and some kind of tapes.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, Hamilton fans at it.
And I couldn't really play the shots like Viv Richards would have played. But one thing I took away from those videos was the level of positivity that he played with.
That was.
You know, and I went out and played, as I say, very positive. You know, I'm not making no jokes with no bowlers because I learned that once you put them under pressure, they're on the back foot.
And that is why in your first test match you were able to score a 50 against Australia with Glenn Magra and the like.
Yeah, well, that's it. They got to go out and, put them under pressure. I remember we played against President 11 in Garakara. Australia versus the President's 11 in Garakara. And I went in, the President's 11, 20-something before? And I said, no. I played against you guys before. Straight away went out and stamped your authority. I remember facing up to Shane Warne, and Steve Waugh was captain, and he bowled the ball, flighted, and I was down the track hitting him over long half. He stood up and he looked at me. Steve Waugh says to him, no, don't bowl here, mate. That's his shot. So I said to myself, okay, you remember something about me. So, yeah, it's real joy to, play against, good spinners. As I say, enjoy playing against Trinidad and Guyana. These guys are a lot of spinners, and you've got to back yourself, and find a way to score runs.
Yes. So that's what Dave Joseph is saying.
One. Never what? Oh, yeah.
Here is Seals to Hamilton. Hamilton drives. Jason Mohammed knocks it down. Hines backs it up at mid-off. And there is no run. So Dave Joseph is explaining now the positivity of playing spin. And I think that is what some of the young batters need to use. They end up grinding themselves in a hole. And then try to climb out instead of really trying to dictate and take the initiative. But you spoke about positivity. You spoke about watching Sir Viv, now the name has been called. That is inspiration. Here is Hamilton leaving this one alone outside the stump. And Jason was in the background saying that Steve Ward's mantra was never sledge Lara. So you're talking about positive people. And many thought, Dave, that you would have really come as that next person. But your career was short-lived to some extent. But at the same time, you would have enjoyed.
Yeah, it was a very short-lived career, but I enjoy the moments. As Jason was saying, there's some players you don't sledge them. You'll get them up to top level when you start to talk to them. You're better off not saying anything to them.
Here is Seals, comes into Hamilton. Oh, down the leg side, good diving stop on the part of it, dropped.
That actually seemed back a long way set.
Yes, but I got the impression from Seals that he was upset. We got to look at that again.
I think he thought that he would have had Hamilton bowl there, but that swung seemed back so much. Pass, beat Hamilton, beat the stumps. Good take by the wicketkeeper behind.
Here is he. Long way. Perhaps he thought it would have gone between bat and pad. Pitch on the middle. And ended up down the leg side. What a bowling. What a bowler. I think this is an interesting.
He's been showing some real skill and some real craftiness about his fast bowling.
And what I like about him is that he's not afraid of the hard work. Already 15 overs. And we're just after the first hour after lunch.
Well, one thing I can tell you
in a 4-day game, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29.
You can't get wickets if you're not bowling.
But now some of the bowlers want to hang up their boots after 8 overs in a day.
No.
And this man, the leader, he's really leading from the front. Here is Carrie Payer to Raheem Cornwall. Cornwall steers it to Django at deep backward point. Question maybe when will Cornwall go at it? They have the field set, the trap set, the long on, the long off, the mid wicket on the boundary, the deep cover. To Payer and Payer, he goes back.
Yes, I had a lot of fun with quite a few guys like Keno Masons, Phil Simmons, all that kind of stuff. That's short leg and silly mid off and that kind of stuff. We used to have a lot of fun with them. Talking to them, the feeling that silly mid off and silly point short, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Phil Simmons was a fierce competitor. Here is Raheem Cornwall coming forward to this one once again. There was something about the level of cricket at that time. I just think that there is a gap, a huge gap between now and then. I don't know if I'm just in my own imagination.
No, it's been a huge gap, The level of...
Here is Cornwall playing this one out. He will get the single, rotate the strike, and takes the score up to 97, 90.
Yeah, the level of, competitiveness that we used to play at is way different from what these guys play at now, Seth.
So it's 94 for 6. Yes, it's certainly different. And I think that culture, that positivity, the camaraderie. Well, I don't know much about the camaraderie now. Don't follow it as closely on the inside like before. But you can see the difference in temperament, the difference in aggression, the difference in, one asserting themselves. And even in terms of the quality of play, not trying to be harsh, but trying to be real. I would make a comparison. After this over here is Hamilton going back and playing the ball out into the offside. So I'm building a case from the foundation to now. So a few years ago, Raheem Cornwall's uncle, Wilden Cornwall, came back to play cricket in the National League of Antigua Barbuda, and he bammed a century. You with me last year? Then a guy named Bango the Western, who used to be a premier fast bowler around here, came back after a decade or almost 2 and was able to scare people. That is unheard of. So you're seeing these sort of decline that I can just come back and dominate.
One player said, Hungry Walsh.
He
bowled for numerous years in this.
And came back and maintained,
well,
and the standards couldn't keep you out. And then we're playing the Leeward Islands team. I was saying to you this today, you used to captain Winston, Kenneth Benjamins, and Curtly Ambrose, Hungry Walsh, all the fat batteries. And yet there was another battery of fast bowlers in the Leewards when they were out. Here is Raheem Cornwall, the spinner, plays it with a straight back. And then when we move from that, the Antigua team in the Leeward Islands Championship was filled with fast bowlers. And now there is a Leeward Islands team here without one Antiguan fast bowler. And the only one in the squad does not make the squad. So there's some deep decline in terms of the stock of cricket. And when we can fast forward now and see where Trinidad is, you would have had all the spinners coming forward, and now you can see 2 outstanding fast bowlers keep toiling away. You see that there is a difference in terms of progress in key areas in terms of the cricket.
Yeah, you can even take it further into international cricket. Look at India, Seth. India used to be, well stuck with a lot of spinners. India have quite a bit of fast bowlers now. So it goes to show once you put in the work in the different areas, you will get, people coming through.
That's a good parallel internationally because India now
has quite a bit of fast bowlers. Yeah. I remember when I started watching cricket, it was what? One fast bowler? Who is that guy?
It was one. Here is Raheem Cornwall down to fine leg, gets a single. I thought he was aiming to go at the mid-wicket boundary, but instead he rolled his wrists on that. It's a leg by, signaled by umpire Reefer. So yes, India, in the early days, they had Bedi and Chandrasekhar and Venkat and all these guys, and then in fact some of the batters used to open the new ball just to take off the shine. You had Amanat and some of these guys coming later, and Kapil Dev was the big standout. But right now you have too many fast bowlers knocking down the door, so you can't have too many. But the point I'm making, they have a dirt. In fact, it is amazing. Oh, Seals, this will be good stop on the part of the Silver in the end. This was rankingly off the pitch. It would be a no. Let's see what the umpire does, but it should be a no ball because it went completely, off the pitch. And how many did they run? Just one?
Yeah, just one.
That was one that I don't think is tiredness. I think that may have slipped from his grasp, Jaden Seals. And
Seth, you were talking about fast bowlers. I do a bit of coaching in the school leagues around here in Antigua, and you talk to some of the young players, and they're saying, why can't I just walk in and bowl? It's crazy, man.
So I'm giving you a joke, and I hope my son is not listening. My last son, I sent him from COVID to a particular school as a fast bowler. I'll get back to that as Seals comes into Raheem Cornwall. Cornwall drive back up the track to Seals. And when I say fast bowler, this little man runs in the backyard at our home pitch during COVID. I'm like, really? With pace? And by the time I sent him to school and he came back telling me he's bowling leg spin.
Wow.
I was like, really? You can't go back there to talk about your leg spinner.
Yeah, but on a serious note, we have got to look at, developing some more fast bowlers. We've got too many fast bowlers, who have come from this part of the region and now not to be seen any. So there's something for us to look at, about associations and the powers that maybe we need to work on some fast bowling camps.
Here is Raheem Cornwall doing well. That was a good short one from C's Cornwall compose. But here is a man who was not a fast bowler, was tall and slim in his early days, turned to spin bowling and has been extremely successful. Raheem Cornwall has been a leading light in spin bowling, not only in Antigua Barbuda, throughout the region. In fact, his first-class stats can stack up against any bowler in the world, not just spinner.
Yeah, I think he has got the length of his fingers that should be able to, contribute towards, very good spin bowling, and he has been. Oh, that's a good shot.
Oh, this time he
that's
just walks into that. Oh, it didn't go to the boundary for 4. I thought it was, but here was he just on the front foot and just giving the full face of the bat.
So this is where you have a problem now set with this Leeward's batting and Cornwall. You play such a beautiful shot that should be able to get 2 or 3 runs and you can only get 1. This is where you have a problem.
A challenge. Cornwall, though, ridding himself of his headgear in anticipation of facing the spinners. Is it in anticipation that he's going to go after Carrie Pierre? That's the question.
No, I think the sighting with the helmet to the spinners is just slightly different than the Pacers. So
98 for 6, Dave. Leeward's going crawling at just over 2 runs per over in a game like this. Can you recall playing with the Leeward's team and going at this pace? Here is Cornwall coming forward.
No, I don't think I've seen this pace really. What I've seen in terms of runs, but I've seen us in spotter butter most of the time.
Yes, in spotter butter, but
not
going at this slow pace. Here is Cornwall to pay to Cornwall. Cornwall plays it out to Jaden Seals.
I'll tell you, I played for Leeward set. I played 3 games when I first came in. Played in a team with Viv Richards, Ambrose, Arterton, Williams, Richie Richardson, and then found myself out the next year and out for quite some time. When I came back, I came back with a passion, and then I said to myself, this got to be it. I'm going to really come out here and do well. But then I found myself batting at number 6.
Carry pair to Hamilton once again. Hamilton really checking things steady here for the Leewards. $99 for 6. The 100 comes up. Jamal Hamilton dispatching that one into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 to bring up the 100 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, that's a good shot there, Seth. Ball short, and Hamilton was back and pulling it through the mid-wicket region for 4.
Really batting well, Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, he has shown that he has, some sort of class. He's been doing it for years and years for the Leeward set. At the low end of the innings, he has really been holding up for quite some time, couple of years now.
Yes, he's now the top scorer so far in the Leeward's innings, has just eclipsed young Joel Andrew, who scored 27. Hamilton once again. cracking this one. Jason Mohammed, another hero out of Trinidad and Tobago, fielded well. Also a former West Indian batter, affecting the field. That completes the over. It is 103 for 6 after 46 overs. Leeward Islands Hurricane being sent into bat. What would determine you sending a team into bat, and when you do that, what response you expect from your bowlers?
Well, once you've inserted the opposition, you're looking to get wickets and, you know, get them out pretty cheaply, which Trinidad has been doing a very good job at so far. You know, I think the conditions, the pitch conditions, the atmosphere, you know, around suited for fast bowling today. And I think Jaden Seals would have relished that situation and that kind of, you know, atmosphere.
Yes, and Jaden Seals, as Dave Joseph is speaking, he will give way now to Terrence Hines, but he has 2 for 31 from 16 overs of really fine bowling.
You must give credit to the captain who has actually, you know, worked his bowlers around pretty well. You've given them a chance to breathe and being able to come back. You know, so kudos to captain.
Hines is back and Cornwall plays it down. Jason Mohammed continues to have work in the short cover region. Cornwall is looking disciplined. He has not played an aggressive stroke. So far, he may have realized the challenge, the hole that they're in.
He only has one task now, is just to stay around with Hamilton as long as he possibly can and see how much runs they can, you know, put on the board.
Because time is more important now.
Yeah, cricket is played by time set.
This time he defends once again. You're making the point about you look at the order, and you started this morning with addressing the Justin Graves issue as the captain, that you think you have to put up your hands. Your top order guy should not be coming at 5.
No,
similarly, the Cornwall issue, you shouldn't be coming after Louis coming down. Get out there.
Yeah, control the whole
Your
situation.
presence even makes a difference. Something for Leewards to ponder. This time here is Cornwall driving, but Jason Mohammed is there. Jason Mohammed is this ever-present glue. This man a man for all seasons for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Cornwall looks pretty good.
Always looks in control and so easy. Even to the shorter delivery, just stands up as though it's nothing.
Right.
Almost like a nonchalant Dave Joseph.
He looks in control.
That was Dave Joseph. Always in control with the bat. Here you see this time he goes back and he cracks it, but it doesn't get past the big man Joshua James, substitute fielder who is on for Anderson Phillip, I believe. But he's looking in control. He has not played a false stroke. He middles everything.
Yeah, he's definitely looking in control of the situation.
But patience, he recognized, is a virtue here. But he would need to really play for time. The first task may be to take it up to T, and that's a little way on. This time he drives, more aggressive flow, but Jaden Seals is deep at mid-off. He only gets a single, rotating the strike. Brings Hamilton, who is on 28, to face up. When we look around,
based on what I'm seeing here now, Seth, I'm just, you know, trying to think. Cornwall should have come higher too.
Exactly. So, order issue.
Yeah, he doesn't look in any trouble. And
they're coming through for a quick single once again. Well, this time it's Jason Mohammed still at cover.
As I was saying, Cornwall doesn't look in any trouble, and the earlier batters weren't getting any singles. They're getting singles.
Exactly, and we're speaking about Cornwall's size is not a single man, but he's picking up the singles with
this is what I'm saying.
So there's a difference in terms of the mechanics, in terms of the mentality, and it comes down to a point I was making about even apart from the generation that you came into, the issue of of experience and seniority. It looks so easy. It looks so easy. Even the single picking in terms of being in control, that the bowler knows that he's not in control of the situation. I think that is evident so far in this partnership.
I think he would have created some avenues for more scoring opportunities too if he had come in earlier. If you realize they're very fearful that he's going to go over the top. So the field adjustments and field placements is slightly different. So I think it would have taken quite a bit of pressure off them.
Here is Carripier, continues to toil. Hamilton plays it out to the man in the deep point boundary. Hines out there, not a single. When you put the team in, what sort of target do you think you'd be happy with as a captain? Bowling first.
Bowling first?
Yes.
Well, again, it's going to determine, and I say, as the pitch. You understand? But if they've shot out Leeward here for less than 150, I think they'll be very happy.
That
and
is
I
still
see
on
them.
card.
I see them. They're actually protecting the boundary, so it looks like that's the mark they're trying to go at too. Getting them below 150.
Cornwall dabbing at that, out to Django. Part of the strength of the Trinidad batting, the Django, the Jason, Lewis, along with the captain, Gooley. Cornwall gets a single. And it's just so easy. Now they're picking up the singles.
Yeah, well, one would want to argue that the field placements are different, but the batter will determine what field placement you'll have to make. You'll have to put in place, yeah.
So Hamilton has been the backbone to the brittle Leeward's batting on display so far. You look at it. Trinidad and Tobago really having a good day in this game, opening day of the tournament, of this bilateral series. So the format for listeners, viewers, 3 matches between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. They will be played across 3 different venues here in Antigua, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds and the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Hamilton drives it back to Carripier. He fields, and there is no run. The score remains on 107 for 6. We have had 48 overs, and the key bowlers, Carripier, 2 for 26. Jaden Sees 2 for 31. And a wicket each for Anderson Phillip and Terence Hines. For the Leewards, Jamal Hamilton on 34, and in fact on 30. And the man who preceded him with a knock over 20 was Joel Andrew on 27. And Dave Joseph, we have had an uninterrupted day's play. Yeah. Brilliant sunshine. Yeah,
lovely
good pitch.
Lovely day for cricket. Yeah, it's pretty hot out there. The guys been having a few, drinks. If you notice, the drinks has been going around the field for quite some time now.
Because of the heat.
Yeah, the heat, yeah.
I met an Irish visitor out there, and she said that it was so hot that she had to come up from the lower part of the ground to under the stand. So I told her that heat is normal heat around here. Because in Ireland, it's raining now at this time. And so I say that's what I prefer, to be hot than to be cold. So I would stay in the tropics.
Yeah, well, I prefer to be cold, really. So.
They better you than me.
Yeah, when you've played so much cricket in your time and you've been out there in the sun for some time, you don't want that heat.
Well, we're in this cool AC, and Delmore Roberts has his hoodie on, and his full jacket and his cap. Dave Joseph has his cap. I have no cap, no hoodie, but it is cold. I'm feeling it on my ears. Rakeem Cornwall is out there feeling the heat because the Trinidad Red Force, they have been able to contain the Leeward's hurricane. And it is going to be, I believe this game is going to go full 4 days. That depends on how well the Leewards can push through for the rest of the day. Hines to Cornwall fans at that. The pace was not there, so he played under it instead of over it. Expecting perhaps that it would have bounced a bit, but it's good to see communication between him and Hamilton. And Cornwall is making a signal to the dressing room.
He needs some gloves, looks like.
Change of gloves, so he intends to be there, realizing the importance of staying out there and sticking with it. When we look back at some of the dismissals, we would give full credit to the bowlers. Here is Hines to Cornwall, and Cornwall just rolls. He didn't really stroll on that occasion for a run. But he has good wrist work. A lot of people look at his size and think it's all power. But quite a lot is good wrist work, good elbow work.
Yeah, he's
good timing.
He's technically sound and technically correct when he's playing his shots. But as I mentioned earlier on, running between the wickets is a huge part of batting too. There's where problems at.
And in the extended game, it's not necessarily a T20.
No.
That the boundaries would play the huge role.
You've got to work for your runs out there. You got to run around.
107 for 6, Cornwall. Drives Hines back past him. What a shot, but there is a big chase by Django coming around. And, in fact, only a single. Only a single.
That's where the problem lies at.
It's really.
You should be getting 2, you're getting 1.
Should have been 4. It's, in fact, another substitute, Karaya. Not Django, Karaya. And both himself and Joshua James, they're on. Didn't quite pick up who the second fielder.
Seals off.
Yes, it looks that way. So Seals and Andrew Anderson Phillip, they're off. Seals has bowled his heart out. Oh, what a delivery. That one beat Hamilton. All ends up. Just went over the off stump.
Yeah, beauty of a delivery to finish the over there set.
What a delivery. And Hines.
Hamilton himself is a bit surprised.
Hines is still down. He's wondering what happened there. The red force. They are really on top of things here. Have the Leewards on the pressure here. 108 for 6. And no one can complain about the pitch to say the pitch is the reason why wickets went down. They went down because of good bowling, good execution, good captaincy.
Yeah,
because
most
we
definitely.
saw that.
The Trinidad captain has been very good. He has stuck to his tasks and his plans, and the bowlers has actually supported him with his plans that he has been, executing.
So, umpire Tuckett just waits as Carey Peer is making some adjustment to the field. They're still content on pushing back the man at long on, but Cornwall has not shown that intent. Seems more intent just to stay around and not to take the risk.
Yeah, well, as you say, he should just be looking to support Hamilton. He's been there. Hamilton has been the man scoring for the Leewards and has been in form, it looks like.
Cornwall runs this one down. Django Fields, no run. Quiet period here, but it looks as though it's at least a controlled period. When I say that the Leewards reversing the anxiety, looking at least more assured, as a batting unit, as a batting pair, not a unit.
Well said. I'm sure you'll agree. This is the most experienced pair for the Leewards.
That's
at
right.
the crease at this time. So you should get that level of calm and consistency about them.
Also the level of respect, because that is also a factor of the batting unit, how they are perceived by the opponents. Cornwall faces up to Peer and he comes forward, he smothers the spin, the ball goes out, just a few yards from him. So Hamilton would want to ask Cornwall to keep your wicket intact. because an opportunity may well come by for...
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, Seth, If Hamilton could keep Cornwall going and stay out there for a while and he could continue to score, could bring some sort of respectability to the Leeward's score at the end of the day, if they're still there at that point.
Well, we're just seeing Hamilton himself. He has been there for a while. He has really been the rock of saving face for the Leeward's team. The question for him and the Leewards will be how long can he hold on. He's the most senior statesman of the Leeward's lineup. And I think he wants to show to the youngsters that he is still there and he still works his place. Hines comes in, comes forward and plays the ball to Jason Mohammed. Mohammed is rubbing the ball, trying to preserve the sheen, trying to ensure that at least Hines has something to wobble around. Hines would have also had the opportunity of international cricket. Hamilton plays this one once again on the front foot. No harm done, no trouble.
It's been a pretty quiet period here, Seth.
Yes.
Not much runs been scored. They've been picking up the ones, really, but no real point of blasting around. And as I said, it's the most experienced player for the Leeward, so you should expect that from both of them.
In fact, coming forward, this pair actually combines for over 8,000 first-class runs. We already told you Hamilton's MO, Raheem Cornwall. Yes, this is his 97th first-class game. He has 3,266 runs. Though an average of 22, he has 1 century and 19 half centuries. So when you add him and Hamilton's batting, it's almost 9,000 runs.
Yep.
So it's more than experience, but also productivity. Down the leg side, Hamilton flicks it down to the final leg boundary for 4. Cornwall well approved of that shot. He made it look so simple. It was darting down the leg side, and he just
whipped it around
comfortably and casually to some extent. So the Leeward's progressing, and how much they need these two. Earlier we were speaking about Cornwall as a bowler and as a spinner. In first-class cricket, he has already racked up 450 wickets at an average of 23.75. 28 5-wicket hauls, 7 10-wicket hauls, and that's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
Serious stuff. Here is Hines, striving for his 2nd wicket, trying to join Seals and Pear on the stumps, but Hamilton, solid as a rock, plays the ball on the outside. And it's good to see this contest because the fielding team, the bowling team, they were winning the contest, but the batting team, they're showing some measure of resilience. We are not going to give up. Time is the most important thing in this game at this stage.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling you about, the patience. Who has the most patience is going to win. So if the batters for Leewards had executed and shown more patience.
Down the leg side, on the pads, whipped off. Lovely shot. Classic. Jamal Hamilton. Not even the diving fielder at short mid-wicket, Jason Mohammed, could have touched that. That one raced into the boundary for 4.
Excellent stuff by Hamilton. He's been patient, playing each ball on his merit. You know, what I realize about him too, Seth, he watches the ball for very long. I don't know if it's his wicket keeping skills is paying dividends here, but he watches the ball for very long. You know, and that's a real good asset about him.
Yes, you're speaking about wicket keeper. As a wicket keeper, you actually see everything that comes. In fact, every delivery, you have to always be keen on looking at it, which to go to the right, which to go to the left, which to stand up for, which to jump for. And it definitely brings a measure of alertness. New over as Raheem Cornwall faces Carrie Peer. Cornwall looking just so easy. As to he's in the nets. Two contrasts of a man when he is on 2020, you're looking for where the next ball is going. And now he's just so... That could frustrate a bowler because Pierre has been bowling well. But he's thinking, I'm bowling my best delivery. Is not beating him. And he doesn't look to be in any trouble.
Yeah, well, that's what I tell you. It's a patience game. Looking at the whole situation out there now, the Red Force guys are actually just hoping and praying that these guys make mistakes. So it's up to the Leeward batters now whether they want to throw away the battens or, you know, or not.
Now it's not time to throw it away. Now it's just time to...
Yeah, but you can see the TNT, the Red Force guys, they have lost all that sort of sting that they had.
That's right.
They're just, you know, hanging on waiting for, you know, some sort of false stroke or something like that.
Yes, even though they were on top.
Yeah.
Clearly on top.
Even
though they're still on top.
They're still on top,
Let me correct that. Even though they're still on top, you don't have that enthusiasm. There's an enthusiasm gap. And there is a wait and see situation rather than let me dominate. Cornwall, they're coming through for an easy single. Just working it to the left of the man at forward short leg. And here they will get more because an overthrow by Joshua James, that was just uncalled for.
Yeah, well, I think they're thinking they can get Cornwall run out, so they're going to have a throw at the stumps. And I think it's rightfully so.
Well, Cornwall is laughing at it because he knows that he's well in. And you can see him and Joshua De Silva having their talk. They would have played together at some time. Josh De Silva, the wicket keeper for the West Indies, up to just about a year ago. And he's making a statement. I thought he made a good statement with the bat last season. And there are many things to discuss in terms of the test situation with the West Indies. Here is Cornwall. Oh, he just worked that off the pads nicely. Joshua James chases around. That looks like, in fact, Jaden Seals, who is back on the field. He gets a single, and Cornwall savors the opportunity of, well, in fact, I thought he was walking off for tee, but in fact the helmet is coming out. It simply means that he's expecting that pace will come at him. And no, but they have sent back off the helmet. So
it's going to be the spinner?
Yes, Brian. They're bringing on Brian Charles, so no need for the helmet. And this pair, they're trying to bring some respectability to the score. So if you joined us late, the Red Force won the toss. Joshua De Silva this morning sent the Leewards into bat. Immediately, there was disturbance because Michael Louis, the West Indian opener, lost his wicket for duck in the second over. And then, after consolidation, there was another wicket. Cornwall coming forward to Brian Charles, and that other wicket was the other opener, Kadeem Henry. He went for 12, 33 for 2. And though there was some consolidation, only briefly, between Casey Carty and Joel Anju. Joel Anju went for 27, and then more action on the Trinidad and Tobago part. This one beats Cornwall, beats the wicketkeeper as well, and it will beat the fielder chasing it towards the boundary. It goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Cornwall was showing some aggressive intent, but that was a good delivery from Brian Charles.
Yeah, that one spun through bat and pad and beat even the keeper. Went for 4.
Yes, Cornwall was looking to go over the top. I got the opinion, straight over the top, not across the line.
That was a good shot on offer, but he actually missed it, played over it, or played just outside of it. You know, the mid-off is up, so it was a good offer.
Well, the other games are going on, but Windward Islands versus Guyana. Windward's 148 for 4. And Barbados against the Jamaica Scorpions, 171 for 5 Barbados. Quite some repair work after early challenges. So perhaps that's where perhaps the Leewards may be looking. It's 123 for 6 here. Cornwall faces up to a good matchup here. Works it off the pads to the right of the forward short leg fielder, gets a single. And although you're saying he's not quick between the wicket, he's just picking out his spots and getting the singles easily.
Experience.
Roll and stroll, that's what we call it. Rolls the wrist and stroll for the run. So the Leewards not doing as well. Their captain on his debut as captain, his first match as captain for the Leewards, Justin Graves, scored only 7. And then after that, well, Casey Carty, yes, he got 18. But then Jeremiah Louis came out ahead of Rakeem Cornwall. He went for a duck. But the man who has been standing, Jamal Hamilton, on 38. And Rakeem Cornwall joining him is on 12, and they have really have had some rearguard action. Brian Charles down the leg side. Good spin. He's out caught, is he? No, Hamilton stays there. It was a bit of optimism on the part of Josh De Silva taking it down the leg side. I thought for once Dave Joseph he was celebrating.
Yeah, he was, but Hamilton was pretty confident that he did not touch it, so he was just standing his ground.
And knowing Hamilton is a man that when he nicks it, he walks.
Yeah, he's going to take off.
Coming forward once again. Sometimes I look at the contrast. Some players, even though there's a replay, they don't walk. Then it's so embarrassing when that replay, the review comes up.
No, the players will tell you that the umpire is there to do his job, so he has to do his job.
No, but if you hit it up in there and they catch it, you don't wait on the umpire. So if you nick it, you should wait on the umpire. That is my philosophy.
That's your thinking, but some guys will tell that there's sometimes that they don't nick it and the umpire will give them out.
Well, that is true.
So they'll wait for the umpire to make a decision.
So therefore, you try to capitalize on an umpire's error. Okay, so we may have the last over before tea, I am assuming. So you won't hear Denmore Roberts until after tea. Cornwall is beaten there. Pierre with a stifled appeal, not out, says the umpire. And this is a critical period. Losing wickets before the break, after the break. So the focus must be to.
Well, as you see, Hamilton is onto it. So Hamilton is trying to get Cornwall to keep his composure and try to get them into tea safely.
Yes, in fact, before lunch, the last session, they lost the wicket of Graves at lunch at 59 for 4. So they would not want to lose one of their senior players here. Cornwall comes forward.
Interestingly, in your set, I've not seen the spinner here bowl any balls from, over the wicket. He's been around the wicket all day.
Pierre?
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps that may be part of their plan. Cornwall faces him, and this one goes past the diving fielder at slip, down to third man. Cornwall gets a single.
I think it poses a bit more problem if he comes from over the wicket.
Yes, I think that could be the mindset because he's coming across the right. Well, as you said, it's all right-handers in the Leeward's team. But perhaps they have worked it out somewhat. I'm not quite sure if the fact that he's coming from the northern end and also the fact that he's bowling mostly to Cornwall, he wants to be more defensive than attacking. Here is Hamilton attacking. Lovely cut shot, but well stopped by Jason Mohammed. Wow. He's favoring the finger, but he dived nicely to his left to stop what would have been 4 runs.
But I think, as you said, he started around the wicket and he has not change at all. So he's been bowling from
that's right
very beginning right around the wicket. I just want to think I'd love to see him from, you know. Wow.
This time another single. Cornwall coming through the single. Hamilton steering the ball down to third man. The issue is sometimes you have a defensive mindset. I don't want to concede runs rather than why not take the opportunity to take wickets.
Yeah, well, I think they had Leeward in such a position that you could, you know, try a few from over the wicket and see what happens.
Cornwall whips it off the pads out to Joshua James at deep mid-on. That completes the over number 54 of the match. The Leeward Islands going in on tee on 120.
It looks like they're going to have another over.
6 for 6. Well, I am looking at the possibility of early tee here. Yes, there is 1 minute, Dave, and the umpire is not going to allow that 1 minute to be given in anybody's favor. So another over of survival, and the man who will be bowling is Brian Charles.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of turn here, Seth, since he started. Seems to be a very big turn of the ball.
Yes, it's getting cold, Dave, inside the box. But the sunshine is out there. Brian Charles comes into Hamilton. Hamilton goes back and pulls this one. Only a single, though. Fielder on the boundary. At long leg. Looks like Philip back on the...
No, Philip is still off.
He's still off.
It's like a substitute out there still.
Another. But Seals is back on. Here is Cornwall coming forward and just covering up and playing this one into the offside. Charles allows Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed has been in action almost all day. Yes, it looks like Gooley on the long leg boundary. So they have now brought in a leg slip for Cornwall. A leg slip, a forward short leg. This time he gets one, pops up a little bit. Jason Mohammed. In fact, not Jason Mohammed, but it is Cooper diving to his left. So Cephas Cooper. You remember, I'm wondering how long would Cornwall be patient if he survives up to tea? 2 deliveries to go before tea. Wondering if he would change his mode from defense to attack. But he faces up now. This time he goes at it. And he's beaten through the gates. But the ball goes down once again past Josh De Silva for 4 byes. We have seen that for the second time. It simply means he's not reading the flight for the second time. And look at this. Brian Charles looping the ball up. Cornwall attempting to hit over his head.
That's a lot of turns that he's been getting a lot of turns since he has been introduced into the attack.
In fact, the first delivery he bowled just before lunch, he had one that really ripped and went down the leg side.
Yeah.
So Josh De Silva would be looking at it and saying 4 byes. But
yeah, if you look at the field placement to set, you would know that he's getting a lot of turn.
Yes.
Once your leg slip comes into play, that means that off spinner is really getting a lot of turn.
So Leeward's sort of a consolidatory session. Cornwall this time, he goes back and he will get runs. Well, he will get at least 1. Just a single out the forward of square. And the over has been completed. And the Leewards will go to tea on 133 for 6. Quite some consolidation, 132 for 6. Quite some 133 for 6. Quite some consolidation because they went in at lunch at 59 for 4, Dave. And though they would have lost, a couple of wickets, they would be saying to themselves, hey, we have added, 64 runs?
Yeah, this is very much the best session that they've had You know, so and as they say, they're the most two senior batsmen at the wicket now, so they're looking pretty easy. So should be interested to see how they come back and start the other session.
So the news, Jamal Hamilton, he has been the man who came in and has made a difference. 40. Raheem Cornwall on 13. The Leeward Islands from a lunchtime position of 59 for 4. They go into tea on 127 for 6 on this, the first day of their bilateral series against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So we will be with you after lunch, after tea. Just one correction. The score is actually, yes, 132 for 6. We're just running just slightly behind. So a good session, a relatively good but quiet session for the Leewards.
Welcome to coverage after tea from CCG here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's the West Indies Championship match number 1 between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who won the toss this morning and inserted the Leeward Islands, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who went into tea at 132 for 6. So just some of the highlights of what would have taken place so far. Jeremiah Louis, they're getting caught at slip. Hamilton played a couple of good shots in the innings in that post-lunch session. Himself and Raheem Cornwall currently putting on a partnership for the Leeward Islands. And Hamilton was pretty harsh on loose deliveries, especially those that were outside of his legs. And he was able to pick up a number of boundaries. And he is currently on 40 not out for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and he's pretty much very good on the leg side. Raheem Cornwall, they're just not reading the bowling so far of Brian Charles, but he survives going into the tea interval, and he would be hoping that after the tea refreshments, after a talk from the coach, after a massage from the physio, maybe he will be able to come back out and continue the partnership, which the Leeward Islands needs if they're going to post any total that is good enough. They're on 132 for 6. Hamilton on 40, Raheem Cornwall on 14. Dave Joseph, the former West Indies batter, is alongside me, and he was an Antigua and Leeward Islands captain. And the argument in Antigua and Barbuda is always that he's probably the best captain we've ever had. Some people say ahead of Viv, some people say since Viv. We will never know, but we know the two of them were extremely good leaders. How does the Leeward Islands approach the innings after the tea interval?
Well, it's just a matter of, hanging in and see how much runs you can get as much as possible. You have got, I just say, the most two experienced players for Leewards here in the wicket at this time. So Cornwall has just got to give and lend support to Hamilton as much as he possibly can and see how much a total they can build on, and even try to get them past the 200 mark here.
Cornwall has had 14 singles so far in his innings, because he's not yet scored a boundary in his turn at the crease. Hamilton has had 7 fours in his knock so far, and he's gone past Joel Andrew, who made 27 earlier in his innings, as we are about to have play resume after the tea interval. And both teams would have gone into the tea interval and spoken about the strategy and look to continue. Caripia starts with a dot delivery to Raheem Cornwall, who is back out. The sizable frame of Raheem Cornwall, the Leeward Islands all-rounder, so a spinner these days than the destructive batter that he was in the early stages of his career. gets a delivery that he's playing defensively. Out into the offside field, no run. And 132 for 60 total. Carripier, who has bowled well so far in his spell, in his turn, he's had 16.2 overs, 6 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. He's at an average of 1.90 in economy rate, so he would be happy with his day's work so far. Cornwall is driving to that short extra cover position, and there is no run. So he still has a slip in place, Carripier to Rakeem Cornwall. And again, Cornwall gets a delivery that's right up to him, pushes it out into the covers region, and Mohammed is posted there. There is no run. Jason Mohammed, the elder statesman for Trinidad and Tobago. Here is an appeal from Carripier, not out, says the umpire. And then the ball is just thrown at the non-strikers. And no run to end maiden over from Carripier. And at the end of it, the Leeward Islands, they are 132 for 6 after 56 overs of play.
Yeah, as I say, these two guys, they're going to be the ones who have got to really take on the brunt of it and try to get Leewards out of the position that they're in. And they've made a pretty quiet start after tea here. A maiden over from Pier.
And speaking of Jason Mohammed, I was of the opinion last season that because of the way that he played and the number of runs that he got, that he should have been given an opportunity to play for the West Indies. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. There were many folks who felt that because of his age, it would have been counterproductive for the West Indies to select him at that stage, and the selectors probably agreed with those persons. I still disagree. I know my friend GT would be listening to me and saying, Denmore, come off of that. Here is a delivery, and he's looking to turn it on the onside. Is Hamilton, an appeal from Brian Charles, and he's gotten good turn so far. And somebody like Rakeem Cornwall would be looking on and saying, oh, he's turning from that end. So when I get my chance at the bowling, I hope that it's the same. Hamilton will get a single here as he's turning one down into the long leg region. Calls through Cornwall for another single. And I was saying to somebody that the last time I saw Cornwall make runs for the Blackhawks, he made 46 runs and he hit 2 fours in it. And that was something, because the same talk, people about him not running, but in that innings, he got most of his runs by 1s and 2s. I think, though, and I would agree with you, I think, though, that sometimes he gives the impression that he can't run. I think that he can probably even run faster than he does.
Than he thinks.
Than he thinks. Yeah, I really think so.
Looks to me.
Because I've seen him having to put on the motors, and he does get there if he have to. So here we see him taking another single as this one is worked away out into the onside field. There is no run. There is another single. The strike turns over. And it helps with the strike turning over because now Charles is bowling to Cornwall and then to Hamilton. And it's a different proposition, both players.
Yeah.
Here is Charles in, and he's bowled. Cornwall going for an almighty swing, and just like we saw even before the tea interval, he's not reading Charles because Charles goes through the gate once more. This time he crashes it into the stumps, and Cornwall goes back out bowled off the bowling of Brian Charles for 15. Leeward Islands losing their 7th wicket. They're now 135 for 7.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time then more before we see the big shot come into play. And we have seen 2 or 3 balls, we have, punch through bat and pad.
Yeah, we
this
just
one
have a look
was
at the three there that would have gone through bat and pad, and then he just had an almighty swing. I thought that this one, though, he was looking to go across the line, going over the mid-wicket region, and he missed it completely and was bowled by Brian Charles, who continues to bowl well in terms of the way that he's spinning the ball from the commentary box end.
Yeah, I think on behalf of the Leeward batters, they need to sort themselves out in terms of what they're doing. If you notice, it's a total different proposition when he bowls to Jamal Hamilton.
He does.
As opposed to Cornwall. And Cornwall should be looking to just play him out and allow him to bowl to Hamilton.
I think Cornwall went away from the plan a little bit because that was what he was trying to do.
Yeah, I think he was doing that from the start, but he went contrary to what he was doing
just
before.
went contrary to what he was doing before and got himself bowled. And we're going to see the first left-hander for the Leeward Islands in the new batter that has come out to bat for the Leeward Islands in Nathan Edward, and he's a left-handed batter for the Leeward Islands. Nathan Edward from St. Martin, as he's out there. Faces his first delivery that spins away from him, an off cutter from Brian Charles coming around the wicket. He raises the bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, and there is no run. End of another over. 57 overs bowled so far in the innings. Leeward Islands losing a wicket very early after the tea interval. They're now 135 for 7. Edwards not out, just facing one delivery, and Jamal Hamilton is there not out on 42.
Yeah, then why still try to wonder and ponder sometimes what goes through these young bowlers' minds. Yeah, there comes the left-handed batsman in, and he just goes straight away around the wicket.
It seems to be the trend these days. We don't even see, and we were speaking about it a lot. You might not have heard, but we were speaking about it a lot during the under 15, because even at that young stage, we've noticed that is the same trend. Soon as a left-hander comes in, everybody seems to go around the wicket.
Yeah, but he's getting the ball to spin so much from over the wicket. He doesn't need to move.
Does not need to move. And I often wonder, too, what is the obsession with going around the wicket these days?
I mean, to me, in my train of thought, it tells me you're showing the batsman the ball very clearly.
Yeah, because we spoke about over the wicket to certain batters bowling into that blind spot, as we would call it. And we saw, even at the under 15 level, when they go around the wicket, it became very easy. For the batter. Hamilton is going to get a run out into the deep mid-on region. The fielder coming off that long-on boundaries seems very far away.
That's Phillips. He's back on.
Phillips is back on, yes, after the tea interval. He was off for a little while, so again.
Seems like he's struggling a bit with his hamstring.
Yeah,
saw him bowl that last spell.
Yeah, just as if they
keep stretching them.
Yep. It seems a little bit stiff. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. And true, right as soon as we speak to it, he does a little stretch again. Yeah. Almost as if he's wired to us here. But yeah, he does. Since the first spell, after a while, it looks as if he pulled something, but he's still trying to battle on. I wonder if he's a soldier by trade.
Here you go again. Left-handed batsman comes on, and it's the first time
you're seeing Carey Peer, but this time he's coming over the wicket.
Yeah, first time over the wicket.
So, Carey Peer is over the wicket, and Edward is going to get runs here. He gets just one out into the mid-wicket region. Jaden Seals, who has a very good arm, has the throw back in to the wicket-keeper, where there is just a single. So Leewards, now what would they be thinking? Revised target in their head, at least. Let us not make less than. Hamilton again will get another run as Peer over the wicket for the left-hander, around the wicket for the right-hander. So Hamilton gets his 44th run.
Well, as you see, you can definitely see the plan in the Red Force, field plan that they're having and going about their thing. Both fast bowlers are back on the field. They're looking to give themselves a chance once the opportunity presents. They could clean up the tail for the Leewards.
Yeah, you would think that both fast bowlers are back on, and you would think that maybe if they get past Edward now,
yeah, they're going to come back into the attack.
They're going to bring them back to try and wrap things up for the Leeward Islands.
I would think they're still looking to get them below 150 here.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Leeward Islands, though, would want to see how many that they can get. I'm thinking that if Edward can hold on and Hamilton gets a couple of loose deliveries, get the Leeward up past 180, that could be an intermediate target. Here is another delivery that's spinning and turning again from Brian Charles.
Yeah, I get the feeling now that Hamilton is going to have a go if he gets a chance.
He has to be positive, though. Can't just stay bogged down, but he's out caught in that straight mid-wicket region. We were just talking about him going, and he just flicked one, and the ball almost, as if it took a leading edge, it went low to the fielder at that straightish mid-wicket position. He took a very straightforward catch. It looks to be Jason Mohammed standing there, and the Leeward Islands losing the 8th wicket, the important wicket of Jamal Hamilton, and they are now 138 for 8.
Yeah, very important wicket going down there of Jamal Hamilton, which puts Leewards into a deeper hole.
So the Leeward Islands have not been distinguished at all today with their batting. The dressing room would not be happy with that, and Hamilton certainly looks an upset man. Thinks that he thought that he gave it away, and he would think the same, that just that was a soft dismissal, just almost chipping it into the hands of Jason Mohammed at that very straight short mid-wicket position. And Hamilton goes. Daniel Durham comes out to join Nathan Edward, and so 2 left-handers will be at the crease for the Leeward Islands. Durham, strongly built young man. He's taking guard as he's going to be on strike. So Durham, 2 slips in. There's also a man right in front of him at Silly Point. As delivery outside the line of the off stump just spun away past his bat. There what? Just two men on the onside for Charles. He has a short straight mid wicket and a man at mid on. Again outside the line of the off stump, going past the bat of Daniel Durham, no run. Again, outside the line of the off stump. And just what you've been saying, Joseph, is that he's seen those deliveries very easily, very clearly. I think if he comes over the wicket to somebody like a Durham, with the way that the ball is spinning, he would have been more effective bringing those slip fielders into play.
Yeah.
That's the end of another over from Brian Charles, an over in which he got a wicket. At the end of it, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 138 for 8 with 59 overs bowled. The 2 batters at the crease, Nathan Edward, he's on 1, and Daniel Durham yet to score.
Yeah, the off spinner is getting quite a bit of turn. And I'm thinking in my train of thought, I would rather bowl from over the wicket, forcing the batsman to play, and then, as you said, the slips will come into play.
This is carry pair to Edward, and Edward is playing offensively into the offside field. Joshua De Silva moves from behind the stumps, and there is no run. Silva would be very happy having won the toss and inserting the Leeward Islands with the situation so far. This one is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. Are you as concerned as I am, Dave Joseph, with the level of batting that we've seen generally around the Caribbean lately, that we've not seen any real standout batsman?
Well, it's cause for concern. There's an appeal here.
An appeal from Joshua De Silva's one that just beat the left-handed Nathan Edward. No run in the end. Umpire Tuckett not interested. He's out caught playing a reverse sweep to delivery, and Edward is out caught at the slip. He was looking to play a reverse sweep. The ball just looped up to the man at first slip. He took an easy catch, and umpire Tuckett sends Nathan Edward on his way. Leeward Islands in further trouble. They're 138 for 9.
Yeah, that's a comical affair then, more.
Yeah.
Your team is in trouble, and look at the shot that you would want to play.
Yeah.
You cannot negotiate playing the ball normally and you want to play some sort of reverse. I don't understand that at all. That's comical in my estimation.
So, I smile because it's a discussion that we've had many times, and of late there are some folks who do not agree with my opinion that in certain games that shot is not a good shot. I remember that even yesterday I was having a discussion with somebody like Kenny Benjamin, and he was saying that we can't always hit the players when they play that shot because it's a part of the modern game and that sort of thing. I think that there's something still called time and place, and that was not necessary at this stage. Your team is in trouble. Literally, of the two batters, he was the senior player there, and to be out like that is very disappointing, to say the least.
Comical.
Brings O'Shane Thomas in, and Thomas is beaten outside the line of the off stump from a delivery from Carey Peer, who now has his third wicket, 3 for 34 so far. We're hoping to get a fourth, and he's just making an adjustment to his field. He just asked the fielder who was in that cover region. He's just maybe just moving him around. Yes, he's brought him into a straight mid wicket and has moved that man who was there into the slip region. Pierre is in, and here is one that came back at the batter in O'Shane Thomas, who knew nothing about that one. The ball just almost shaving the off stump and going into the gloves of Joshua De Silva to end the Carey Peers over. The end of it, the total remains on 138 for 9. Just look at the bowling card there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Contributions all around from the bowlers, as Brian Charles is going to continue. And he's going to continue from around the wicket to the left-hander, so he's not wired to us. But he has 2 slips in place. He's just moved that man from that silly point position into a short leg. Here is he beating the batsman. The batsman is coming forward and not knowing too much about that one. Charles continues. He's in, and this time Durham is playing a defensive stroke into the offside. No run. So Durham faces up now as this is Brian Charles. And he's again going past the bat of the left-handed Daniel Durham. And you're saying that it was a matter of concern, the level of batting that we see in the Caribbean. I remember the days, Dave Joseph, when we had batters in what should we say, in quite a huge number, and there were many persons who people across the Caribbean think were good enough that couldn't get in simply because there were so many. Here is a striking on the pad. He's allowed appeal. He's given out leg before. Looked pretty adjacent from this vantage point. He just sort of leaned forward, and the ball took him on the pad. And like you said, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force wanting to finish the job, getting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes out on the 150. They've managed to do so. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 138 all out.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty happy, winning the toss and inserting the Leewards and getting them below 150. Yeah, it's just a matter of, looking to come out and play out the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow fresh and ready to go and pile on the runs on top of the Leewards. This look like a recipe. Somebody was saying the games look like it's going to go for 4 days, but no, this look like Leewards is going to get 2-1 once Trinidad bats well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task, but Leewards would have to bowl well if they're going to get back into this game. Their bowling unit will have to come out and really do a job against the Trinidad and Tobago batting. But at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they've bowled out the Leeward Islands for 138 in 60.5 overs, so just short of 61 overs. And I was saying that 3 runs would have scored since Rakeem Cornwall fell after tea. He went when the score was 135. Then Hamilton went when it was 138. Edwards 138 and Durham 138. So the last 3 wickets for the Leeward Islands team went down without a run being scored to added to their total. 138 all out. Let's give you the batting card just for those who might be joining us. Louis made 0, Kadeem Henry 12, Joel Andrew 27, Casey Carty 18, Justin Graves 7, Jamal Hamilton 44, Jeremiah Louis didn't score, Rakeem Cornwall 15, Nathan Edwards 1, Daniel Durham and O'Shane Thomas did not score. 138 all out, 14 extras, 11 byes, 1 leg bye, and 2 no balls bowled by the Trinidad and Tobago team. Seals, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. Anderson Phillip, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Terence Hines, 2 overs for 30 runs. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Caribbean 19 overs, 8 maidens, 34 runs, 3 wickets. And Brian Charles 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 3 wickets. And he cleaned up the tail for the Leeward Islands. We're going to take a short break from the CCG. And when we rejoin you in about 10 minutes or so, you're going to have the reply of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 138 all out.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our post-tea session here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in this game between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricane that has really vanquished into an unexpected lull. Perhaps it's the eye of the storm, Dave Joseph. The Leewards capitulating to a score of 138 in 60.5 overs. This was after they were sent into bat by the Red Force, and this was after at one stage it looked before tea to be storming back from a lunchtime position of 4 for 59 to a respectable position with Rakeem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton batting together and taking them to tea on 135 for 6. But then after tea, the Leewards lost 4 wickets for 3 runs, and this is due to some good bowling by the twin spin Pierre ending with 3 and also Charles ending with 3. The Leeward's tail did not wag, and now the Leewards will be up against it because it would be Evan Lewis on his return to first-class cricket after about 10 years, and Cephas Cooper, the right-handed batter. They definitely would like to see Trinidad and Tobago Red Force off to a flyer. With me is Dave Joseph, the former West Indies player, former Leeward Islands captain. Dave Joseph, it's really a challenge here for the Leewards on day one.
Yeah, well, they've got to get up to the task. It's a challenge, but you've got to get up to the task. It's a first-class cricket, so you've got to show your mettle here, Seth.
So let's see. It looks like Cooper, who will be facing, and it looks like Jeremiah, in fact, not looks like, Jeremiah Louis would be opening the attack from the northern end. He is coming down that little nice slope with a good run-up, and he will be bowling with 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a fine leg, or a long leg rather. So Jeremiah Louis, he would like to do something good. He may duck on the first innings. In fact, a household duck, because his brother also got a duck. So it's a pain in the family. And he would like to start off well. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Cooper. Down the leg side, Jamal Hamilton dives across but will not save 4. And immediately ball number 1, leg by, 4 leg bys. But he was definitely angling down the leg side. Trinidad and Tobago on the way, 4 without loss.
Yeah, Seth. It's runs, vital runs that you haven't made, so you've got to look to curtail these runs from ball 1. It's a pretty interesting feel, you know, and it's slightly different from what I'm accustomed to be seeing, Seth. I've never remember starting an innings without a short leg.
Interestingly, a short leg. None is in. We'll get back to that. Oh, this one was wide outside the off stump from starting at the leg side. And I'm not going to second guess you, or neither am I going to try to be preemptive here, but perhaps it signals to the not only the psyche of the Leewards, but also to the realism in terms of the bowling stock, that you would accustomed to be starting maybe with an Ambrose, maybe with a Winston Benjamin, maybe with a Vaughan Walsh, maybe with a Jensen Joseph, coming in at a certain level of pace. That is not present in what we're seeing as the opening start for the Leeward Islands team. Here is Jeremiah Louis into Cooper outside the off stump, getting it to shape back a bit, but it's just too wide of the off stump from Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, it's, you know, a couple of balls in, first 3 balls also, and it's looking pretty ordinary so far.
Non-directed at the stumps, non-directed at the batsman's body.
Yeah, as you're saying, this level should be, you know, right on target, you know.
Jeremiah Louis, can he strike? First blow here. Better delivery, closer to the batter, rising a bit. Delivery. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it used to be really interesting when we were playing those days to watch Ambrose bowl the first over. And especially when the pitch is brand new, we'll go and look at the pitch and we'll see all 6 balls in, you know, like a 8x8 square. And we used to take great joy in looking at it, especially when ambush starts and, you know, watch to see where all the balls pitch. All the balls are in the same area, you know, and forcing the batsman to play at something.
Louis comes into Cooper. Oh, this one was another one wide outside the off stump. The second like that. We have had 5 deliveries. The one closest to the batter was the first one that was angling down leg and created a problem for Jamal Hamilton. Went into the boundary for 4-leg byes. So, captain has his work cut out, Justin Graves, to motivate this side. From a paltry first inning score, here is Louis. Cooper once again wide outside the off stump. We used to say you're wasting the new ball. 4 without loss, but 5 deliveries that were virtually not presenting any challenge to the batter. Not the best way for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to start.
Yeah, we've got to look to, you know, get some wickets here, and you got to do so by looking to attack the stumps. You know, and based on the bowling stock that we see here, it looks like Justin Graves has got his work cut out too. Not only as a captain, he's going to have to bowl some long spells, it looks like.
Well, unless O'Shane Thomas has something else to offer, because he's the one picking up the attack from the southern end. Strongly built Jamaican fast bowler. He has had a roller coaster ride regarding international cricket, but he has been with the Leewards for the last few seasons. The Leewards Hurricanes. Also plays domestically. Would have appeared for the Liberta Blackhawks. So he should be in full fitness. Should be prepared to do what you suggest that Captain Graves could do, because we saw none else but Jaden Seals doing the bulk of the work for the Red Force. Here is O'Shane Thomas. His first delivery to Evan Lewis, as expected, a shorter one. It was not troubling the batter, but it was a reminder that a bit more pace is on offer. And Evan Lewis, quite a nice smooth flow from O'Shane Thomas over the wicket. And Evan Lewis, he was not pulled into any pull or any cut. He just swayed out and allowed the ball to go through. Still 3 slips for the bowler from the southern end, as was the case for the bowler from the northern end. Rakeem Cornwall at first, Graves at second, Kadeem Henry at third, Louis at gully, Durham at backward point, Casey Carty at deep mid-off. Here is O'Shane Thomas to Evan Lewis. A good delivery, but he covers up well. In his normal role, Evan Lewis tends to walk into the delivery, so he gives himself shuffling option or to pivot and pull. On this occasion, it was a good tight line from O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, well, Shane is looking good for starters. First couple of deliveries have been not too bad. But we'd like to see him up his pace a bit.
Certainly, maybe by the next over. But he can't give anything away to Evan Lewis. He is a man who can just dispatch the bowling any form and fashion. Shane Thomas comes into him. This time he pivots and he pulls this one. Full authority into the boundary for 4. Backward of square. It was short and Lewis was there for the asking. This is what you're going to get if you're not on target.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot there. He was quickly into position and pulled that away for 4 set.
Rightly played, rightly treated.
And he has some sort of concerns in the background here.
Not quite sure.
Somebody moving.
Perhaps, but
yeah,
below us, there are, well, white everywhere, in fact. Below the stand, the entire area is blocked off. So only to the left and the tier to the extreme right are occupied to ensure that there is no interference. Evan Lewis faces up to O'Shane Thomas. Another good one. This one is a shorter one and it had better lift and better speed.
If that's going to be the tactic set, to bowl short at him, I'd prefer to see the man behind square back on the boundary.
Precisely.
Or quarter away. So
I thought so.
I don't know about this level of captaincy here.
Because 3 short deliveries. The first one was pretty good, but didn't really bounce as high. The second one was dispatch. The third one, more pace and climbing, but as you said, not the field to
we had to
support
get the protection to support it.
No short leg or nobody on the long leg boundary, only the fine leg.
Backward square.
Here is O'Shane Thomas, once again, comes in to Evan Lewis outside the off stump. A good delivery, a better response here. And Jamal Hamilton takes it from behind the stumps. So, with the Leewards facing only 60.5 overs, a minimum of 27 overs remaining here. Well, in fact, it would be 26 because we have had one already. Our match referee, Jonathan Blades, it's just across from us, so we can't afford to err. And it's good to be working with the team. Umpire Reefer is there. Umpire Carl Tuckett is at square leg. And outside, even the ground staff and the man in charge overall of operations, Roland Holder, is here as well. O'Shane Thomas like to make a note for himself here. Comes into Evan Lewis. Lewis gets a good short one. And he was in 2 minds. He was going down. He wanted to sway. That one was coming into him. And O'Shane Thomas, I think he is getting himself up. I think there is some discussion about Evan Lewis and the short ball. This was perhaps the most noteworthy of the 4 short pitch deliveries we have seen in this over. But there is definitely a ploy here, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, I don't know. The ploy might be a good one, but I need to see the field going to place to support the ploy. You know, I don't think you can have a man just backward or square and you're looking to bowl short. And if you're not having a short leg, I don't see the man just backward or square. I think I need to see the man back on the backward square boundary. So if he pulls, you have a chance.
That's
Ball
right.
goes up into the air, you still have a chance.
Whether it's top edge or it's a full-blooded stroke, need that coverage. Louis would like to improve on his second over. He comes in over the wicket to Cooper. Cooper comes forward, correctly so. And Casey Carty feels that extra cover or wide mid-off, and there is no run. Question you'd ask yourself earlier, you said that you'd prefer to see Pittman in. I think that extra pace would matter. I think Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip showed it when the Red Force really enforced the authority at the top of the card on this pitch. Here is Jeremiah Louis being cracked down to his brother at Gully, coming across at backward point. No run. Cooper is yet to get off the mark. It's already seen through and over. The run that came when he was facing the runs were actually 4 leg byes. So he would like to get himself on the way. Big ask for the Leeward's Hurricanes when you're bowled out just after tea on the first day in a 4-day encounter. Ooh, that's a better delivery, the best delivery we have seen from Jeremiah Louis. It was just outside the off-stump, Dave Joseph, rising a bit, inducing initially a drive, but in the end, a defensive stroke playing inside the line.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. I think, as I said, the best delivery we have seen from the Leewards, as a matter of fact, since the start. You know, so they would want to bowl a few more deliveries in that area.
Still 8 without loss. And a disastrous batting performance from the Hurricanes. Louis. Cooper comes forward. Placed it out to Nathan Edward at mid-on. When the Leewards batted, as we mentioned, there were just little spots of scores. Only 2 relatively okay partnerships. I can't even say good partnerships. So therefore, the two principal scorers would have been the wicket keepers, Hamilton and Andrew, 44 and 27 respectively. Here is Louis this time coming forward. Cooper without any challenge, and there is no run. So if you are in a team and only two players, you know, are scoring, you know, what we call a proverbial score, it is not going to be good in terms of the final outcome.
Yeah, it definitely not showing good for the Leewards. Only two batters really, you know, getting any score of note, which puts them under a bit of pressure.
Down the leg side, whipped off the pads, but O'Shane Thomas comes around deep backward of square, gets onto it, and only a single. Cooper gets off the mark. So the over number 3 has been completed. Cooper is on 1, and the man Evan Lewis is on 4.
Yeah, let's see what, you know, tactic they're going to use against the other batter here. We're going short at Lewis, so let's see what's the real plan here now against this batter. I'm yet to see the real plan coming out of the Leewards, you know, bowling attack and the whole fielding arrangement.
I think contrastingly, although it's early days now, it was so evident with the Red Force, with both Seals and Anderson Phillip. Seals, in fact, 2 successive maidens. Pitching, leaving the batter, pitching, leaving the batter, then the odd one coming back in. And that was clearly a pattern. Here is O'Shane Thomas to Cooper. That one was short, fast, and he was trying to pull inside the line, almost crouching, and rehearses the stroke, perhaps saying, I should have been up to that one and coming forward. So Thomas seems as though whether his instinct or his instruction is saying, hit it into the pitch.
Yeah, it's probably instinctive. Yeah, it looks pretty that way to me.
See how
He's
long.
got what, 7 balls so far?
Yes.
All of them have been short. Short and shorter.
Let's see how long he will persist. Will it yield? Cooper faces him, and that one was short as well, but short of a length rather than short. It came off with more pace taken by Hamilton.
Yeah, he had a bit of hint of movement there to set. It actually left the batsman after it pitched.
So perhaps he's onto something here. Seems as though he's willing to do the work. Well, they have no reason, nothing else to do but to charge in. They're looking forward to the end of a day's play later. So do the hard work. Go home, get the warm shower and the cold bath. Go to sleep and come back and fire. So let's see what Thomas does with that prospect. Cooper, low crouch on the bat, faces, and he's always seemed intent to sway backwards, Dave Joseph, instead of standing up, facing, and deciding on the course of action.
Well, I think he has got the right approach. He's not ducking, he's swaying.
But swaying as well when it's pitched outside the off. You know, he's not looking to line up.
Yeah, well, he knows O'Shane is going to bowl short, so once he's not in line,
quite predictable.
Once the ball is not in line with his body, he doesn't have anything to do but, you know, just take evasive action and get out of the way.
Can O'Shane change his line?
What he probably needs to do is to bowl a bit more of his body and then see what happens.
Here is Thomas. Start and then stops. Oh, this one is wayward. You're saying getting closer to the body? He's getting closer to the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He's probably trying to work on something in terms. It looks like more movement now than anything else set.
So he he would have watched, he would have seen Seals taking 2 for 31, but that those figures really may not reflect how well he bowled. 16 overs, Seals, 6 maidens, 2 for 31 for Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Those were the fast bowlers. So he would have looked not only at their spell, but he would have looked not only at their figures, but how they performed. Here is Thomas to Cooper. Cooper gets this one, works it nicely off the pads. This will go out to the boundary at mid-wicket. It does for 4.
Yeah, good shot off the pads they set. And as the Trinidadian guys have been pretty patient. They're waiting for that bad delivery, it seems like to me. They're actually waiting. And he say, O'Shane is looking to bowl short, and then looks like he's going to go either short or just full. And that's the delivery they're waiting to capitalize on.
Cooper really trying to carve out his part just to complete the Trinidad and Tobago bowling. Hines, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. The men who got 3. Carey Pierce, 3 for 34 from 19 overs, including 8 maidens, an outstanding performance. And Brian Charles, 5.5 overs, 3 for 9, including a maiden. Here is Thomas to Cooper. Cooper plays inside the line. A little shape on that delivery. That completes the over. A well-struck 4 we saw from Cooper in that over. And the Trinidad and Tobago opening pair, they're looking quite comfortable here at the start after 4 overs, 13 without loss.
Yeah, you've got to look to let them play a bit more. Play at some more deliveries. You've got 3 slips waiting, so you need to let them look to play at these balls some more.
So we have 23 overs remaining in the day's play, minimum. Remember, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes only face 60.5 overs. And they are definitely up against it. 44 from Jamal Hamilton, 27 from Joel Andrew, 18 from Casey Carty, 15 from Rakeem Cornwall. And after that, extras, the next 14 extras. Here is Jeremiah Louis. Just outside the all-stump, the ball moving across the left-handed Evan Lewis. He's patient. What do you tell a player who would have not played first-class cricket for 10 years and returning? What would you say to him in this situation?
I think he knows what he has got to do. If he's making a return after 10 years, tells you that he knows what he has to do, things that he can come in and make an impact. And to make that impact, you've got to, be patient, relax, still be confident, and score runs.
Yes. And
if he's making a bid for playing for the West Indies again.
And his confidence is evident. The shot that he just played, he was just on top of one coming into him. While we may say Louis does not have the pace as much to bother him as maybe an O'Shane Thomas, at least the swing, the movements, he knows that he has to concentrate on every delivery. As you say, be patient. It's not a T20 game. It is a patience game. Shoulders, arms, and allows the ball to go through.
It's an interesting field placement I'm seeing set. I'm seeing a man, 3/4 ways to the boundary at backward point, which suggests he's going to play the ball in the air somewhere around here.
My thing is, Evan Lewis usually plays that cut shot. But I think if you're looking at a catch, I think he's definitely too deep. I think Louis could have taken about 5 paces in. He usually plays it just towards the edge of that 30-yard circle. Down the leg side, glances at it. Jamal Hamilton comes around and no harm done. The point is, I know we don't have a 30-yard circle here, but you actually have an estimate as to what the imaginary 30-yard circle. And I think, yes, he hits the ball well and hammers it to the boundary. So the question is is that more a defensive field for that shot? But certainly I don't see him in a catching position.
I am thinking that you should look to take that shot away from him. Not to not to set a feel, to set a feel for that. Just take the shot away from him and see if you put him under a bit of pressure that he can't get to play that shot.
Can Louis strike? Will Louis do damage? This time it's outside the off stump. So there seems to be a clear plan. Now Louis coming into his whole own, pitching the ball and moving it across the left-hander. So he's getting some encouragement, I guess, from Casey Carty as he walks back, getting into his better element of control. Someone needs to inject some enthusiasm into the Leeward Islands team. They have been outplayed on first innings. Down the leg side, he plays it half-cocked into what would have been a short square leg position, gets a single. Been outplayed on first innings doesn't mean that the Red Force's first innings is completed, but in their first innings, not even getting to 150.
Yeah, well, as I said, I think that's the plan that Trinidad had, to see if they can get them out below 150. And they did so, and even way below 150.
Yes, significant performance by the Red Force team. O'Shane Thomas is about to come in with his third over. He has completed his third. A bit down the leg side, once again short by O'Shane Thomas. And the question continues. I'm not quite sure of the monitoring of Kelvin Pittman. Kelvin Pittman would bowl at optimum pace, would bowl as O'Shane Thomas bowls. He's a young player on the rise, you know, and one wonders what goes into the thinking or the psyche, you know, of the selection or the selection policy. You're starting a season, I think the incentive is always to give that, not just the younger player, but the sharper player, the player with the capacity to carry you there. But teams seem to be banked on the experience. It's not to say it's the experience of a permanent or a West Indian player who is entrenched. So that's a question that would be asked outside the off stump. No ball signal by umpire Reefer. So Shane Thomas may well just be showing a sign of, I don't want to say tiredness.
You shouldn't say tiredness. 2 overs and tired.
That's right. But
it's first-class cricket.
Trying to overextend. Because when we look at the Trinidad and Tobago innings, the two no balls that the Leewards received basically came from that delivery that slipped from the grass of Jaden Seals.
And the spinner bowled a no ball.
Yes. But already we're seeing that sign, and we're just in over number 6, O'Shane Thomas. Cooper glances that one. You mentioned about it's another no ball. So he's struggling up the hill, successive deliveries. You would have mentioned earlier, Dave Joseph, about perhaps a forward short leg. And I think the way in which O'Shane was bowling, there could have been a call for that.
Yeah, there are 2 deliveries before this last one set that actually went at the body of Cooper. He actually looked like he will be in a better body if you bowl at his body. So but then if you haven't got the bowlers to bowl at that line, and you know, it's going to be a serious thing, and consistently enough. If you're going to be attacking a man in his body, you've got to be consistent with it, and then to put the field in place.
So Thomas comes into Cooper once again. He's hurried into the stroke. looking to play down the leg side. The ball taking the shoulder of the bat and going to Micaiah Louis at gully. So the new format by CWI is the try or the bilateral series amongst 3 teams, Leeward and Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana and the Windward Islands, Barbados and Jamaica. Each will play bilateral series, 3 matches in the respective series, all starting today or started today. A better delivery by O'Shane Thomas, played out towards forward of square on the onside. Looked as though it was angling towards the offside, and looked as though the ball took the inner part of the bat. But Cooper will be happy with the single, and the contest between Evan Lewis and O'Shane Thomas will continue.
See a change of feel now. Set. Back
Precisely
goal.
what you were calling for.
Yeah, well, they should have done it from the start.
And that would have shown that there was a plan.
That a plan, yeah, but no.
It shows as though you're following the bowler,
yeah,
rather than having the plan. So Thomas looks out, wants to ensure that he has all feelers in place. Wicketkeeper Hamilton and his 3 slips. They are waiting. Joel, Andrew and Edward on the boundary. This time, oh, he gets a good one. No ball. Again, the 3rd no ball in the over. This is concerning. Should be concerning for the Leeward. Should be more concerning for the bowler. What's the challenge, Dave? He's contesting with umpire, not contesting.
He needs to get it right. Can't be giving away runs when you didn't make much. I see Cornwall doing a bit of stretching, so it's suggesting to me that he's going to come into the attack.
Well, if the Pacers are wasting the new ball, it's best you get to your most successful bowler. So Thomas, perhaps trying too hard. Over the wicket to Lewis. He does not deliver. Something does not feel right. 3 no balls here.
Confidence going now. That's why it's important to stay behind the line. It's going to ruin a lot of things for yourself.
He's marking his jump spot. And you know that has to be behind the stumps to get you there, given the length of his stride, given the momentum. So that should be right. A clear decision to me. Clarity in terms of where you're going to pitch the ball also plays a key to that in terms of no ball. Clarity in terms of the angle at which you want to deliver the ball. You know, it's not just when you get there. Those decisions have to be made at the top of... In fact, you're making that when you're walking back to the mark.
Yeah, this is...
And it worries me when I see bowlers repeatedly bowl no balls. It means that it has nothing to do with the fact that you overstep. It's the fact that you're overthinking or you're uncertain.
Yeah, this is not schoolboy cricket set. This is big man stuff.
That's right. The
profession. Get it right.
Comes in over the wicket to Lewis. Lewis leaves it alone. Fairly good pace outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think he's actually struggling, set, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm watching him and he's going into bowling. He's actually looking down at the crease now, so he's struggling. I can see that. So he's lost his confidence. I can see that definitely.
And who is there to help him to restore that? He walks back a lonely man. But perhaps the anxiety as well, the pressure on the bowler due to the low score scored by the Leewards, and just wanting to get along with it, to get on with it, anxious to get a wicket in. Confidence is certainly not there. Started and stopped, but now he's back in full stride. into Lewis. Lewis gets a good one, and he really comes down on that. That was a much better delivery. He had to squeeze it out because it was heading between bat and pad. And Lewis gets a single, nonetheless. 20 without loss. One legitimate delivery remains in the over because he has had 3 illegitimate deliveries, 3 no balls in the extras column versus only 2 for the entire 60 overs, 60.5 overs when the Red Force bowlers bowled. So Thomas anxious to take a wicket here. Last delivery of his third. Oh, that one had Cooper jumping and prancing, taking the shoulder and bouncing to the wicket keeper. The point that you're making, look at that level of bowling. You need to have a short leg because he has gotten it right against the right-hander. And that one had him really jumping. But had he taken the bat, no one is at short leg. So that is a factor for consideration by the Leeward Hurricanes.
Not the Leeward Hurricanes, the captain.
Well, I guess he would have a core of players.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you've got to be able to watch the batters and be able to dissect and divulge and decide what plan you're going to bowl at them with. You know, because I saw that coming. Once you bowl at his body, he's going to be flinching and, you know, he's not too comfortable when the ball comes at him.
That's right.
So you've got to, you know, attack his body a bit more. Again, I don't know if you really got the firepower to do that. As I said, you've got to have the personnel to be able to do that and do it consistently.
Oh, just in front of Jeremiah Louis. We were speaking about that shot from Evan Lewis. And I did say to you that at least 5 steps forward. And Louis had to run in about 4 steps and then dive, and the ball fell. And I'm just trying to figure out that flashing drive from Evan Lewis. Jeremiah Louis diving away, couldn't take the catch, no fault of his. But his placement is a fault because if you know Evan Lewis, you know where that shot is going to go. The idea is there. Jeremiah Louis had plugged away the over before, but the distance of Jeremiah Louis from that, it would have been Red Force 1 down. Something is wrong with the thinking.
Yeah, well, as I say, you got to be spot on with your plans and your ideas.
Here is Jeremiah Louis. Delivery. Lewis did not play.
It's obvious that he's not gonna refuse to play that shot set.
Yes, it's compulsive. Him on the square drive. He's compulsive.
And you must give credit to Louis. He has bowled pretty well.
Yes.
He has starved him, and then he went right into the area and he induced the shot. But then the fielder is not in the right place.
Precisely. So. You look at that and he remains there. You know, obviously they have a plan and it has been thought out, but in terms of the distance, clearly here is Louis. Jeremiah down the leg side this time. He has lost it perhaps after realizing that he didn't get the opportunity of that wicket. Went down the leg side. But the last over he came back well with really trying to induce Lewis. But until this over, he had him, should have had the wicket. Jeremiah. No fault to Mikael, his brother, because he really had some distance to cover. He covered it well, but at the dive, the ball fell in front of him. Thought it may have been the placement. Who does the placing? It's left with the captain in consultation with the bowler, but the captain is the one who directs the traffic.
Yeah, well, should be a whole team decision. They should know these players by now. They've seen them playing in this competition for years and years.
So I'm asking the question then.
When we played set, we didn't have no computer, we didn't have no statistician to tell you these things.
Well, that's the truth.
It was a mental note. You have to have it in your head.
I like that. Realism. Evan Lewis on this occasion, just working it into the offside. Plays it though with a horizontal bat. knocking it into the ground. And that is the difference. Now, you could take mental note. That player, such and such, you there, you here, you do, walk in, etc.
And you know,
you have
exactly
the stats.
which bowler to bowl to which batter.
Precisely. So those matchups, you take your mental notes. Now you have everything, but that player remains in a position that you think he's trying to save a boundary rather than taking a catch. Here is Evan Lewis, this time a slow delivery. Mikael Louis comes in the field. Inside what would have been
another no ball again.
Oh, wow. So 3 no balls from Lewis, 1 from Louis. Leeward's no ball doubling the no balls from the Red Force. So it's going to be a challenge here for the Hurricane. Hurricanes need a wicket. They are in search of it. Came close to it. Lewis is beaten by a beauty from Louis. Louis is running as though he's celebrating. Jamal Hamilton did not go up, and umpire Tuckett is unmoved. A good delivery. Look at it. He's coming into his own. Ooh, between bat and pad. Louis was celebrating, but there was no nick.
Celebrating doesn't mean you're appealing, you know.
Maybe celebrating to beat the bat.
Yeah. Well, that was a good delivery, though.
Really, a peach of a delivery. Yeah. Delivery of the inning so far. He's warming to himself. Had an ordinary first over. He's improving as he goes through the spell. Whereas Thomas has deteriorated, so no synchrony between the opening bowlers. This time Lewis gets another one wide outside the off stump. He's not induced into the drive on this occasion, allows the ball to go through. And at the end of the over,
Cornwall coming into the attack.
Well, you may have gotten the signal. It would be interesting to see how he shapes up to Evan Lewis. So yes, Cornwall is going to come into the attack. And at 22 without loss, the Red Steel may be feeling that they are onto something. Denmore Roberts will come in after Cornwall's first over. And then Dave, I know you deserve a long break, so we would have that orchestrated. But what is your prediction between now and the end of play?
Well, it just left to see how Cornwall will go about his business here. I mean, he's been one of the leading wicket takers in this level of competition here in the Caribbean. So, you know, he should be some sort of batter to these batters here. So let's see how he starts.
Well, we see the helmet comes out, the spinner comes on, we see the helmet. We didn't see the helmet for the Pacers. When I speak of the helmet, the forward short leg. The helmet close to the bat, not the batter's helmet. They still have it on the helmet. So you'll be bowling with a slip, a forward short leg, a backward pointer cover. First delivery is good and on target. And Cooper is tight in defense. There is also a deep mid-off, a wide mid-on, long on the boundary, backward of square on the boundary. Cornwall comes in over the wicket. He gets this one. It's the pitch is really taking turn. This one wrapped him high up on the thigh pad, going down leg, but pitched on wicket. So it will be interesting to see. Not a good delivery, but well played on the part of Cooper. Showing some composure. So, Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, it's a pretty attacking field set to start for Cornwall.
Yes. Mid-wicket comes close, short mid-wicket. So they're onto something. They're trying to put some pressure on Cooper, which is good captaincy.
Yeah, you've got to
but
let him play something different.
This time he gets it past the forward short leg fielder, going through his hands on the bounce. And the Nathan Edward, who is placed on the boundary at backward of square, fires the return in completing the over. Cornwall's first over comes to an end. Only a single coming from that over.
Yes, it's a good start for Cornwall. And I'm thinking that it's going to be a bit of challenge here for them because it's going to be left and right combination. And it's not going to be as easy as we want to think once they keep, rotating the strike.
So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are continuing their reply to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes first innings total. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue. He's bowling to the right-handed Cephas Cooper, who was leaving one outside the line of the off stump, one that seemingly cut back at him from Jeremiah Louis. So Louis started slowly, I would say. His first over was very ragged. It was all over the place. But has since found his rhythm and has bowled a lot better the last few overs that he has delivered. He's from the northern end, and again, good delivery. Cephas Cooper can't score. Run scoring has not been very easy today. 138 all out the Leeward Islands made, and Trinidad and Tobago 24 runs in 8.5 overs or so. Louis looking as if he's put on a couple of pounds from the last time I've seen him. He was an appeal, a stifled appeal. Cephas Cooper was looking to hit that one somewhere over the mid-on region. The ball again angled towards the leg side. Probably swung just a little bit too much. That negated that appeal very quickly.
Yeah, Louis has been growing in confidence then more. He's getting better as he go along. As you said, the first over was nothing of note really, but he has been, getting better and better at it. He's starting to get the ball to move around, nip around a bit.
Very much so. He's gotten swing here, and here is he in once more to bowl to Cooper, and they get a quick single as Cooper is dropping it into the offside field, something that you were mentioning earlier in our broadcast, drop and run. And they did it very well on that occasion. Cooper just coming forward, not really trying to play it ultra defensive, but maneuvered it into the space and took off for an easy quick single. O'Shane Thomas has now gone into that
vital
position. And they tell you put your
do you think is the best man for the job there?
I was just about to say, they tell you put your best feelers in critical positions, and I don't think that is a spot for Shane Damas. I think anything that goes in that direction will be boundary. Here is Evan Lewis flashing and missing outside the line of the off stump. No real foot movement. He just threw the bat at it, hoping to make contact. Through to the wicket keeper it went. Jamal Hamilton, who is behind the stumps today, not Joel Andrew. And I'm one that feels that there is no need to push Joel Andrew as a wicket-keeper batter. I think his batting on its own can suffice. Outside the line of the off-stump from Louis, raising the bat, allowing it to go by is Evan Lewis. Brings up the end of another over. 25 without loss. At the end of over number 9.
Yeah, it's been pretty slow progress for the Leewards here. The Red Force guys have been, nicking away at the runs. They've gotten a few extras too, which have helped them. Quite a few no balls been bowled. Cornwall is going to be taking up the attack here. As I say, it's a pretty attacking field for Cornwall.
I think because they would have seen the way that the ball turned when, especially when
Charles
was bowling, that would have motivated the type of field placements that we're seeing for Cornwall. Cornwall is in to the right-handed Cephas Cooper. He's trying to beat the infield on the leg side, no run. Hit it straight to the fielder standing at that mid-wicket position. Cornwall is in again, and delivery that starts maybe on the stumps, turning towards the leg side. The batsman just allowing it to probably take him on the thigh pad, fall away on the onside, no run. Cornwall is in again, and they're going to get a run as he was able to get it past the diving slip fielder in the captain in Graves, and runs down to a third man position, one more to the total. As a matter of fact, that was Louis in that slip position. Field change is over.
That's Louis or Graves? Graves.
Is it Graves?
Yeah, it's Graves that slip.
It is Graves that slip. Yes, it is. Just having another look. Yeah. Cornwall decides to come around the wicket to the left-handed Evan Lewis. Delivery that is flighted outside the line of the off stump. Lewis looks at it, sort of playing, and then just allowing it to go into the gloves of Hamilton. No run. Cornwall to Lewis, and Lewis gets a poor delivery that is angled down the leg side, and he just turns it away into the onside, gets a single out to deep square leg. So change over again for the field, right hand left hand combination. The right handed Cephas Cooper and the left handed Evan Lewis for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they need 139 to get first innings honors, and start to take advantage of the Leeward Island. So we're going to have a drinks break. Gives us an opportunity maybe just to have a look back at what would have taken place so far for the day. No? Maybe if we had some of the highlights, yeah. You saw the first wicket that went down for the Leeward Islands early on. The Leewards losing wickets at regular intervals, mixed with some aggressive stroke play. First off by Joel Andrew, trying a little bit of a counter-attack to the Trinidad and Tobago early dominance. Played some good-looking shots, did Joel Andrew. And then it was Kadeem Henry who was with him that just chipped one very easily out and got out. Joel Andrew was unfortunate. He got a good delivery from Jaden Seals, one that swung back at him and just couldn't keep it out, the ball taking off the leg bail. And right before lunch, the captain went. Seals continuing to have a good day. Got Casey Carty trapped on the crease. And Carrie Pierre came in and was very effective. Got 3 wickets overall, Carrie Pierre. Hamilton tried to play a couple of shots to bring some respectability to the Leeward Islands total. He had a top score in the innings of 44 and it came behind the way that he was able to put away those loose deliveries from the Trinidad bowling. But he didn't get much support from the Leeward Islands batters, as Hamilton was almost a one-man show for the 44 runs that he made in the innings. And Charles came in to the attack and finished things off for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Red Force opening pair of Cephas Cooper and, of course, Evan Lewis making a return. They've so far taken the score to 27 without loss in 9.5 overs so far. So, drinks break taken into just about, it's actually 10 overs that have gone so far. So the drinks break has been taken and we're just waiting for the resumption of the bowling of play after the drinks breaks. Remember, we have a minimum of 27 overs for the Leeward Islands to bowl before the end of the day's play. So it looks as if we might have a little bit of overtime today.
Edwards coming into the attack.
Nathan Edward. And they tell us that his Edward doesn't have an S. So it's Edward. Nathan Edward, a left arm seamer. Was very promising, and that's, we can see that's the match summary for the day's play so far. A day, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force can say that they're right on top the way that proceedings have gone so far. They were able to bowl out the Leeward Islands for a relatively small score, 138, and they have been safe so far, not lost a wicket, scored 27 runs. Evan Lewis and Cephas Cooper trying to build a partnership, and so they're just 111 runs behind on the Leeward Islands' first innings as Nathan Edward is just trying to get himself loose at that far end.
Interesting field placement again, Denmo. Was this a short cover point?
Yeah, he's pretty square. Outside the line of the off stump, and Evan Lewis is looking to crack it through that cover region, and that one of those two fielders who was posted pretty close to each other does a diving stop. So just a single to Evan Lewis, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Had that one beaten that field, it would have certainly been a boundary, because that one was struck very well by Evan Lewis. So Nathan Edward coming from the far end, still has 2 slips and a gully in place. Edward is turned away down to a long leg position for a single. quiet passage of play here. Cat and mouse situation going on. The Leeward Islands are hoping for a wicket. Trinidad and Tobago would want to try and finish out the day, building a big partnership and looking to bat once in this competition, having bowled out the opposition from a small score and really get the season off to a flying start. Delivery that is played away into the offside field. Quietly fielded there, no run. We'll tell you what the situation is in some of the other games so far in this regional 4-day tournament. Windies Islands 255 for 8 when last we heard. And Barbados Pride now 298 for 6. So they've had a recovery as well there. And we'll try and see if we can see the scorecard. Ball played away square in the wicket. So Wickham is not out on 153 for Barbados. So he's gotten a century there. 191 deliveries, 6 fours, and 12 sixes. So he's been ultra aggressive.
First century of the season.
First century of the season. And Kyle Mayers, he made 64. Wickham is still batting, not out on 153. Edward is played away again into the offside field by Evan Lewis off the back foot. Can't beat the infield, no run. 3 wickets there for Odean Smith for Jamaica. Correction, it's 4 wickets for Marquino Minley. Marquino Minley scored 4 wickets, a wicket for O.J. Shields, and 1 for Pete Salmon. There for Jamaica against the Barbados team. Lewis is hitting one, scraped the wicket again. The fielder at that point position is diving, knocks it down, takes most of the energy off of that stroke, that ball that was running, and they're able to just get a single. So end of the over.
I'm not sure if that ploy they're using against Lewis is the real plan to get him out. It looks as though to me as whenever the ball is being straight at him, he doesn't play it well. He's looking to free his arms to slap that ball to the covers, and if you don't give him that width, I think he's going to be cramped.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah,
that they need, instead of setting the field to try and bowl him wide like they are doing, they need to find a way to tuck him up to sort of not allow him to.
You got to take the shot away
arms.
from him. Take that shot away from him.
And I think what that will do, as Cornwall starts a new over, his first delivery is played defensively, I think that what that will do, if they take that shot away from him, he will try to manufacture it.
Something else,
and gives them an opportunity to dismiss him. So something for Captain Graves to think about. But Cornwall is in, short of a length, and Lewis gets a single as he punches it up to the long off region. So 1 more to the total. And again, we see Cornwall immediately going around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis in his spell.
Lewis, looking at Lewis, then he reminds me a lot of Sherwin Campbell. He was the type of player that you cannot give him that width.
So you just see the
something's happening
physio being called on just for a concussion protocol. I think the ball just popped up and might have taken Sifa Scooper on the helmet as he was trying to play the sweep shot. Yeah, just taking him probably on the side of the grill. And so the umpire is just wanting to make sure that the concussion protocol is followed. They just ask him a couple of questions and does a little check. He's all smiles about it. It's just the normal standard procedure these days. Not taking any chances when it comes to anything to do with head and head injuries. So even though it just seemed innocuous on that occasion, he was trying to sweep it. The ball probably just took the top of the gloves and went into the helmet. Concussion protocol over. He's always seemed as if it was just routine. And he's there, 31 without loss. 12 overs. We're in the 12th over so far. So 15 overs left in the, as our match referee told us, of the minimum 27 to be bowled today. So one is swept away out to the deep cover position, the deep square leg position, and they're able to come through for another single. So Cornwall over comes to an end, 32 without loss. Just 2 runs coming from that over. As a matter of fact, just 3 runs coming from the over of Rakeem Cornwall.
Yeah, Cornwall has been going pretty well so far. He has actually kept the TNT batsmen on the check.
Yeah, he's not giving away anything at all.
Not much at all, if any at all.
Nathan Edward would want to do the same. Bowling from that far end. It's a left arm, fast medium bowler. And just pushing this one into the mid-wicket region is Cooper. They'll get just 1.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about then more. When you have a left and right hand combination, and I think there must be some sort of effort to get some sort of left-handed batter into the Leeward's batting lineup. I don't know who are the left-handed batters in the Leewards or in their setup, but you need to get somebody up so you could actually keep that rotation of the strike and the changing of the lines of the bowlers and that kind of stuff.
I think Ross Powell
is
a left-handed batter.
Yeah, they need to get somebody in this lineup, definitely.
The Leewards are pretty much all right-handers until it comes right down to the
last three.
As a good way of just turning the strike over again. Evan Lewis playing 1 into the offside. It went out to mid-off, but the mid-off fielder is deep, and they were nimble feet, and they quickly sped through for another run. So, Red Force. Scoreboard says it's 32 with a loss. Here is a delivery, striking him on the pad. There's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Edward coming left arm over the wicket would really have to get those deliveries starting on the stumps.
I would think, based on his field placement that he has then more, I would rather see him coming around the wicket. So he definitely gets the ball to go into the batsman. Those 2 fielders he have there placed there strategically, I would prefer to see him around the wicket so he can get the ball to go right into the batsman, and he's going to clip it there.
The batter is trying to play one on the leg side. The ball coming off the thigh pad region, rolling out into the onside, and there is no run. I understand exactly what you're saying there, because he has 2 fielders. There's one forward of square and one at a straightish mid-wicket position for that uppish drive on the leg side. Edward Runs in once more, left arm over the wicket. He's outside the line of the off stump. The batter doesn't have to offer a stroke. And there is no run. So Cephas Cooper, who's scored a century before in first class cricket, opening the batting today for Trinidad and Tobago. And I was just getting back to Wickham, because I think Wickham is one that has shown a lot of talent for quite a while, and I'm happy to see that he's now making runs, because we need one or two of the batters to really show that we have a new generation of competent batters in the Caribbean. Cooper is going to get runs here, as this one is turned forward of square and beats Joel Andrew, who's standing at square leg, and runs into the square leg boundary for 4. So it was a delivery just on about the line of the leg stump, and he just turned the hand and got it past the fielder, who was standing in short there forward of square, and ran out to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, I don't think Edwards has the kind of a pace that they're looking at in terms of the strategy they're looking to employ here to get these batters out, or this right-handed batter out. Yeah, he needs a little bit more height on the ball if he's going to get it, based on the field placement they have here. And I don't think he has that kind of pace to get that job done.
Certainly does not. Cornwall is going to continue as starts and then stops. He has a slip in place. One slip in place as he's in, and Lewis is pulling it out to the fielder on that forward square leg boundary for a single. Field changes over as Cornwall will now come over the wicket to the right-handed Cephas Cooper, who's on 16. Evan Lewis is on 14. Delivery from Cornwall is just allowed to take him on the body and fall away. This is Cornwall, and the ball just for a moment left the bat in the air, but getting past that short leg fielder, and there is no run. Cornwall is bowling a delivery that Cephas Cooper is playing defensively at his feet. No run. 10 minutes to 5 in the afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. Cornwall is in, and again the batter gets one that just bounces and a turn into the offside field. No run. Cornwall is bowling, and the batter is trying to sweep this one away into the leg side. The ball just going to that short square leg position, and there is no run. 39 without loss. Cornwall's over just goes for another single, so he continues to hold one end, just continues to keep the scoring down, so that the Leeward Islands fast bowler still has something to play with. Just about 100 runs in the lead right now.
Yeah, he has been doing a pretty good job at keeping one end tight here. I guess he's gonna have to bowl for quite some time, then more.
You tend to think that he's going to have a long spell.
Yeah.
Just based on the selection of the Leeward Islands today. You just tended to think that is going to be the situation. I think Daniel Durham too, at some point, will find himself having to do a bit of bowling. I thought that the captain, though, in Graves, might have brought himself on instead of Nathan Edward at this stage to try and pry out a wicket, since as the Leeward Islands have not been able to get a wicket so far.
Well, I think he probably might have been looking at, the left arm variety, being a little bit a change, as opposed to what was going on with two, right arm seamers.
Mm-hmm.
But based on what I've seen here with the first three, I think Pittman has been really hard done. I've been watching him in the nets down at recreation grounds, and he has looked, way above these guys here.
Yeah, I've seen him
Yeah,
recently. I actually went up to Bethesda this year to try and take in some of him, and he didn't play in the match when I turned up to watch him. But he has looked very sharp. He's looked improved since he's been a part of that academy setup, and I'm hoping that he'll get an opportunity. And this is where I also differ with some folks, because I'm of the opinion, Dave Joseph, that if the West Indies have an academy should be a finishing school. Finishing school meaning that when you leave the academy, you're supposed to go straight back and play in your franchise that you belong to. You're supposed to literally walk in to the franchise and play, because you should come back the finished product. It shouldn't be that you leave the academy and then the franchise is still wondering whether or not you're good enough to play.
Yeah,
Outside the off stump by Edwards into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton, no run.
Yeah, that's the right thinking, but what you got to understand then, when you're dealing with people and human beings, and they differ as you go along and as you change areas and positions.
Yeah, but my take is that in our situation in the West Indies, WICB is the person that pays all the salaries for all the franchises. So they should have the bigger say. So they should say that once we send somebody out of the academy and we've graduated them good enough, they're supposed to play at the next level when we have competitions like this one.
Unless they're injured.
Unless they're injured. That's what I mean. Once they're fit,
they should
be playing, because we would have invested in them, because it's an investment. They come to the academy. I think they get an academy contract. The WICB looks after them, and so at the end of the day, we pay the effort that I am putting into my own competition by playing my people. That's just what I think.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. But again, the West Indies board would have known, what their plans are for these players and how they expect them to progress and where they're looking to go with them. So rightfully so, they should have some say in what they, how they want to see them play, and their playing time out on the field.
Here is this delivery that is scooted away down to a wide third man position for a single. One again from Evan Lewis's bat to end. Nathan Edwards is over. At the end of it, the total has moved on to 37, it says, but the official scorecard has it as 40 without loss. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, so they now less than 100 runs behind of the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands having been bowled out for 138 in 30.5 overs. I remember I was part of a discussion where there were some folks who felt that the academy being a team was a good option. I disagreed with that program. I don't think that you want the academy to become a team, but you want it to be a situation where when you leave the academy, that you are a part of the whole program and that you go back and should be playing, because there's no use that somebody like a Kelvin Pittman will not improve sitting on the bench running out with a towel, carrying the water. So you want those people to be a part of what takes place, because if we look around right now, around the teams that are playing currently in this tournament, we've not seen many of the academy players or people who have been in the academy included in the teams here.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Is it that they've sent them out from the academy, or because they have dismantled the academy, that's why they're out here with the other teams?
I'm not sure if the academy is dismantled, but I think that the whole idea of the academy being a team was supposed to be just for a short time. But when you look at it, like for the Leeward Islands, you don't see a Carlon Bowen Tuckett anywhere around, and he was a part of the.
I think he did pretty well too in the last season.
Did pretty well in the last season.
Scored a couple of centuries.
Yeah, but then he's not.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing him in this Leeward team.
He's not anywhere here playing. So again, we have to look at what we're thinking about and how our development is going to take place when we are in charge of it. Cornwall has bowled another good over, maiden over, 40 without loss. The total remains. So 40 without loss. We've had 16 overs, 98 runs behind the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They still have all 10 wickets in hand. 44 runs from Jamal Hamilton being the top scorer for the Leeward Islands in the 138 all out. Joel Andrew getting 27. 18 for Casey Carty. That would have been considered a failure. And right at the top, Michael Louis just blasting about 7 deliveries and making a duck today. Maybe not the way that the Leeward Islands would have wanted one of the persons that is the top player to perform. And I think what it will do to the point, just to finish the point that I was making, I think what it will do to, it will force some of these other players to step up their game, knowing that they're going to have competition coming back in terms of some of the other players who are coming from the academy. And the expectation is that they are a part of. You would find that some of these other players can get dropped, so they will have to step up their game outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, he certainly will. Push them to raise the levels of the game.
We can't continue to have 138 and these sort of low scores being the norm of the West Indies tournament, because it means that when we get to the next level, when we get to the test level, we're not going to compete. We're going to capitulate like we saw that happened in the last couple of series, that our batters have really not stood up and raised their hand and say, yes, I am here, I deserve to be, I belong. So we have to find a way to change that whole situation. This is Nathan Edward. And out into the offside field, no run. I'm sure there are folks out there that say, what this guy is talking about.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you then. If this is going to be the score that we're making, I would rather see you put in some of the under 19s and start to work on them and let them come through.
If this is what we're going to get, 138 from the senior pros, then might as well we start to look to
groom some young players.
Get some of the better players that we feel can come through. Yeah, to play. This is Nathan Edward, a youngster. He's in outside the line of the off stump with a little bit more pace, so he's just trying to generate a little bit more effort. We were speaking about his pace a couple of overs ago, and that delivery just had a little bit more effort as he
you can
pushed
see
that one.
He's definitely trying to put some more effort in then. But the point is, you've been on the field. You've watched 2 bowlers bowl, so you should be well warm and ready to go on to fire. Not to bowl 2-3 overs and then to come start to look
he sort of looked
very
surprised.
Very flat to start.
When he was called upon by Graves. He's a little bit offline with that delivery. Just coming inside Cooper, just allowing it to go by into the gloves of Hamilton no run. When you saw him the very first over, he literally took a couple of minutes to try and warm up, almost as if he didn't know that he was going to come on, and he looked very flat at the start of his spell.
As you were asking, what are some of the things that go through a captain's mind? you know, you'd want to think that the captain should know what his plans are. So 2-3 overs before.
I know that you
signal to the bowler, let him
you
go.
already
You're supposed
signal,
to be ready,
you know, be ready.
Get ready. You're gonna come soon,
Yeah. Edwards now is in, and again outside the line of the off stump, a little bit more energy in his run up, a little bit more effort in the bowling, and it remains on 40 without loss. So a maiden over bowled by Nathan Edward. The match summary: Leeward Islands 138 all out. Hamilton and Andrew, the two batters that got the better scores for the Leeward Islands. Hamilton getting 44, Joel Andrew 27. Even though his fans and the Leeward Islands would be expecting a lot more from somebody like Joel Andrew in terms of his batting. Raheem Cornwall starts a new over with a flighted delivery to Evan Lewis, and Lewis' eyes lit up just for a moment there. And you tend to think that if Raheem Cornwall flights too many more like that one, Lewis is going to have a go. He bringing Lewis forward, and he's playing defensively into the offside field, Cornwall, but the ball looked to be flighty, but it just dipped very quickly on the left-handed Evan Lewis. Lewis is into his stance once more, and he's ready to face as Cornwall comes in, and this one is played away into the onside, into the short mid-wicket region, no run. Lewis is going to get runs here as this one is turned away into the leg side, into the deep square leg position for a single. Run number 41 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Manual scoreboard seems to be about 2 runs behind the official scorecard that we're getting. Here this delivery is played quietly into the offside field. Cornwall continues, the tall, burly figure as he's in, and Cooper gets a delivery on the line of the stumps, plays it defensively back along the pitch. Very quickly Cornwall gets through those 6 deliveries.
Yeah, very tight over again from Cornwall.
Yeah, just a single come in, so he's been pretty good.
Yeah, very economical.
Yeah, he's had 29 dot balls bowled in his 6 overs so far. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs, no wickets. Cornwall, so he's been very, very, very economical for the Leeward Islands. He's going at a rate of 1.17. Nathan Edward, who has just a slightly larger economy rate of 2.5. His first delivery is played away into the offside field. And there is no run. So Cornwall is at first slip. Kadeem Henry is at second slip. Then we have Daniel Durham, who we've not seen yet. He's there at a gully position. Here is this delivery that is clipped away. It was angled down the leg side and just took him on the pad, but it got quickly past the diving Jamal Hamilton. It comes down to the final leg boundary for 4. So it was a poorly lined delivery from Nathan Edwards. He's pushed it towards the leg side and was looking to clip it away was Evan Lewis. The ball just taking him on the pad but it was effective enough and got past a diving Jamal Hamilton, and it came down to the final leg boundary for 4. Edward just trying to add a little bit more zip into his bowling. Here is he in, and this one is played defensively. Fields to his own bowling, and there is no run. Seth Burton has come back alongside me. And Seth, you might have heard or might not have heard, we were having a little bit of a discussion on the use of the academy players. And that is because I think somebody was a part of the academy, Kevin Wickham. He's 150 odd not out.
Yes.
Playing for Barbados. Here is Evan Lewis hitting this one through the offside beautifully for 4.
Yes, that's the Evan Lewis that we know. That's the man of timing and immense power. Yes, I heard about Wickham's 150.
Yeah, when you look at that delivery there, though, just to look over at the shot, and he was on it. He was on the back foot and just banged it through that point region and into the boundary for 4. Evan Lewis goes to 21.
And if we are to consider, as you mentioned about Wickham, so many of the academy players that I think playing in different setups will help them. They would have gotten the foundation from the academy.
I was making the point to Dave that I believe that when you leave the academy, you should go straight back into your franchise and be a part of it. I don't think that somebody should come to the academy, stay the period, graduate, and then not be featured anywhere, not
Have
be played.
to be. It should be an
I
assignment.
am saying that if you go back to
your
territory, and okay, your territory believes that they're too strong, but there's a weaker territory that have needs for somebody of the skill that is coming from the academy. WICB is paying all the bills. Send them there. But that's just Denmo Roberts' opinion. Here is this delivery that is played off the back foot again by Evan Lewis out into the offside field. And there is no run. So, 49 without loss so far.
Yes, 49. They're just on the verge of a half-century partnership, but more importantly is that they're taking the sting out of the Leeward's bowling. Taking their time to 49 is better than rushing to 60 for 3. So I am really admiring the way in which they have paced the innings. Evan Lewis, in particular, his temperament, he foiled that natural inclination to be aggressive. You saw some of it, but he has mixed it nicely with defiance, defense, and watchfulness.
What is needed at the red ball stage, and one of the things that the Red Force they have done pretty well is that they have found ways to turn the strike over as well. Here is Cornwall with a delivery that just had a little bit of drift in it. You could just see that one almost just drifting as it went to the right-handed Cephas Cooper. No run. Here is Cornwall in once more, and the batter is coming forward, playing defensively. Out into the offside field. There's no run. They're going to get a run here as this delivery is played away. So, one more to the total. The partnership is gone up to 50 between Evan Lewis and Cephas Cooper. Evan Lewis contributing 21 and 17 to Cephas Cooper. So they've taken their time about it. Here is Cornwall to Lewis, and Lewis is looking to force one away through the offside, but hits it straight to the fielder standing there at deep cover, Casey Carty, and there is no run. Cornwall is in again, and Lewis is playing a defensive shot once more, just plays it defensively.
I like how Cornwall is varying his flight and his little pace, picking up the pace. I think he's keeping them honest, keeping them attentive at what is being done. In spite of the uphill task for the Leeward's bowlers, he is, I think, doing the right trick.
Here we see bowling a delivery that Lewis is looking to pull it away into the inside. Doesn't time it well. The ball takes its time and holds out to the fielder, who is deep on that boundary. That's Jeremiah Louis, and the batters are able to come through for another run. 51 without loss after 20 overs.
Yes, good going by the Red Force. They really have had their day. It has been an all Red Force day with 8 overs remaining at least. I think with good light, I think they would go in feeling the better team by far, unless something dramatic happens here. And for Evan Lewis coming back, himself and Cooper are really taking their time and showing how it should be done. I think that itself would instill more confidence to the other experienced batters in there. And I think we're in for quite a lot of cricket.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a lot of cricket. I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's task, they want to overhaul the Leeward Islands total and then look to put on a big partnership or big score that will ensure that they're looking to bat just once in this encounter. As we see, Daniel Durham comes into the attack. Left arm spinner in Durham, and his second delivery is played defensively by the left-handed Evan Lewis, who is on 22 of 62. So not Evan Lewis-esque in terms of speed, the batting, but it's red ball cricket. It's a different type of expectation, and he's adapting to this format of the game. I think he's been out, they're saying, for almost 10 years that he has not played red ball format.
And when you look at it, I think a good batsman, a quality batsman, is your capacity to adapt. You adapt to pitches, you adapt to environments, you adapt to changes in the nature of it. And I think he's showing that.
This day, delivery is again, he's looking to pull it. The ball is coming down to a short fine leg position, no run. So his first over is complete. Daniel Durham, he starts with a maiden, 51 without loss. We've had 21 overs, so a minimum of 6 more overs to go. If we have the light, and of course we'll have an attempt to have a little chat with the player of the day. Once that has been determined, right at the end of the game, just to get his thoughts on performance so far for the day. Raheem Cornwall is going to continue, though. He's hoping that he can get a wicket or 2 before the end of the day's play. Here is Cornwall in, and ball is playing defensively. Cornwall continues. The ball is played away by Cephas Cooper into the leg side. No run. Rakeem Cornwall, who has done yeoman service for the Leeward Islands in terms of cricket. Somebody who I've seen from a little boy coming through.
I don't try to sound like an old man Denmore. But I do understand.
I'm not as young as I appear, Seth.
Well, Cornwall is not that old, so to be fair, at what, 32, 33, you know, it's fair. But I think there's an over-reliance on him as far as the Leeward's cricket is concerned, not trying to take away from anybody else's contribution. But especially in the bowling,
in the bowling, yes, it has
over-reliance on him.
Yeah, it's literally for a while now. It has been him expected to
take five wickets all the time.
Yep,
you know, and the other bowlers need to stand up and step up, and we're not seeing that.
Yeah, we need a lot more bowlers that you know, seem to be wicket taking. And this is where sometimes the argument comes in of a Hayden Walsh Jr. Was he treated fairly in the way that, you know, the situation went with him and the Leeward Islands, and him not even appearing in cricket these days? As another Cornwall over comes to an end, at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 51 without loss. Let me say good afternoon to the folks over there in the Nevis. Some of the best crab I've ever had. I know that you are an Adventist. You don't subscribe to that, but I had crab.
No, I don't eat crab then more.
I had crab, curried crab, and I think it was dumplings in Tobago when I visited there. And I had an experience where they took me out into the middle of the ocean.
Yes,
maybe about 10, 12 miles away from land, and asked me to step out. Asked me to step out of the boat.
I have had that experience in Tobago myself.
Yeah, I was shocked.
One of the most amazing.
Yeah,
places.
it was absolutely amazing when you reach out there, and then the snorkeling in that part of the ocean was absolutely beautiful. So it's a beautiful place to go, Tobago. And I don't know if they still do it, but the fun thing for me to do in Tobago was catch car. They say you just stick your hand out and any car that is driving in Tobago would stop for you. That's what used to happen in those days. I don't know if it still happens now.
That was old time Antigua.
Yeah, with a change in thing, and you just catch the car and you get to go anywhere you want to go. Here is a delivery that Evan Lewis is pulling away, gets a single down to a deep long leg position.
Well, it's a factor in not only Tobago but in Trinidad. They have these cars that are taxi.
Yeah. And
they would stop for you anywhere to get to your destination based on the route. You know, in Antigua to get a taxi you have to hire one, and it costs an arm and a leg in Antigua and Barbados. But in Trinidad, just like you catch a maxi taxi or what we call a regular bus, you do that for a car.
I think in Tobago we paid what? At the time when I went, we paid about $2.
Yeah, something like that.
To ride the car.
$2, $3, $1.50, depends on where you're going.
Depends on where you're going.
That's one of the beauty of Trinidad and Tobago in general. To get around, you can get anywhere.
Yeah, you can. You can get around. Here is this delivery cut away by Cephas Cooper. He's going to get runs here. So run is into the boundary now. That's 4 runs. So he's been patient, and then he gets a loose delivery from Daniel Durham outside the line of the off stump, and he really hammered it past that backward point region and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a good shot, and it's good to see Cooper coming through. He had time. He held his position and allowed the bounce of the ball, you know, to be the pathway to that exquisite cut shot.
Durham starts once more, and this delivery is driven, but straight to the fielder at extra cover, no run. And Durham don't want to come on and to let go
Precisely.
that little bit of
the tight grip
that the Leewards have had in terms of they've not gotten any wickets, but they've been keeping the Trinidad and Tobago batters honest. This one is outside the line of the off stump. The ball is allowed to spin into the gloves of wicketkeeper Jama Hamilton, and there is no run. What's your take, Seth Burton, on the fact that there are some folks that are saying that maybe Joel Andrew should leave the gloves alone and concentrate on just his out cricket?
I'm not for that. I think when you're a player, your entire package is your package. Joel is a wicketkeeper batsman. And sometimes, I could tell you from my past, sometimes you're actually in the field and you feel strange because you're accustomed to be behind the wicket. Sometimes wicket keeping will help because you're seeing there's certain bowlers, you're seeing there's certain patterns you're seeing with other batters that you yourself can implement, and it keeps you in the game. And at his age, if he's going to be a wicketkeeper batter, he has the capacity to be a wicketkeeper batter. Genuinely, he has the capacity as a genuine batsman. And I think you can't be taking that away from him. That is simply my observation.
I'm one that feels that he can develop his out cricket a little bit more and maybe not needed to wicket keep. Here's this delivery from Cornwall's new over. Because when I knew him first, the first time I saw him, he wasn't wicket keeping.
Well,
when I saw him playing for the Antigua Grammar School, he was playing as an out cricketer.
But he would tell you also after this delivery.
Cornwall is in, and a delivery that is forced away into the offside, no run.
He would tell you also, which was established on an interview we did previously, that when he plays his out cricket, they want him to bowl. And bowling becomes, he doesn't really like to bowl, but even though he does well at bowling. So he likes to be behind the stumps and do his thing.
A driven delivery from Evan Lewis gets a single out to the long off region. So one more to the total.
I'm sure when you look at the Trinidad and Tobago team, Django is going to tell you that even though he's not keeping, that he would prefer to keep and bat. A wicketkeeper loves to wicket keep. It's not a pressure. It's not a challenge for that genuine wicketkeeper.
But in cases like we're having here with Amir Django, with Joel Andrew, with Carl and Bowen Tuckett, all of them being wicketkeeper batters and having to fit into so few positions for that in teams, maybe because in this Leeward Island setup, somebody that did Carl and Bowen Tuckett, in terms of his batting, the way he performed last time we saw him for the academy, maybe he would be a better player in a team like this.
Well, we just saw
genuinely as a batter, but the ball just flew over the top of the slip there. A little bit of a top edge from Cephas Cooper, but the ball fell safely and ran down to the fine leg region. They able to come through for a run. But a little bit of indecision there and a little bit of a false stroke by Cephas Cooper. And Raheem Cornwall almost got his man.
A few little half chances.
Cornwall is in outside the line of the off stump. Evan Lewis thought about playing at it and then just allows it to bounce into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton to end the over. At the end of it, 58 without loss is the Trinidad and Tobago total.
Cornwall completed his 9th over for 11 runs. When you look at that comparatively to the other bowlers, the opening bowlers, you recognize the workload. So it is really a situation here, good headache, good analysis for the consulting fast bowling coach or the consulting bowling coach for the Leeward Islands, Curtly Ambrose, to look at, and that has been a factor for Leeward Islands cricket over recent times. It cannot be an over-dependence on a certain bowler for the team to come through. Here is Durham. Cooper plays it But just in front of him, when Jamal Hamilton goes, players are having fun. Evan Lewis at the non-strikers end on 24. A lot of eyes would be on him. Cephas Cooper is on 22. Durham and Cornwall, both very tall players, bowling in tandem here. Durham has been around a little while as well. Cornwall has been the veteran of the team, not necessarily in age, but in terms of performance. Cooper. We're happy to be partnering Lewis, because Evan Lewis, for all he worth, has tremendous experience in the one-day and T20 international. In first-class cricket, only 23 first-class matches prior to this. Evan Lewis, 1 century, 8 half-centuries. Not doing badly, Evan Lewis, before interrupting his career. Just over 430 runs, 1,251 runs at an average of 31.24. A highest score of 104. So Evan Lewis, just about 43 innings before this. So comparatively, though he's a senior player, he has not had a lot of first-class games. Cooper, younger of the two openers, but at the same time, he can learn much from Evan Lewis. And you see Lewis calling him down to have a word with him, just with one delivery to go in this, the 25th over of the Trinidad Red Force innings. Denmore Roberts has gone away from us to do some of the duties. Dave Joseph is coming by Durham to Cooper, and Cooper plays the ball into the offside. No run on that occasion. 25 overs completed in the Red Force reply. They're 58 without loss, and they are looking good. They are large and in charge here. 80 runs adrift from the Leeward's first innings score of 138. And Raheem Cornwall, he's going to continue. He's going to be having his 10th over. He has been really tight. Before that, I said to Dave Joseph, Raheem Cornwall, 96 first-class matches, 450 wickets at an average of 23.75, 28 5-wicket hauls, 7 10-wicket hauls, and that is a tremendous feat in any form of the game. This time, this one beats Evan Lewis, and wow.
Yeah, that was a peach of a delivery set.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it actually didn't really spin, just it held its own.
Yes. And he's coming from around the wicket to the left-hander, so he's angling it in. In fact, he's already straight up the wicket. So at times he's just allowing the ball to hold its own.
Yeah.
Other times he's angling it into the left-hander and then away from Evan Lewis, who has really had a time. He has been checked by Cornwall. This time he goes back, and Cornwall seems to have an understanding of his play, because Evan Lewis, he likes to go back and cut, likes to go back and pull. Most of the time he does that, he's cramped in the stroke.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was telling for the Pacers. If you keep him straight, he doesn't play well. But once you give him width to free his arms, he's going to be slapping you through the covers.
This time
whenever the ball comes down straight just on the round off stump, he doesn't do much. So.
And these are things that you learn. If a spinner can execute, you should be able to execute as a fast bowler.
Yeah, well, the thing is being able to assess the batsman. If you cannot assess, then you wouldn't know where to bowl him.
You'll just be bowling.
Yeah, you'll just be bowling.
Here, the tactician, former Leeward's captain Lewis, this time sweeps. Will he get 4? A huge run coming around from
shot.
From Louis, Jeremiah Louis, but a good shot from Evan Lewis. First boundary coming off Raheem Cornwall. So here is Evan Lewis replying to what we were saying, but a very good shot.
Yeah, what I was saying, I was just checking something just now. The Trinidad Red Force guys, they're going at basically the same run rate as the Leewards went at.
You're correct.
But they've lost no wickets here, and Leewards is all out.
Oh, a good one that hurried him into the stroke. That one was coming back into him instead of away. But that's the point. they are being kept quiet, but at the same time they were not losing wickets.
Yeah.
And that's what the Leewards did, losing wickets in droves and really putting them on the pressure. So we have seen now a silly point coming in to join the slip. This time Cornwall bowling this one a bit quicker, not flighting it, but pushing it through. That completes his 10th over. None for 15, Rakim Cornwall from his 10th. Red Force 62 without loss. Lewis on 28. Cooper on 22. Play. And that's the end of play. And at the end of the day's play, you see it all there. Leeward Islands, Hurricanes, only 44 from Jamal Hamilton, 27 from Joel Andrew, and it was the Trinidadians all over the Hurricanes with their bowling attack. Key 3 for 9 from Brian Charles, 3 for 34 from Carrie Peer, 2 for 31 from Jaden Seals, who really was very impressive with the ball, and 1 wicket each for Anderson Phillip and Terence Hines. After that, the Leewards, well, only 60.5 overs on that occasion, was not good batting. And now we're going to join Denmore Roberts in a while now with the player of the day, who we have looked at as Carrie Peer, the man who 19 overs, Dave Joseph, 8 maidens, 3 for 34. Pretty much an outstanding performance.
Yeah, outstanding performance by the left arm leg spinner. I thought that he bowled pretty well, especially when he started. He really bowled straight and kept the Leewards batters on the check. And then after a while, he started inducing more spin to the ball. So
yes, he did, and he has been very good. He was very good. He had the opportunity of 2 test matches with the West Indies, so I believe he's hoping that he can have a super season to keep himself on the front line of things. And he's a very calm young man. And in just a while, we would have that interview coming up with, over to you, Denmore Roberts with Carrie Peer.
Carrie Peer at the end of the first day of this 4-day championship. Carrie Peer, talk to us about your performance today. You got 3 wickets in the Leeward Islands innings. What was the thinking when you came on to bowl?
I think the fast bowlers gave us a good start. For me, my role in the team was just come and hit my areas and keep it tight and try and knock over 2 batsmen. But today I had to put the ball in the right areas. Variation of pace and stuff like that. The wicket was assisting also early up. So I just wanted to put the ball in the right areas, trust the batsman, make the batsman trust the defense, and I was really good in picking up 3 wickets.
Was this part of the overall strategy for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force today to insert the Leeward Islands and to put them under early pressure and try to get wickets?
Yeah, most definitely. When we came this morning, it had a little moisture in the wicket, and we wanted, once we win the toss, we said we wanted to go out and use that. I think the fast bowler did a really good job, they knock over 2-3 of their main batsmen, so it was just about continuing to apply pressure, and that's most important. Once we apply pressure, the batsmen will give us chances.
You've ended the day without losing a wicket, so what is the plan going forward here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
Yeah, just bat. It's 3 days again in the game. It's a long time. So we just have to bat. Once we bat and get a good lead, I think that will set up the game for us. But we have to take it session by session, day by day.
And for you personally, you've gotten an opportunity to be a part of the West Indies Test team. How does that change the way that you approach the cricket now?
Yeah, it changes a lot. Getting the opportunity to play international cricket, we know how tough it is. Getting the exposure in India. I'm just trying to implement certain things that I learned over there to help my game to get better, to play international cricket more. So I wanted to just go and explore, and work on my game a lot. So I'm a person that train hard. So I just wanted to go out there, and use what I learned in India in today's game.
Thank you so much, Carrie, and we wish you all the best as you continue in this game.
Thank you.
So we've been speaking there with Carrie Peer, and we'll take you back over to our commentator, Seth Burton.
Delightful day here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and we got to now review the highlights of the day. Trinidad and Tobago stealing today's performance. You see it started first with Anderson Phillip taking the edge of Mackay Louis, and Louis being dislodged leewards 1 for 1. Then you saw a few good drives. Kadeem Henry doing well himself, along with Joel Andrew, a partnership of 33. Good driving on the part of Joel Andrew, and on a few occasions the leewards felt that they were fighting back, but it was not a long fight. Kadeem Henry, he went caught by seals off the bowling of Terence Hines, who was introduced, and then this one, which was critical, Joel Andrew digging out a Yorker from Jaden Seals, and then the ball taking the leg bail. Then Carrie Peer, the spinners joined the party through Graves, the captain. Didn't have a good day at the office as the captain. And then we saw now Jaden Seals joining the party. Had to wait somewhat for his second wicket. And I thought from there the leewards had some challenges. Jeremiah Louis coming out before the big man Rakeem Cornwall, but he went for naught. And then Jamal Hamilton was there, kept striking the ball well, and he struck the ball well along with Rakeem Cornwall. And those two looked at one stage as though Dave Joseph, they were pulling the leewards out of the hole. Dave Joseph was seeing good combination of thoughtful batting. They did rotate the strike, commented on that, and we thought that the leewards were doing well. They were able to take the leewards into tea at a more comfortable position, from a lunchtime position of 59 for 4 to 135. At that stage, they really batted well for 6, and then we saw changes took place. Trinidad and Tobago kept up the pressure on the leewards, and then it was after that luncheon period, 4 wickets going down for 3 runs. Jamal Hamilton, he was displeased in the end when he was dismissed after really striking the ball around. But his displeasure was because he almost got to what could have been a half century, striking the ball on both sides of the wicket. He got up to 44. When he got there, it was then an innings that was not in vain, but an innings that only took the leewards to 138 all out, and then Trinidad and Tobago replying well at the end of day 1. 62 without loss. They are trailing by 76 runs. So until tomorrow, you will join us here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds for day 2 of this intriguing encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricane.